Chapter 905. Isn't taking risks our norm? Why, are you suddenly afraid now? If you are afraid, then disband the Qilin 9 Absolutes. Ancient Desolation frowned and shouted coldly. His face was filled with impatience. In the outside world, the Qilin 9 Absolutes were extremely awe-inspiring. Over time, Ancient Desolation had become extremely arrogant. Seeing his companions being afraid, he was very angry. The Qilin 9 Absolutes didn't dare to dissuade him anymore. Ancient Desolation let out a cold snort before turning around and walking toward the pavilion. The others looked at each other with different expressions. They were angry but didn't dare to speak. The atmosphere on the giant ship became extremely depressing. The Qilin 9 Absolutes each had their own agenda. They seemed to be united, but in fact, they had already fallen apart internally. Kunlun Origin Court, Supreme Palace. Zhou Xuanji was meditating and cultivating with the Emperor Sword hovering above his head. The Emperor Sword of Life and Death was transformed from the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Brush. It was one with the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji was absorbing the power of the Kunlun Origin Court through the Emperor Sword of Life and Death. His absorption method wasn't a one-sided absorption but a win-win method. He fused his supreme divine power with the power of the Kunlun Origin Court, intertwining and tempering each other. He then guided the energy outside the Kunlun Origin Court to achieve a great cycle, consolidating the strength of himself and the Origin Court. Under such a cultivation method, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had been steadily improving. However, he was still far from breaking through to the great sovereign of the three courts. He couldn't see the end. A soul flew out from the lesser supreme sword next to him. Little Sovereign stretched and yawned, asking, "Kid, why are you still cultivating? You really don't stop for a moment." With the death of Jianghu, Zhou Xuanji's only enemy was the Qilin 9 Absolutes. However, the Qilin 9 Absolutes were being targeted by other sages. If he was Zhou Xuanji, he would definitely take a break. One couldn't just cultivate all the time in one's life. Not to mention that Zhou Xuanji was already very strong. He was a sovereign above the Kunlun Origin Court. "Is there any movement from Xianxia recently?" Zhou Xuanji asked without opening his eyes. Ever since Jianghu died, he had been asking Little Sovereign to pay attention to Xianxia. Xianxia was wandering around the Kunlun Origin Court as if she was looking for something. Little Sovereign shook his head and said, "I don't know. I always feel that a power is recovering in her body. Could this girl be someone else in disguise?" With this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and frowned instinctively. The term "little supreme being" was too terrifying. If Xianxia was not Xianxia, wouldn't he be surrounded by danger during this period of time? "Do you have any proof?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Little Sovereign shook his head in response. He smiled and said, "I was just guessing." He then changed the topic and said, "Speaking of which, everything has a price. The speed of your cultivation breakthrough is already exaggerated enough. The same is true for Xianxia, Shentang, and Yang Di. I guess they will have to pay a painful price. Shentang will forever be trapped in the sovereign realm of laws. It will be difficult for her to become a great supreme being. That Sunlight Emperor seems to be high-spirited and in an extraordinary state. However, the soul fusion inheritance is not so perfect. I can feel that his eyes are abnormal. There are two souls in them. As for the divine pinching star, I can't see it at the moment, which means there's a problem." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Listening to Little Sovereign's words, it seemed that Xianxia and the other two were about to face misfortune. Puzzled, he asked, "Wait. Why does Yang Di have two souls? Didn't you say that the soul fusion inheritance is the most perfect inheritance method?" Little Sovereign suddenly smiled. His smile was extremely sinister. He said in a meaningful tone, "I was just bluffing. When he first appeared, I noticed that there was another soul in his eyes. I know that guy. He used to be in existence like the evil mother spirit controller. I deliberately said that to make Yang Di let his guard down." "How despicable." Zhou Xuanji looked at Little Sovereign with a complicated look in his eyes. This guy is too sinister. Will he plot against me in the future? Little Sovereign faked a cough and said, "What do you mean? I have done my best for you. You actually doubt me. It hurts me so much." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him. He didn't bother to answer. After a few breaths of silence, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but ask, "What will happen to Yang Di? Will he be possessed?" Yang Di's return this time showed kindness to him, which changed his impression of Yang Di. The thought that the high-spirited Yang Di was about to be possessed made him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Who knows? Anyway, it won't end well. Don't even think about intervening. You have already been targeted by the ancient life lamp. Do you want to be targeted by another evil? Little Sovereign snorted. Zhou Xuanji didn't think much about it. Yang Di had his own life. He didn't care about it. He changed the topic to Supreme Crimson Dust. Don't ask. When the time comes, you will understand everything. Instead of worrying about others, it's better to think about yourself, Little Sovereign said impatiently. Little Sovereign said impatiently. How come this brat's heart warmed up after becoming a sovereign? This isn't a good thing. Perhaps because he absorbed the power of the Kunlun origin court, this kid has seen too many things in the world. He rolled his eyes and began to think about how to refine Zhou Xuanji's Dao heart. In a great world, Shen Nianqing strolled forward. Gloomy mist billowed. She was surrounded by mountains that looked like giant devils. She raised her right hand and said to her palm, "Is it here?" A pair of eyes emerged from her palm. This pair of eyes was cold and filled with evil qi. It turned forward. Shen Nianqing immediately understood and continued moving forward. Rumble. The earth suddenly shook violently. Coffins covered in soil rose from the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The giant mountain in front of her directly broke as if it had been split in half by a divine sword. Shen Nianqing's face was expressionless. She turned into a ray of light and flew between the two halves of the mountain, disappearing without a trace. After 10 breaths, Mortal Sovereign appeared. She frowned and looked over, murmuring, "Sure enough." Her eyes turned cold, and her body dissipated into wisps of the red dust qi, sinking into the flying dust. Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating when Little Sovereign woke him up. That girl has started to act. I'm very curious. Is there any secret hidden in the Kunlun origin court? Little Sovereign said with narrowed eyes. Even a sovereign couldn't completely see through the Kunlun origin court. For example, Sovereign Kongsheng had been hiding in the origin court to cultivate for countless years, unknown to anyone. Zhou Xuanji activated the exterminating divine eyes and locked onto Shen Nianqing's aura. But he couldn't see what Shen Nianqing was doing. There was a layer of mysterious power that isolated Zhou Xuanji's divine will, making it impossible for him to spy on Shen Nianqing. This kind of power wasn't strong. It was extremely weak, but it could completely block the divine will of a sovereign. Is what you said true? Zhou Xuanji murmured. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. If this Shen Nianqing wasn't the real Shen Nianqing and she would harm the Kunlun origin court, then he wouldn't show any mercy. Keep watching and you will understand. I hope that what she is looking for is not what I fear the most, Little Sovereign said, shaking his head. His tone was full of deep meaning. Chapter 906. Oh. What do you fear the most in the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could see every corner of the Kunlun origin court, but that was only on the surface. He couldn't see all the planes thoroughly. Little Supreme shrugged and said, "It's an evil treasure more powerful than the Soul Source bead and the All Lives brush. You can't even say its name, or you will suffer a backlash." Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why did the Kunlun origin court hide such a terrifying evil treasure? Wait a minute. Could it be related to the Holy Ghost? Ever since he had become a supreme being, Nanmu Tianyi had sealed the Holy Ghost in an independent plane and made the Tianyi divine range guard it. Although the Holy Ghost had stopped moving, the panic it had caused back then was still vivid in his mind. Zhou Xuanji had to be cautious. Why is the Holy Ghost born? Listening to Little Sovereign's previous words, he obviously knew the Holy Ghost's body. Could it be that it was because of this evil treasure that someone became a Holy Ghost? He looked up at Little Sovereign and asked with his eyes. Little Sovereign nodded slightly. Some things could not be said, but they could be communicated with eye contact. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. It seemed like he couldn't completely abandon the Kunlun Origin Court in the future. If something exploded in the Kunlun Origin Court, wouldn't it be a monstrous disaster? This had been the case when Wu Zhou had been in power. In the rolling black mist, Shen Nianxing floated in the air. She looked down. The mountain stream below was like an abyss, dark and gloomy, and the whistling wind was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. She raised her right hand with her palm facing downwards. Her eyes widened, and 2 streaks of bloody light shot out, breaking through the strands of black mist and penetrating downwards. Rumble, the earth shook and a terrifying aura erupted. The wind was blowing wildly, blowing Shen Nianxing's hair. She squinted her eyes, trying to see everything below. Xiao! A scepter that looked like scorched wood suddenly rushed out. A fist-sized bead of blood was embedded in the top of the scepter. Fresh blood kept flowing out of it, making it look extremely terrifying. Shen Nianxing immediately stretched out her hand and grabbed the blood bead black staff. She frowned, her right hand trembling. Meanwhile, the entire Kunlun Origin Court was shrouded in a terrifying aura. All living beings felt an inexplicable sense of panic, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. What happened? Could it be that another supreme martial artist from outside the court has come to attack? That's impossible. How long has it been? The calamity of the Kunlun Origin Court is coming again. Everyone, be careful. What a terrifying feeling. Even when I faced the Sword Emperor back then, I did not feel so terrified. Don't be afraid, we have a supreme being. He will protect us. All the creatures in the divine ranges were discussing this matter in fear, comforting each other. Zhou Xuanji appeared beside Shen Nianxing out of thin air and grabbed her wrist. In an instant, a sinister and powerful force entered his body through his palm, wreaking havoc in his muscles and bones. He frowned and immediately used his supreme god force to resist. The 2 powers clashed, and with an explosion, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness exploded. Following this, he saw scenes. The Grand Sovereigns held the blood bead black staff and laughed wildly. Their postures and smiles were the same, crazy and evil. What is this? Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Could these be scenes of the previous owners of the blood bead's black staff wielding it? Could these great supremes be the supremes of the Kunlun Origin Court? The scene kept changing, getting faster and faster. Zhou Xuanji wanted to break free from this illusion, but he felt an extremely powerful suppression on his soul, making it impossible for him to break free. Humph. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he cast the sword fusion technique. At the same time, he created countless avatars that rushed in all directions. Boom! 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 The surrounding illusions shattered one after another. Gusts of wind swept over like the turbulence of time and space. He took the opportunity to cast the exterminating divine light to destroy everything as his consciousness returned to reality. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Shen Nianxing's face. Her face turned hideous as blood streaks crawled up her cheeks. Her long hair turned white, fluttering in the wind. She grabbed the blood bead black staff with both hands, looking extremely crazy. She wouldn't let go no matter what. At this moment, she seemed to have become another person. A person that Zhou Xuanji had never seen before. The Lesser Supreme Sword appeared behind him as Little Sovereign's voice came. Sure enough, it's this thing. Don't worry about her, run. His tone was incomparably anxious and terrified. Just as Zhou Xuanji was about to let go, Mortal Sovereign flew over from afar. Pinching star. Mortal Sovereign reached out and grabbed Shen Nianxing's shoulder. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened as he shouted, "Get away." As soon as he said this, Mortal Sovereign's hand fell on Shen Nianxing's shoulder. Zhou Xuanji could clearly feel the strange force fiercely attacking mortal sovereign's hand. He immediately used his supreme divine power to block it. But even so, he couldn't completely block it. Mortal sovereign gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and let out a painful groan. She looked at Xianxia and said with difficulty, pinching star, "What are you trying to do?" The devil-like Xianxia glanced at her and said with a sinister smile, "Stupid, do you really think I'm your sister? Your sister is already dead. I'm already a different person." Hearing this, mortal sovereign's pupils suddenly shrank. She was dumbfounded. All along, she had been looking for Xianxia as her goal. After learning that Xianxia had already died, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She seemed to have lost her soul, forgetting her own pain. "Then who the hell are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked, staring at Xianxia. His intuition told him that the person in front of him was Xianxia. Could it be that she has been possessed? Xianxia looked at him and said with a contemptuous smile, "You don't deserve to know my name. I can only tell you that Xianxia is indeed my previous identity. But she has already fallen in the passage between the two worlds. I'm just using her identity to gain a foothold. Let me go, and you and I can still maintain a friendly relationship. If you insist on stopping me, you will regret it." She pulled hard, trying to take away the blood bead black staff. But Zhou Xuanji's strength continued to increase. She couldn't take it away by force. Little Sovereign's voice rang in Zhou Xuanji's ears, "Let her go. This thing isn't a good treasure. She will reap what she sowed. The real treasure is down there. This kind of evil thing can be suppressed. Naturally, there is something that is not weaker than it." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He hesitated for a moment before letting go. Xianxing's smile was extremely evil. With a shake of her shoulder, mortal sovereign was sent flying back while vomiting blood. The blood bead black staff in her hand quickly disappeared. "Zhou Xuanji, after getting along with you during this period of time, I still like you very much. We will meet again in the future. At that time, you will see my true body. At that time, I will let you understand how powerful I am." Xianxia burst into laughter. Her voice echoed between the heavens and the earth for a long time. Zhou Xuanji took mortal sovereign into his arms and healed her. He scanned her with his divine will, but he could no longer find Xianxia. "What the hell does she want?" Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. His heart was filled with anger. Little Sovereign's voice rang in his ear, "Quick! Go down. Don't let it run away. This is a great opportunity." Chapter 907. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and put mortal sovereign down. Then, he swooped down and disappeared into the dark mountain stream. After about 15 breaths of time, he suddenly rushed out, holding a red bead that was surrounded by flames. It was as big as a human head and looked very similar to the blood beads on the black staff. Compared to the blood pearl, this red pearl had more righteous qi. Holding it in his hand, Zhou Xuanji's eyes were filled with passion. What a powerful strength! Every time his spiritual force probed inside, his soul would tremble. He even felt that if he tried to force his way in, his soul would be severely injured. "What is the name of this treasure?" Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice. He cast a glance at Sovereign Hongchen, who was healing himself in the distance. Autark crimson dust flew over, an ugly look on her face. The injuries she had sustained had caused her to lose a great deal of blood, and even her soul had been damaged. But what hurt her the most was her heart. Knowing that Xianxia had died a long time ago, Hongchen's supremacy lost his soul and lost his purpose of living. She came before Zhou Xuanji but did not congratulate him. She was still in a daze. "I don't know the origins of this orb either. There are no records of its name in history either. I've only seen it once, and that was when my master took me on an adventure. I came back to search for it after I became a sovereign, but I was forced into retreat by the evil being from before. My cultivation as a great sovereign of the three courts directly dropped to reciprocity sovereign. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have died so easily back then." Little Sovereign replied with a sigh in his tone. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Was it really that terrifying? Fortunately, he didn't forcibly take away the blood bead black staff. Otherwise, he would have followed in the footsteps of Little Supreme Master. He immediately led Red Bead and Autar Crimson Dust away. Inside the Supreme Hall, Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne. He looked down at Hongqin Sovereign and said with a frown, "Don't think too much. I think she is Shen Nianqing. It's just that her body might be occupied by another person. I can feel her soul. After all, I have the soul origin." Upon hearing this, Autar Crimson Dust jerked his head up, a look of delight on his face. "Your task now is to work hard on your cultivation. Rather than being depressed, why not work hard? What do you think?" Zhou Xuanji said earnestly. Supreme Crimson Dust took a deep breath and tried to adjust his mood. She nodded at Zhou Xuanji and left. Looking at her back, Zhou Xuanji did not try to persuade her anymore. If it were him, he would also want to be alone. He sighed softly, then took out the red bead and observed it carefully. The Lesser Supreme Sword appeared next to him. Little Supreme Sword floated out and excitedly said, "Hurry up and give it a name." Although he didn't know the origin of this treasure, nor did he know how strong it was, he believed that the red pearl represented a great opportunity that even grand sovereigns would find difficult to obtain. Zhou Xuanji said, "Let's call it the Fated Fate Pearl." It meant that he had come across an opportunity. Little Sovereign rolled his eyes and said, "This name is too vulgar, quickly change it." Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled as he stared at the Fated Fate Pearl and said, "I believe this is its name, now and in the future." He played with the Fated Fate bead repeatedly, trying to see through it. In his eyes, the Fated Fate Pearl was very mysterious, and this kind of mystery had an irresistible attraction to him. If you want to comprehend its true essence, I'm afraid you can't find the answer in the Kunlun Origin Court. You have to go to the Endless Universe. Little Sovereign continued. His tone was heavy as he warned, "Don't take out the Fated Fate Pearl outside, to avoid unnecessary trouble." Zhou Xuanji nodded and began thinking about when to leave. He also wanted to go to the Thunder Alliance and the Yen Alliance. There was also the illusory god realm that Hong Qin Saint Lord had mentioned. The endless universe was so big. There must be many mysteries that he couldn't imagine. "Maybe this pearl will change your fate," Little Sovereign said meaningfully. Little Sovereign said meaningfully as his eyes flickered. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I have already become a grand sovereign. Is there still a fate to speak of?" In response, Little Sovereign just smiled and didn't say anything. In the dark void, Shen Nianqing was sitting on an old tree. Under the tree was a meteorite shining with a metallic luster. She was looking at the blood bead black staff with a frown. Why not? Could it be that the bead has weakened its power? As soon as she thought of the Fated Fate Pearl, her eyes turned cold. The Fated Fate Pearl had a great restraining effect on her. She didn't dare to touch it. She looked ahead and murmured, "It seems that I have to go to that place." She held the blood bead black staff tightly, absorbing its power. A light appeared in front of her. The old tree swayed as leaves drifted down. She immediately got up and said, "Who dares to play tricks in front of me?" Balls of raging flames swept out from the bright light, like a blooming flower of fire, bright and beautiful. "Humph, evildoer, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Li Yingyo's cold snort resounded, causing Shen Nianqing to narrow her eyes. Sure enough. When they gathered outside the Kunlun Origin Court last time, this guy had seen through her identity. Shen Nianqing didn't panic. Instead, she grinned and said, "Kid, do you want to experience the pain of the past again?" Li Yingyu stepped out of the fireworks. His face was filled with killing intent. He coldly smiled and said, "That was the past. I have been reborn and you are no longer as invincible as you were in the past." His eyes locked onto the blood bead black staff. A fiery light flashed in his eyes. Shen Nianqing raised the blood bead black staff and sneered, "What? You want it? Are you worthy?" After saying this, she waved the staff and struck forward. Li Yingyu didn't retreat. Instead, he charged toward her. Hundreds of years later, Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, and Xian Xianghua gathered in front of the Supreme Palace. He looked at the three women and said with a smile, "It's okay, it's not life and death. No need to frown." Xian Xianghua curled her lips and said, "Since it's not dangerous, why didn't you take me with you?" Her cultivation had already reached Origin Fusion Divine Lord 8th level. She was still far from 9th level. Not making progress for a long time made her very annoyed. "Yes, the gap between us and you is getting bigger and bigger," Zhou Shaoxian nodded and said with a pitiful look on her face. She was hoping that Zhou Xuanji would agree. Jiang Shui, on the other hand, was very calm. She just looked at him quietly. Zhou Xuanji glared at them and said, "When I am strong enough, I will take you out sooner or later. Don't forget what I said to all living beings before. We will expand out sooner or later. When the time comes, you will be able to go out." Zhou Shaoxian wanted to continue but she was stopped by Jiang Shui. "Listen to your father, we have to believe in him," Jiang Shui said with a soft smile, looking at Zhou Xuanji with gentle eyes. Zhou Xuanji took her hand and said, "The superstar competition is about to begin. This is a brand new superstar competition. You must pay close attention and prepare well. I will leave an outer soul doppelganger to help you. You can contact me if you have any trouble." Jiang Shui nodded and said excitedly, "I will try my best." Zhou Xuanji looked at Xian Xianghua and said, "You have to help her too." Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and snorted, "Nonsense, of course." Chapter 908. After chatting with his family for a while, Zhou Xuanji left on his sword. Jiang Shui raised her head and muttered, "I really hope I can see the scene of the Kunlun Origin Court attacking the endless universe." Xian Xianghua put an arm around her shoulders and smiled. "Don't worry. That day won't be long. The speed at which this brat grows is something we can never imagine." Zhou Shaoxian rubbed her chin and pondered. She was thinking about the difference between her and Zhou Xuanji. She had now begun to be independent. Although she had gained a lot of training in the Kunlun Origin Court, she was increasingly aware of how insignificant she was. Only when she faced everything alone could she truly feel how powerful Zhou Xuanji was. "Wanshan Great Thousand has an opportunity that I left for you. Go." Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly came into Zhou Xiaoshuan's ears, which stunned her. Her eyes reddened, but she didn't cry. Instead, she laughed. Passing through the darkness, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword. He played with the faded fate pearl in his hand, thinking about its profoundness. Little Sovereign, who was floating behind him, was also thinking. They were already obsessed with the faded pearl. Little Sovereign was even more frantic than Zhou Xuanji. At first, he was patient. He wanted to wait until he went to the endless universe before comprehending this treasure. But when he saw Zhou Xuanji meditating, his heart itched. This is not. Because he couldn't suppress his curiosity, he also fell into the trap. He and Zhou Xuanji could look at the faded fate pearl for many years without moving. The two of them walked aimlessly, their gazes locked onto the faded pearl. In the blink of an eye, they flew past dozens of planes and territories. During this period of time, they seemed to be frozen in time. Their eyeballs didn't even move. Boom! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from ahead, startling the two of them as if they had just awoken from a dream. The Life and Death Emperor sword and Soul Kunlun sword instinctively appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji, guarding against any enemy attacks. Zhou Xuanji reacted quickly and stored the faded fate pearl into the supreme storage. Little Sovereign glanced at the red domain in front of him. There were countless stars scattered all over. Most of them were very small, like meteorites, but there were living beings living in them. These creatures had powerful chi and blood, but they didn't have intelligence. They were muddle-headed and couldn't escape the gravitational pull of the stars. "It's fine. It's just space-time collapsing." Little Sovereign shook his head. Just as he was about to continue speaking, his expression froze. Zhou Xuanji frowned as well. He asked, have we been targeted? The space in front of him fluctuated, and a pair of scarlet eyes opened. Its pupils were larger than all the stars here. A terrifying killing intent swept over them like a tidal wave, drowning them. Zhou Xuanji's robe fluttered in the wind. He activated the sword fusion technique and raised his aura to the maximum. Without waiting for the other party to appear, he raised his sword and slashed out. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Boundless sword chi tore through the universe and shattered the pair of scarlet eyes. Roar, a roar exploded, reversing time and space. Zhou Xuanji's soul trembled, and violet light shot out of his eyes, freezing this shattered spacetime. Not good. It was a jade-eyed Yama Taotai. He was Gu Tianlin's mount. It was an ancient demonic beast that once dominated an area of the boundless universe. Cried Little Sovereign. His fear made Zhou Xuanji feel a sense of danger. Zhou Xuanji charged straight into the spacetime turbulence and into the absolute time realm to avoid the green-eyed Yama Taotai. No matter how strong the jade-eyed Yama Taotai was, it wasn't strong enough to kill its way into absolute time. Zhou Xuanji asked, was that demonic beast a coincidence? How could he not think too much about encountering a rare ancient demonic beast? Little Sovereign hesitated and said, I don't think so. After all, this beast has a master. Its first master is Gu Juejiao, who is also Gu Tianlin's father. You should know who Gu Juejiao is. He is a legend in the endless universe. He is close to the cardinal heaven realm. Ancient prodigies. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted abruptly, and his heart was in great shock. Gu Juejiao was an existence that shook the long river of history of the Kunlun origin court. If a cardinal heaven expert was praised as the strongest, there would definitely be people who would refute it. Moreover, only Gu Juejiao could stand side by side with a cardinal heaven expert. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, could it be that the ancient genius is here too? He has his eyes on me. When Jianghu attacked, many supreme sages gathered outside the Kunlun origin court, but most of the supreme sages didn't show up. Even little supreme sages couldn't recognize their voices. Little Sovereign was also worried about the problem that Zhou Xuanji mentioned. Gu Juejiao was an existence that Jianghu could not compare to. If even he wanted to target Zhou Xuanji, it wouldn't be good. They could feel the killing intent of the jade-eyed Yama Taotai. The two fell into silence. What should we do now? Is there another way to the Thunder Alliance? Zhou Xuanji asked. He didn't know how to go to the Thunder Alliance, but Little Sovereign knew. Little Sovereign furrowed his brow and said, let's avoid it for a while. That guy can't always wait for you outside. Zhou Xuanji agreed with him. He immediately took out the faded fate pearl and began to observe it. Little Sovereign's eyes were also fixed on it as he concentrated on it. Once again, the two seemed to have lost their souls. They didn't say a word. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses and looked at Little Sovereign. He saw that this guy's eyes were wide open like a ghost. Zhou Xuanji angrily said, wake up, shouldn't we set off? Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. He didn't notice it before. But when he saw Little Sovereign's expression, he inexplicably panicked. This is too terrifying. He suddenly felt that the faded fate pearl wasn't a supreme treasure but an evil object. Little Sovereign woke up from his trance and subconsciously replied, let's go. Wait. Don't worry. He furrowed his brow and began to think seriously. Zhou Xuanji's blood ran cold when he saw his reaction. The faded fate pearl could really make them lose their way. Even someone as strong as Little Sovereign would be the same. He immediately raised this question. The Thunder Alliance wasn't important right now. The key was how to deal with the faded fate pearl. Little Sovereign furrowed his brow after hearing this. His soul slightly trembled as he muttered, damn, it's okay if I didn't say it, but now. He also began to feel afraid. If the enemy attacked without anyone knowing and they were addicted to the faded fate pearl, wouldn't that be the end of them? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He looked at the faded fate pearl with fear in his eyes. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a perfect treasure in this world. The better it is, the more dangerous it is, he muttered to himself. His expression was full of vigilance. Zhou Xuanji squeezed hard, trying to crush the faded fate pearl. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't crush the faded fate pearl. Little Sovereign took a deep breath and said, "It seems that we need to find Rainbow Qin Saint Lord. Only an existence like him can understand the mysteries of the faded fate pearl." Zhou Xuanji asked, "If Rainbow Qin Saint Lord is also deceived, wouldn't it be a disaster?" Little Sovereign glared at him and snorted, "You can't imagine how powerful a Saint Lord is. If this pearl was really that terrifying, the Kunlun Origin Court would have long perished." Zhou Xuanji felt that it made sense. He then put away the faded fate pearl and prepared to leave the Absolute Time Realm. Chapter 909. After leaving the Absolute Time Realm carefully, Zhou Xuanji was not attacked by the jade-eyed Yamatoutai again. He took Little Sovereign and moved forward at full speed. In the future, he no longer took out the faded fortune pearl and regarded it as a taboo. Under the guidance of Little Sovereign, he passed through many planes and got closer and closer to the Thunder Alliance. Without the faded fate bead to attract their attention, Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign felt very uncomfortable at first. But after they got used to it, they felt relaxed. "It's better now. I almost fell into their trap. Just thinking about it gives me some lingering fear." Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. It was he who instigated Zhou Xuanji to get the faded fortune pearl. Therefore, he felt ashamed about it. He secretly warned himself to never relax his vigilance. No wonder the faded fate pearl could stay there for so many years without being taken away. Its terror was not inferior to that of the blood bead black staff. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How far is the Thunder Alliance?" As a great supreme of the Second Court, he was already far stronger than before. Even at full speed, he still could not see the shadow of the Thunder Alliance. "Soon," Little Sovereign said perfunctorily. The endless universe was vast. In the past, he had found the Thunder Alliance by accident. Zhou Xuanji frowned but did not ask further. 10 years later, Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign came to a strange universe full of space-time vortexes. These space-time vortexes varied in size. They were like eyes staring at them from all directions. This is close to the 10,000 Domain Demon Lair. The 10,000 Domain Demon Lair is huge, and there are many forces stationed around it. There are dozens of sacred grounds like the Thunder Alliance, but the Thunder Alliance is the most famous and has the longest history. Little Sovereign stared ahead and said leisurely. Without the jade-eyed Yamatoutai chasing after them, their journey was very easy. They didn't even encounter a Grand Supreme. Zhou Xuanji could already sense an aura that made him feel uneasy. It was similar to demonic might, but it was more profound and unfathomable than any demonic might he had ever seen. The Myriad Domain Demon Lair was a place where demons from billions of planes gathered. Countless demon bones were buried there. In the endless universe, the Myriad Domain Demon Lair was also known as the ancestral grave of the demon race. Little Sovereign began to tell him about the legend of the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. The birth of the Myriad Domain Demon Lair was extremely long ago. It could be traced back to the era of the primeval sovereigns. The primeval era was an incomparably resplendent era in the boundless universe. At that time, the primeval era dominated the boundless universe, and countless heroes emerged one after another, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. It was said that the current Grand Supremes would be cannon fodder in the primeval era. The primeval era was a legend that was passed down by all living beings in the boundless universe. Countless cultivators took this as their goal and advanced wave after wave, hoping to create a new golden age just like the primeval era. It was rumored that the Myriad Domain Demon Lair was once a battlefield. The ancient demon race challenged the ancient venerables, but they were all annihilated. Their resentment did not dissipate, and now it had become a fiendish domain. Even Grand Supremes would encounter misfortune if they entered its range. Listening to Little Sovereign's narration, Zhou Xuanji also became very interested in the Prime Sovereign era. By the way, legend has it that Gu Zun also loved using swords. His sword was said to be the strongest in history. Little Sovereign suddenly thought of something and said meaningfully. Zhou Xuanji was determined to become the only sword emperor in history. If Gu Zun was still alive, he would definitely challenge him. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, Ancient Sovereign, Sovereign Heaven, and Ancient Absolute Genius, who is the most powerful? Little Sovereign rolled his eyes at him and snappily said, do you still need to ask? Can Cardinal Heaven and Ancient Peerless Geniuses create their own era? Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. It seemed that no one in the endless universe could compare to Gu Zun, at least on the surface. Could it be that Gu Zun had mastered a sovereign's opportunity? After all, legend had it that if one had a sovereign's opportunity, they could dominate the endless universe. All grand sovereigns would have to obey their orders. Another half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji finally came to the Thunder Alliance's territory. The Thunder Alliance was very big and was made up of dozens of universes. There were countless living beings here, and there were countless floating islands. There were also massive cities that were as majestic as the sun. There were no guards in the Thunder Alliance. Any creature could enter and exit freely. Even so, Zhou Xuanji didn't see any fighting scenes when he scanned with his divine will. It seemed that there was some kind of extremely powerful force restricting the creatures here. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew toward a giant city ahead. Little Sovereign was still floating behind Zhou Xuanji. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. In the endless universe, he wasn't a big shot. He wouldn't cause any disputes. I haven't been here for a long time. I really miss it. Many great sovereigns indulge in this place. You have to take it easy, Little Sovereign said with a faint smile. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow upon hearing Little Sovereign's words. Looking at his smile, he was probably talking about some brothels. Soon, Zhou Xuanji entered the city with Little Sovereign. After landing, he strolled forward while glancing at both sides of the street. Not all the creatures here were great sovereigns. But the weakest was at the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm. There were all kinds of races. Even if they didn't speak the same language, their souls were powerful enough to understand each other. There were no stalls on both sides of the street. There were only overlapping pavilions selling all kinds of treasures. Zhou Xuanji felt the aura of hundreds of great sovereigns before he even took 10 steps. He sighed in his heart. Great sovereigns are really everywhere. A man in a blue robe quickly walked over from the front. He had 4 eyes but didn't look strange at all. On the contrary, he looked very handsome. He walked up to Zhou Xuanji and bowed. Senior, you must be the Sword Emperor, right? My Saint Lord sent me to meet you. Rainbow Qin Saint Lord. Zhou Xuanji was puzzled. Although Rainbow Qin Saint Lord had invited him before, he didn't expect Rainbow Qin Saint Lord to give him so much face. He even sent someone to pick him up immediately. Could it be that Rainbow Qin Saint Lord is plotting something? He couldn't help but be vigilant. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, please lead the way. The man in the blue robe shook his head with a smile before flying into the depths of the universe with Zhou Xuanji. After flying over one giant city after another, about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn had passed. Zhou Xuanji saw a giant golden tower standing in the clouds. It was surrounded by giant cities in all directions. It looked incomparably magnificent. At the top of the giant golden tower was a fire phoenix with a wingspan of hundreds of millions of feet. It looked like a sun hanging high above, overlooking all living beings in the universe. The man in the blue robe led Zhou Xuanji to the gate below the giant tower. He respectfully said, you can go in directly. Follow the sound of the guqin. The Saint Lord is waiting for you at the end of the sound. Zhou Xuanji nodded before pushing the door and entering. The inside was resplendent with gold and jade. An endless path appeared before his eyes. The walls on both sides were engraved with different portraits. They seemed to be recording some historical events. They were emanating a boundless aura. These murals have extremely powerful artistic conception. If you can keep comprehending them, it will be of great help to your cultivation, little sovereign exclaimed. He was even more in awe of Rainbow Qin Saint Lord. Zhou Xuanji heard the sound of the guqin coming from the front. It was very weak, but it had a penetrating power that made his heart ripple. He immediately walked forward. As he walked forward, the sound of the guqin grew louder and louder. The atmosphere also changed. Chapter 9-10. The sound of the zither was chilling. With every step Zhou Xuanji took, he felt an additional sound of the zither. After 100 steps, he felt hundreds of zither players playing at the same time. The sound of the zither was giving off a mighty pressure that was constantly increasing. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. Hong Qin Saint Lord wanted to test him. Little Sovereign curled his lips. His awe of Hong Qin Saint Lord had diminished. In his opinion, Hong Qin Saint Lord didn't need to do this given his status. After all, Hong Qin Saint Lord invited Zhou Xuanji to be a guest. But he still wanted to test him. Wasn't this bullying the weak and losing the demeanor of his ancestor? Zhou Xuanji didn't notice Little Sovereign's emotions. He began sprinting forward. He quickly came to the end of the corridor. In front of him was a golden spiral staircase. He looked up but couldn't see the top. He leaped up and quickly rushed to the top of the tower. In less than 2 breaths, he rushed into a corridor at the top of the tower. He looked ahead and saw Hong Qin Saint Lord at a glance. Hong Qin Saint Lord was sitting on a piece of red cloth, playing the zither. In front of him was a pool. The surface of the pool reflected the scenes of the cities of the Thunder Alliance. Zhou Xuanji walked up to the pool and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Saint Lord. Thank you for your help that day." Hong Qin Saint Lord looked up at him and said with a smile, "No need to thank me. After all, I used to be the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then began thinking about how to tell him about the Fated Pearl. He wanted Hong Qin Saint Lord to see what secrets were hidden in the Fated Pearl. Apart from dealing with the 9 absolutes of Qilin, the more important task is to stop the resurrection of Cardinal Heaven. Cardinal Heaven deliberately left this legend of opportunity to make everyone crazy. In fact, he wants to resurrect himself. With his ability, the 9 absolutes of Qilin can't control him at all, Hong Qin Saint Lord continued. Hong Qin Saint Monarch continued. His eyes were so deep that no one could tell what he was thinking. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He asked in surprise, "Why do you want to stop the resurrection of Cardinal Heaven?" Cardinal Heaven was also the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. He could be regarded as his ancestor. He was also a sovereign now. If there was no special reason, he wouldn't want to kill his ancestor for no reason. That's because Cardinal Heaven's ambition was too great. He wanted to surpass Guzun, but his methods were too iron-blooded and would bring disaster to all living beings. Back then, when he fell, he provoked countless enemies. I was one of them. Although we were dissatisfied with his tyranny, he had indeed contributed greatly to the boundless universe. So, we wiped away all of his dark history and only left behind his invincible legend. Hong Qin Saint Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji and said seriously. In the endless universe, there were many fanatical believers of the Cardinal Heavens. He wanted to see through Zhou Xuanji. Would this guy be fanatical about Cardinal Heaven? Fortunately, the expression in Zhou Xuanji's eyes did not change too much, just a little. Hong Qin Saint Lord could understand. After all, a Cardinal Heaven expert was Zhou Xuanji's senior. Moreover, he had no obligation to bear this responsibility. If you agree, I'll satisfy one of your requests. Anything is fine. Hong Qin Saint Monarch smiled. His expression was amiable, no longer giving off that oppressive feeling. Of course, you can also refuse. I'm not forcing you. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled when he heard this. He was weighing the pros and cons doing so might offend a Cardinal Heaven expert. If he succeeded in suppressing a Cardinal Heaven expert, it would be fine. But if a Cardinal Heaven expert was resurrected, he would definitely become the #1 target for revenge. If he was stopped by a nameless junior, he would definitely explode in anger. Hong Qin Saint Lord stopping a Cardinal Heaven expert was understandable. After all, Hong Qin Saint Lord's reputation was ridiculously high. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, "Why do you need me?" He needed an answer. Hong Qin Saint Monarch replied, "Because you're weak, you won't raise his guard. However, your strength surpasses your realm, and you'll be able to catch him off guard and deal him a fatal blow. I'll restrain him head-on with the other great experts." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow upon hearing this. Why is this opportunity so similar to Jiang Feili's plan? Is he that weak? Zhou Xuanji was a little speechless. He glanced at Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign's face turned solemn. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Seeing this, Hong Qin Saint Lord smiled. He curiously asked, "I still remember you. Back then, you were very similar to the Sword Emperor. But you were more high-spirited. If you really want to talk about who you are like, it's the Sovereign Heaven path." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. The Sovereign Heaven path. He glanced at Little Sovereign, only to see him smiling awkwardly. The Sovereign Heaven path is overbearing. Could it be that Little Sovereign was also overbearing in the past? Didn't he love to cultivate geniuses without asking where they came from? Zhou Xuanji no longer thought about it. He looked at Hong Qin Saint Lord and said, "I can promise you, but I have a treasure. I want you to help me identify it and help me comprehend this treasure." Hong Qin Saint Lord nodded. He even felt a little surprised. Everything he had learned was a great treasure. Couldn't it be compared to an artifact? Zhou Xuanji took out the faded pearl. Hong Qin Saint Lord glanced at it but didn't pay much attention to it. The next second, his eyes suddenly fell on the faded pearl. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. Little Sovereign didn't interrupt either. After a long while, Hong Qin Saint Lord asked with a complicated expression, "I didn't expect you to find this treasure." Obviously, he knew about the faded pearl. What is the origin of this pearl? How long has it existed? Asked Little Sovereign. Now, when he looked at the faded pearl again, his eyes were filled with fear. Hong Qin Saint Lord replied faintly, "The origin of this pearl is extraordinary. It has existed since the birth of the Kunlun Origin Court. Some sages speculated that it created the Kunlun Origin Court. No matter how high one's cultivation is, they will be attracted to it and unable to extricate themselves. No matter how evil the power is, it will suppress it." Strange, how did you get this treasure? It didn't resist you? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and replied, "It didn't resist when I grabbed it." Little Sovereign rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Hong Qin Saint Lord sighed and said, "It seems that it has chosen you. I can't help you with this because it is an existence that even I can't see through. Change your request." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. What is this? If even Hong Qin Saint Lord can't see through the faded pearl, who should I look for? The time is not right. One day, it will open up to you. All you need to do is wait. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't play with it if you have nothing to do, Hong Qin Saint Lord said meaningfully. Zhou Xuanji had no choice but to take back the faded pearl. Little Sovereign gave him a look and said telepathically, "In that case, learn the Divine Rainbow Monarch Dao from him." Divine Rainbow Monarch Dao? What's that? Zhou Xuanji was confused, but he still made this request honestly. Hong Qin Saint Lord burst into laughter and said, "I have been waiting for you to say this. It seems that you are not knowledgeable enough. You need someone to guide you." Zhou Xuanji smiled awkwardly. He was even more interested in the Divine Rainbow Monarch Dao. "In that case, you will stay here and learn the Divine Rainbow Monarch Dao. When you reach the first level, I will let you out. If you can't do it, don't think about leaving." Hong Qin Saint Lord's expression turned serious. Zhou Xuanji looked confident and not worried at all. Chapter 9:11. Sit down. Zhou Xuanji nodded and sat down as well. Little Sovereign looked curious as he waited for Hong Qin Holy Monarch to preach. Hong Qin Saint Monarch glanced at him and smiled, "Don't look at indecent things." Little Supreme Being felt as if he had been hit in the head and instantly returned to the Lesser Supreme Sword. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji could only put the Lesser Supreme Sword into the Supreme Storage and wait for Hong Qin Saint Lord to preach. The Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao is a supreme sacred art that I created. It requires a firm heart. If one's will isn't firm, they won't be able to unleash the power of this Dao. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with an incredibly sharp gaze. He looked elegant and dignified, but he could always subconsciously give off a powerful aura that made Zhou Xuanji's scalp numb. Zhou Xuanji did not know if Hong Qin Saint Lord was doing this on purpose or if it was just an accident. Thereafter, Hong Qin Sage Monarch started to explain the sacred Rainbow Sage Monarch's way. Zhou Xuanji listened earnestly. Several years passed just like that. During this period of time, he and Hong Qin Saint Monarch did not move from their positions at all. They only moved their mouths and eyes. By the pool, Hong Qin Saint Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Do you understand?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and replied, "I roughly understand." He slowly stood up and prepared to find a quiet place to comprehend alone. "Just cultivate in front of me. There's no need to care about me." Hong Qin Saint Monarch called out to him with a thought-provoking expression. Zhou Xuanji did not retort and sat down again, closing his eyes and cultivating. The Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao was a type of will sacred art. It could continuously temper one's will, allowing one's cultivation to erupt in a short period of time. This kind of explosion would not harm the physical body or soul, and was extremely powerful. It could even influence the will of others. Currently, Zhou Xuanji had only learned the first level of cultivation, and he began to comprehend it seriously. In his opinion, the Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao was the pinnacle of a sword master's dominance. He was extremely interested in this divine ability. If he used the sword Dao to establish the divine Rainbow Monarch Dao, then wouldn't he be able to make all the swords in the boundless universe respect him? What a bold idea! Even if he managed to cultivate the first level of the Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao, he wouldn't be able to do it. But he dared to dream. As he began to cultivate, his swordsmanship appeared, as if countless silver stars were circling around him. Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch smiled in satisfaction and thought to himself, "This kid's talent is indeed extraordinary." He actually directly understood the true essence of the Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao. He is truly an exceptional genius. At this moment, a ray of red light flew out from Zhou Xuanji's head. It was the Fated Pearl. The Fated Fate Pearl covered Zhou Xuanji and red light shone on Hong Qin Saint Lord's face. His eyes widened in shock. "This pearl, how could it be?" Hong Qin Saint Monarch frowned and murmured. His gaze became complicated. He suddenly had expectations for Zhou Xuanji. How long would it take for this kid to master the Monarch Rainbow Dao? Inside a pavilion, Yang Di was drinking wine when a man in golden clothes appeared beside him. He knelt down on one knee and cupped his fists as he said, "Your Majesty, the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji has come to the Thunder Alliance, but he was taken away by the Saints' people." Sage. Sunlight Emperor narrowed his eyes and murmured, "It seems that the sage has chosen him." He sighed with mixed feelings. He sighed to himself. "Zhou Xuanji, oh Zhou Xuanji. Why are you able to encounter great opportunities wherever you go? Your Majesty, do you still need me to wait for him to appear?" The golden-robed man asked. Sunlight Emperor nodded and waved his hand, "Go. Remember, do not offend the Sage Tower. Otherwise, I will not be able to protect you." The golden-robed man left immediately. Sunlight Emperor continued to think. He flipped his right hand, and a golden dove appeared. It flapped its wings and flew out of the window. He then looked out of the window and said to himself, "Qilin 9 Absolutes. Even the sage wants to deal with you. It'll be hard for you not to die." The Thunder Alliance was vast. There was a world here, and there were undercurrents. The news about Hong Qin Saint Monarch taking in a disciple spread quickly. Hong Qin Saint Monarch was one of the most powerful cultivators in the Thunder Alliance. His sage tower attracted a lot of attention. That day, Many people saw Zhou Xuanji enter the Sage Tower and did not come out again. If this wasn't taking in a disciple, what was? If Hongqin Saint Monarch wanted to harm Zhou Xuanji, he would not dare to lure Zhou Xuanji into the tower in front of everyone. Soon, all factions began to dig into Zhou Xuanji's background. A powerful cultivator divined that Zhou Xuanji came from the Kunlun Origin Court and was the current sovereign of the Origin Court. When this news came out, it completely shocked the Thunder Alliance. Hongqin Saint Monarch was once the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. This further proved that Zhou Xuanji was Hongqin Saint Monarch's disciple. Hongqin Saint Monarch never took in disciples. Zhou Xuanji would be the first. All the giant cities were talking about this. In one of the inns, people were drinking and talking about this. TSK, I didn't expect the Saint Monarch to take in a disciple. So, the legendary decisive battle is coming? That's right. Gu Tianlin's name has already shaken tens of thousands of domains. How can Zhou Xuanji fight him? Believe in the Saint Monarch. His eyes are definitely ruthless. But how long will this unprecedented decisive battle take place? Back then, when Gu Tianlin was rejected by the Saint Monarch, he swore that he would kill every disciple the Saint Monarch took in. Gu Tianlin seems to be coming to the Thunder Alliance soon. In a corner of the inn, a woman was shaking a jade cup alone. It was Shen Nianxing. Hearing the discussions around her, she said in amazement, "That guy really causes a commotion wherever he goes. I like it." She smiled and got up to leave. While the outside world was in chaos, Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating. He didn't know that he had become the focus of the Thunder Alliance. He didn't open his eyes. He was in a wonderful state. The sword's way was transforming. The sword's way, the sword that ruled everything. Not only the sword, but he wanted to rule everything. His will began to transform toward the divine rainbow monarch Dao. So fast? Hongqin Saint Lord said in amazement. His gaze fell on the faded pearl above Zhou Xuanji's head. The faded pearl gave off strands of red light that surrounded Zhou Xuanji like a river. It made him look so sacred and majestic. Hongqin Saint Lord fell into a daze as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Another long period of time passed. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. The faded pearl quickly disappeared into his body, and the surrounding red light dissipated as well. He looked at Hongqin Saint Lord and asked, "Saint Lord, did I succeed?" Hongqin Saint Lord nodded and said calmly, "You have great serendipity. You succeeded." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. He only smiled calmly. "What about the cultivation method after that?" he asked. He couldn't wait to continue cultivating the second and third levels. He was fascinated by the power of the divine rainbow monarch Dao. That's all. The divine rainbow monarch Dao has countless levels, but only one can be cultivated, Hongqin Saint Lord replied with a meaningful smile. Zhou Xuanji understood immediately. Hongqin Saint Lord was telling him that he should create his own divine rainbow monarch Dao. After you leave, you must be careful. There is a cause and effect. You have cultivated my divine rainbow monarch Dao, which is equivalent to half a disciple of mine. You must bear this karma, Hongqin Saint Lord said with narrowed eyes. Chapter 9:12. Bear the karma? Zhou Xuanji frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "Saint, I didn't learn your Saint Rainbow Monarch way for nothing. I'm going to help you deal with Cardinal Heaven Saints, and yet you're saying this now. Aren't you digging a trap for me?" Hongqin Saint Monarch shook his head and said with a smile, "How can you say that? This is also your fortuitous encounter. After you leave, you can choose whether or not you want to accept this karma. If you refuse, the fortuitous encounter will leave. It's all up to you." Zhou Xuanji did not believe him. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Rainbow Qin Saint Lord waved his right hand and sent him out. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the Saint Tower's gate with a deep frown. At this moment, he suddenly felt countless divine wills sweeping past him from all directions. He turned around and saw that this part of the universe was vast and boundless. In the distance, giant cities stood in great numbers, and countless living beings came and went. Everything looked so prosperous and harmonious, exactly the same as what he had seen before. However, at that time, he had not been the focus of so many divine wills. What happened? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow in confusion. Could this be the cause and effect that Hongqin Saint Monarch mentioned? He scanned his surroundings and flew toward a nearby city. As soon as he entered the city, he quickly found an inn to stay in. During this time, there were still many divine senses locked onto him. In the Thunder Alliance, there were many people whose cultivation surpassed his. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and asked Little Supreme Sword why it was like this. Wait! I suddenly remember. Little Sovereign's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Cold sweat began to overflow from his forehead. Seeing how nervous he was, Zhou Xuanji felt even more confused. It still related to that Gu Tianlin. When Gu Tianlin was young, he was peerlessly talented and considered himself to be extraordinary. He once wanted to become the disciple of the Holy Sage, but was rejected by the Holy Sage. Deeply humiliated, he swore an oath that if the Holy Sage dared to accept a disciple, he would kill the disciple. Before I died, one of the Holy Sage's disciples was brutally killed by Gu Tianlin. Moreover, it wasn't a sneak attack, but a challenge. He killed him in front of everyone. He believed in Zhou Xuanji's talent, but what kind of person was Gu Tianlin? Gu Tianlin had been cultivating longer than him. How could Zhou Xuanji fight against him? Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "The saint doesn't hate you? Or is it that Gu Tianlin is so powerful that even the great sage is afraid of him? Or could it be that Gu Tianlin's father, the peerless genius of the ancient times, was still alive?" Little Sovereign glared at him and disdainfully said, "This is an open and above-board battle. Life and death are up to fate. How can a highly respected expert like the sage take action?" Zhou Xuanji could not help but shake his head and said in a low voice, "You want to save face and suffer." Gu Tianlin was obviously targeting Hongqin Great Sage. What was the point of talking about morality at this time? Don't worry about it too much. I reckon that the outside world has already regarded you as the Holy Sage's disciple. Gu Tianlin has his eyes on you and will definitely not let you off. Little Sovereign said with a dignified expression. Just the jade-eyed Yama Taotai alone was enough to make them tremble in fear, let alone Gu Tianlin. Zhou Xuanji sat in front of the table and poured wine for himself. "Since it's like this, let's wait for him to come," he said calmly. He already understood sacred monarch Hongqin's intentions. To him, Gu Tianlin was both a crisis and an opportunity. He had just arrived, and if he could defeat Gu Tianlin, he would truly be the disciple of the Hongqin sage. At the same time, his reputation would skyrocket. In the future, when he led the Kunlun Origin Court to the boundless universe, everyone would definitely give him face. At that time, the Kunlun Origin Court would completely soar. Thinking of this, Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned sharp. Little Sovereign understood what he was thinking and frantically said, "Brother, don't think too highly of yourself. You are not Gu Tianlin's opponent at all. Even Jiang Fei couldn't compare to Gu Tianlin's strength." "I know, but doesn't Gu Tianlin like to fight? In other words, the battle won't come too soon." "I can stall for time," Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. After learning the Holy Rainbow Monarch way, he really wanted to see how powerful he was. However, Gu Tianlin wasn't a good opponent for the time being. Right now, he just wanted to fight the Qilin 9 Absolutes as soon as possible. At the same time, he also wanted to know who made the Qilin 9 Absolutes issue the Universe Kill Order. That guy shouldn't even think about living. Little Sovereign began to ponder. After a while, the door was knocked. Zhou Xuanji said without looking back, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Yang Di stepped in. He said with a smile, "Sword Emperor, you are really amazing. You have just arrived and you have already stirred up a storm in the Thunder Alliance. Now, everyone in the outside world is talking about you." He sat on the stool next to Zhou Xuanji and picked up the wine pot. He didn't treat Zhou Xuanji as an outsider at all. Since you already know, you still dare to come to me. Aren't you afraid of offending Gu Tianlin? Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. He looked at Yang Di curiously. Is the soul really in Yang Di's body? Yang Di smiled confidently and said, Gu Tianlin is looking for you, not me. He is proud and aloof. He cares about his face the most. How can he kill the innocent? Besides, Gu Tianlin also wants to deal with the Qilin 9 absolutes. Before that, he will not cause trouble for you. Zhou Xuanji was surprised. Gu Tianlin also wants to deal with the Qilin 9 absolutes? Previously, he guessed that Gu Tianlin had something to do with the Qilin 9 absolutes. That was why he sent the jade-eyed Yama Tao Tai to deal with him. This is what happened. Since the establishment of the Qilin 9 absolutes, they have issued the Universe Kill Order and accepted hunting missions everywhere. They have provoked countless enemies. One of Gu Tianlin's illegitimate descendants was also attacked by the Qilin 9 absolutes. This has become Gu Tianlin's biggest joke. As long as the Qilin 9 absolutes are not destroyed, it will be difficult for him to quell his anger. Zhou Xuanji shook his head after listening to Yang Di's explanation. Why are there still so many powerful cultivators who care about their face in the endless universe? The Qilin 9 absolutes didn't care about their reputation. That's why they have such momentum today. Why did you come to me? Zhou Xuanji asked, changing the topic. He couldn't wait to deal with the Qilin 9 absolutes. The corner of Yang Di's mouth rose as he said, Get ready. The Qilin 9 absolutes have already rushed to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. They are gathering their minions. They have already caused a lot of turmoil. Everyone thinks that they just want to kill their way in to find the sovereign's opportunity. Little do they know that their real goal is the sovereign heaven. Therefore, they didn't hide their actions. It is said that the martial dragon ape sovereign has been captured by them. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he gripped his wine glass tightly. Martial dragon ape sovereign? TSK, the Qilin 9 absolutes are already this strong? Little sovereign sighed. He had obviously heard of the martial dragon ape sovereign. Zhou Xuanji wasn't interested in the martial dragon ape sovereign. He asked, when can we leave? Yang Di replied, we have to leave in half a year at the latest. This is also the reason why the saint released you. Half a year. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He didn't expect the Qilin 9 absolutes to move so quickly. He originally thought that the Qilin 9 absolutes would take some time to prepare. Okay, you get ready first. I also need to find other helpers. Yang Di got up and left after saying this. Chapter 9:13. Half a year was very short in the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji did not cultivate but wandered around the Thunder Alliance. Occasionally, he would buy things that he was interested in. The common currency in the endless universe was the Supreme Crystal. Supreme Crystals were produced by Supreme Divine Power, and required special methods to refine them into pure energy crystals that could be used by other creatures to cultivate. In the Thunder Alliance, every single Supreme Crystal had to be inspected before it could be used to trade for treasures. Apart from that, one could also use treasures and divine abilities to exchange for Supreme Crystals. Zhou Xuanji's Supreme Storage had plenty of artifacts, natural treasures, and cultivation techniques. He did not need to consume his own sovereign divine power at all. On this day, Sunlight Emperor found Zhou Xuanji and prepared to bring him to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. Zhou Xuanji hesitated and asked in his heart, should I contact the saint? Little Sovereign replied, don't worry. How could he not know? That's right. Zhou Xuanji immediately felt relieved. Holding the Lesser Supreme Sword in his hand, he flew out of the Thunder Alliance's domain with Yang Di. Hundreds of figures were floating in the dark void in front of them. All of them were great sovereigns, and half of them were great sovereigns that he couldn't see through. Sunlight Emperor, you are finally here. A Grand Supreme said with a smile. The other Grand Supreme also looked at Sunlight Emperor. Their gazes fell on Zhou Xuanji. In an instant, nearly half of the Grand Sovereign's faces changed. Sword Emperor. The disciple of Hong Qin Sage Monarch. Zhou Xuanji understood their expressions and felt a little helpless in his heart. Even though Hong Qin's Saint Lord was highly respected and had unfathomable cultivation, Zhou Xuanji no longer wanted to take him as his teacher. He did not need a master. Even without the divine rainbow monarch Dao, he could still become stronger. After exchanging some pleasantries, the group continued moving forward. Zhou Xuanji received a lot of eager attention. He didn't put on airs in front of these great sovereigns and chatted happily with them. The Thunder Alliance was at the edge of the 10,000 domain demon lair. After flying for a short while, they could see the majestic scene of the 10,000 domain demon lair from afar. It was as if a huge black mouth was hanging in front of him, and its edges were suffused with red clouds. It was extremely bewitching. Myriad Domain Devil Nest, Supreme Being Graveyard. Since ancient times, how many heroes have died here? Sunlight Emperor sighed with a complicated look. But Zhou Xuanji saw a face flash across his eyes. It was extremely horrifying, but it disappeared in an instant. What should we do? Should we force our way through or hide? A girl asked. All the supreme beings gathered here had a blood feud with the Qilin 9 Absolutes. Her Dao companion had been killed by the 9 Absolutes of the Qilin, and her soul had even been refined into an elixir. At the mention of the 9 Absolutes of the Qilin, her gaze was incomparably vicious. Sunlight Emperor pondered and said, "Let's hide first. The 9 killers of Qilin have been loitering at the edge of the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. I'm afraid their target is not the supreme opportunity. Let's see the situation clearly before we make a move. This time, it's not just us who are dealing with the 9 killers of Qilin." He did not reveal the true purpose of the 9 Absolutes of the Qilin. If other people knew that a Cardinal Heaven expert could control it, there would be a huge uproar. After that, Sunlight Emperor took out a stone and put everyone in it. Then he held the stone and flew forward. Zhou Xuanji came to a dark space. He and the other great sovereigns landed on a floating island and waited quietly. Before the battle, everyone stopped chatting and adjusted their state, ready to fight at any time. Zhou Xuanji walked to an empty corner with the lesser supreme sword in his hand. He leaned against a rock and asked in his heart, "Did you notice it just now? Well, that guy's soul is indeed still there. The soul fusion inheritance is just a cover. Looking at his face, I estimate that it won't be long before Sunlight Emperor's body will be seized. This process is irreversible unless Sunlight Emperor is killed." Little Supreme replied with a solemn tone. He was afraid of the soul in Sunlight Emperor's body. He can perfectly use the soul fusion inheritance and hide his soul. I'm afraid his origin is more terrifying than I thought. After dealing with the 9 Absolutes of the Qilin, you must stay away from Sunlight Emperor as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble, Little Sovereign reminded. Little Sovereign, fearing that Zhou Xuanji would stir up trouble again. Zhou Xuanji snorted in his heart, "I'm not that bored. After dealing with the 9 Absolutes of the Qilin, I still have to face Gu Tianlin. Although he and Sunlight Emperor were old friends, they weren't so close that they would risk their lives for each other. This cooperation was only because the two had a common goal. But then again, what was the hatred between Sunlight Emperor and the 9 Absolutes of the Qilin? Did he really just want revenge? Zhou Xuanji was very doubtful about this. Every time Sunlight Emperor mentioned the 9 Absolutes of the Qilin, it was more playful than murderous. On the other side, Sunlight Emperor flew straight toward the 10,000 territories Devil Lair. His body radiated a dazzling golden light, like a sun, traversing the void. After flying for a long time, he finally saw the giant ship of the 9 Absolutes of the Qilin. From a distance, it looked like a giant beast crawling in the void. Ancient desolation of the Qilin, long time no see. Sunlight Emperor flew toward him and shouted in a loud voice. As soon as he finished speaking, streams of black saber chi swept over with great momentum, intending to cut him into ashes. The golden light on his body suddenly surged, counteracting all the black saber chi. He smiled contemptuously and said, "What? You 9 absolutes of the Qilin are so afraid of me? If you don't let me finish, you will attack. Facing the 9 absolutes of the Qilin, his eyes were sharp. His hands and his sleeves were clenched into fists. He was obviously very vigilant. Who are you? We have met before, but I can't remember your name. Ancient Desolation's voice floated over. The Qilin Ancient Desolation's voice floated over, its tone hesitant. Sunlight Emperor wasn't worthy of his attention. In this regard, Sunlight Emperor wasn't angry. He smiled and said, I know your plan. I can help you awaken the cardinal heaven. As soon as he said this, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Sunlight Emperor. It was the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin. He stretched out his hand, trying to grab Sunlight Emperor's neck. Sunlight Emperor's body flashed and turned into countless shadows, dodging his hand. The Ancient Desolation of the Qilin cried out in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this guy dodge him? That is, the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin squinted his eyes. Seeing the face in Sunlight Emperor's eyes, he immediately thought of something and smiled weirdly. Looking down at the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin, Sunlight Emperor said, I am from the Kunlun Origin Court. If you attack again, I will not help you. I will help others to awaken the cardinal heaven. His face was cold. He was trying his best to restrain the murderous intent in his heart. This guy is too presumptuous. He didn't take me seriously at all. The Ancient Desolation of the Qilin asked with a faint smile, how can you help me? Sunlight Emperor snorted coldly, Jianghu has already told Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji about your plan. And in order to deal with Jianghu, Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji told all the sovereigns of the Kunlun Origin Court. Do you understand your situation now? Having heard this, the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin's expression changed drastically. Although he was confident, he wasn't so confident that he was invincible. The thought of some powerful cultivators from the Kunlun Origin Court made him shudder. No wonder he had been feeling uneasy recently. Then how do you want to help me? The Ancient Desolation of the Qilin asked coldly, staring into Sunlight Emperor's eyes. Chapter 9:14. Sunlight Emperor transmitted his voice to Ancient Desolation. He was confident that Ancient Desolation would agree. Just as expected. Ancient Desolation's eyes flickered when he heard this. The atmosphere was silent. The surrounding void was frozen. In the distance, the 8 ultimate Qilin stood on the deck and looked at Sunlight Emperor with different expressions. After a while, Ancient Desolation looked up at Sunlight Emperor and said, okay, follow me. He turned around and flew toward the giant ship. Sunlight Emperor followed closely behind. And just like that, Sunlight Emperor entered the giant ship. He projected his vision into the world inside the stone so that everyone could see it. TSK, what did Sunlight Emperor say to Ancient Desolation? He dared to let us see it. It must be something important. Didn't he say to hide? Why did he go up himself? What did he say to make Ancient Desolation trust him? Ancient Desolation is famous for being suspicious. I think we still have to be careful of him. The great sovereigns discussed and became vigilant against Sunlight Emperor. Zhou Xuanji was also confused. What did Sunlight Emperor say to Ancient Desolation? Under the lead of Ancient Desolation, Sunlight Emperor boarded the ship. The two walked into a pavilion and began talking about the past in the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. They did not mention Sovereign Heaven and Sovereign Serendipity. It seemed that Ancient Desolation did not completely trust his subordinates. The two chatted for a while before Ancient Desolation left, leaving Sunlight Emperor to rest alone. Sunlight Emperor did not enter the stone space where Zhou Xuanji and the others were, nor did he take them out. Instead, he cultivated quietly. Time passed just like that. About 4 years had passed. Qilin 9 absolutes began to move. The giant ship flew toward the darkness of the Myriad Domain Devil Lair and was soon swallowed by the darkness. Numerous black shadows appeared on the giant ship like ghosts. Qilin 9 absolutes stood on the deck, side by side, looking ahead. Big brother, do you feel it? Killing intent. The other Qilin 9 absolutes looked solemn too. They had sensed the dangerous aura a few years ago. But they could not defeat ancient desolation. Moreover, it would be more dangerous if they left alone. The Qilin 9 absolute strength was uneven. Ancient desolation was far more powerful than them. This was also the biggest reason why they relied on ancient desolation. For countless years, they had killed too many creatures and made countless enemies. Once they left ancient desolation, they would surely be killed. It's fine. Let's move forward. Qilin Gu Huang said with a calm expression. He did not panic in the slightest. His eyes were filled with passion. He couldn't wait to carry out his plan to revive a Cardinal Heaven expert. A majestic fog appeared in the darkness ahead. It was getting closer and closer like a sea of clouds. Take out the opportunity stone. The Qilin Ancient Desolation suddenly ordered. As his voice fell, countless opportunity stones flew out from the black shadows and floated above the giant ship. They were like billions of stars, emitting various colors of light, extremely resplendent. At the same time, the Grand Supremes in the stone space all stood up. Zhou Xuanji continued to meditate and looked up at Yang Di's vision. He asked in his heart, "Can you tell?" The Lesser Supreme Sword next to him trembled slightly, and Little Supreme Sword's voice entered his ears, "I can't see through him. His cultivation is still improving." 3 years ago, Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign noticed that Yang Di's cultivation was quietly improving. If not for the fact that Zhou Xuanji had learned the Saint Rainbow Lord Dao, he would not have noticed this. At the very least, the other Grand Sovereigns didn't notice it. This guy might have already used the power of the soul in his body. I just don't know if he is aware of the existence of the soul's consciousness, Little Sovereign sighed. Not only could he not see through Yang Di's cultivation, but he also couldn't see through this guy's intentions. The younger generation nowadays is really getting more and more extraordinary. Zhou Xuanji noticed that Yang Di had already gotten up and walked out of the pavilion. He then saw the vast sea of opportunity stones. He continued to ask in his heart, "Do you think he might have some other conspiracy?" Little Sovereign replied, "There must be. Be careful." The other Grand Sovereigns were also exhorting each other and exhorting each other. Not only do I have to be careful of the Qilin 9 absolutes, but I also have to be careful of Yang Di. Zhou Xuanji was inwardly surprised. Aren't they afraid that Yang Di will hear them? Yang Di has never explained anything. Could it be that he tacitly agrees? Let him out. The Qilin Ancient Desolation's voice interrupted Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. A black hole appeared above the giant ship, and a ferocious dragon head poked out. He had the body of an ape with exaggerated muscles. The black hair on his body swayed like flames. Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. He was even bigger than the black ship. He spread his arms, shaking the surrounding clouds. Break through. Qilin Ancient Desolation ordered. As his voice fell, Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign opened his bloody mouth. There was a loud bang. A blood-colored beam of light shot out from his mouth, directly shattering the dark space in front of him. The nearby spiritual chi poured into the hole in front of him as illusions emerged one after another. These illusions were all scenes of some powerful cultivators roaming the myriad domain devil lair. When they gathered together, it was like a blooming epiphyllum. It was extremely spectacular. Go in. Qilin Ancient Desolation waved his right hand. Countless opportunity stones turned into a river and poured into the hole in the space. In an instant, the opportunity stones exploded one after another, turning into endless powder. The Qilin 9 absolutes raised their hands in unison as a black flag appeared in their hands out of thin air. A blood-colored face was engraved on the flag. Only the outline could be seen, but the face couldn't be seen. Universe Overlord, show yourself. Qilin Ancient Desolation furiously roared. His robe fluttered in the wind, looking extremely domineering. Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign flew out of the black hole and slammed into the hole in the space, stepping into the opportunity stone powder. All the opportunity stone powder attached to his body, turning him into a body of light. The 9 black flags burst out with a blood-colored radiance, intertwining with each other before condensing into a blood-colored net of light that spread toward Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. Those flashing illusions also drilled into Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign's body. So that's how it is. Those are the memories of a cardinal heaven, Little Sovereign sighed. Little Sovereign sighed. He admired the ancient desolate Qilan's means. Zhou Xuanji was also seriously observing. He wanted to explore the mystery behind it. Qilan ancient desolation is really amazing. No matter how amazing he is, he still has to die. Who is the universe overlord? In all fairness, Qilan ancient desolation is indeed a peerless genius. No wonder he can develop the Qilan 9 absolutes to this point. What is he doing? Why does it feel like he is going to resurrect someone? The great sovereigns were in an uproar. Only now did they realize that something was wrong. Qilan 9 absolutes wasn't looking for a sovereign's opportunity but to resurrect an ancient powerful cultivator. Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign's figure began to change. His roar shook the myriad domain devil lair. He was in extreme pain. Just at this moment, a faint sound of a zither resounded. It sounded like an illusion under the roar of Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. Qilan Ancient Desolation's expression changed drastically. He murmured, "You really came." He immediately signaled the Qilan 8 absolutes to prepare for battle. Chapter 9:15. Hong Qin Sage. Not only ancient Qilan, but the other 8 absolutes also guessed the other party's identity. Their faces instantly turned ugly. They had guessed that enemies would come to disturb them, but they didn't expect the first to be Hong Qin Sage. Given Hong Qin Sage's identity and status, if he made a move, it would definitely attract more enemies, and the danger would be unthinkable. Damn it. What feud do we have with him? Sage has made a move. Looks like someone is targeting us. Be careful, there are other murderous intents. Once our plan succeeds, we won't have to be afraid of sages. With Big Brother here, sages are nothing. Ancient Qilan regained his calm after listening to his subordinates' discussion. He was the leader of the 9 absolutes, so how could he panic? He glanced at Martial Dragon Ape. Martial Dragon Ape's form had changed completely. He looked like an ancient demon god. Within the light, he had 6 arms, looking extremely ferocious. Especially his eyes, which shone with a green light that even the Opportunity Stone could not cover. Cardinal Heaven. The overlord of the universe was reviving. His aura rose steadily and was terrifyingly strong. At this moment, waves of peerlessly powerful auras erupted from all directions, surrounding the giant ship. Prepare to fight. A burly Qilan absolute roared. The black figures on the ship took out their magic treasures and prepared to fight. The experts who had been hiding for a long time appeared one after another. There were hundreds of them, all emitting tyrannical auras, causing the dark space of the myriad domain devil lair to ripple. Hong Qin Sage's music stopped abruptly. Ancient Qilan. It's time for our battle to continue. Li Yingyo's domineering laughter resounded throughout the myriad domain devil lair. He, who was burning with flames, walked towards Ancient Qilan step by step. Ancient Qilan flipped his right hand, and a blood blade appeared in his hand. The back of the blade was dyed with black patterns, and the front of the handle was like a ferocious tiger's head. The tiger's eyes were inlaid with 2 purple crystals, emitting an ominous glint. A bunch of rascals dare to stop me. Today, I will kill you one by one like the overlord of the universe and bury you in the myriad domain devil lair forever. Ancient Qilan laughed. As his voice fell, his aura suddenly exploded. All the supreme experts' expressions changed. A blood-red light shone in the myriad domain demon lair, and a violent saber chi raged in the dark void. The Grand Supremes used their divine abilities to defend themselves. The other Qilan 8 absolutes also made their moves, and a great battle broke out. Inside the spatial hole, Martial Dragon Ape Venerable was still roaring, but his voice was changing. His aura began to strengthen at an extremely fast speed, startling some great supreme beings into turning around to attack him. However, they were stopped by the Qilan 8 absolutes. The black silhouettes on the giant ship also attacked. Their cultivations weren't weak either. They flew quickly, and their speed was so fast that the eyes of the Grand Supremes couldn't keep up. The battlefield became chaotic. Sunlight Emperor stood in front of the railing and looked at the battlefield. He first looked at Ancient Desolation, then at Martial Dragon Ape. His expression became strange, and his smile was extremely cold. "Cardinal Heaven, you belong to me." He mumbled and leaped into the air, heading towards the Martial Dragon Ape. He walked at a steady pace, perhaps waiting for an opportunity. The Chilean Ancient Desolate's performance was very tyrannical. If he were to easily approach, he would definitely be attacked by the Chilean Ancient Desolate. Inside the stone space, Zhou Xuanji and the others were still waiting. Most of the great sovereigns were extremely anxious. Why hasn't Sunlight Emperor let us out yet? Yeah. Now is the best time for us to join the battle. I told you, he has ulterior motives. Wait, did you notice? There's an array here. I can't even force my way out. What? We are trapped. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but frown when he heard the cries of alarm around him. He used his divine will to touch the space and found that there was indeed some kind of power blocking them. What does this guy want? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did I trust Sunlight Emperor so easily? Little Sovereign's voice resounded in his ears. It seems that this guy is also plotting a Cardinal Heaven. He trapped you here. Could it be that he wants to use you as nutrients for the Cardinal Heaven? Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened after hearing this. He can't be so perverted. He looked up and saw that Sunlight Emperor was paying attention to the battle between the Chilean Ancient Desolate. Li Yingyu was indeed powerful. The flames on his body made Sunlight Emperor's vision fluctuate. He and Ancient Desolation, Chilean, clashed wildly. All kinds of divine abilities emerged one after another. It was extremely spectacular. No one dared to approach within 100 miles. Ancient Desolation, frowning, said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to advance by leaps and bounds." Li Yingyu burst into laughter. His laughter was incomparably wild. With a fierce look in his eyes, he said with a cold smile, "Today, I will return the humiliation and the blood feud from back then." Boom! The flames on his body soared as he swung his fists. Countless fire dragons soared into the sky, crashed into the ground, or circled around. All of them madly rushed toward Ancient Desolation from all directions. The surrounding great sovereigns were all frightened. They had no choice but to pull away from the battlefield. Even Zhou Xuanji and the others inside the stone space could feel the scorching heat. The scorching heat that penetrated through time and space. Li Yingyu's fire Dao had reached an incredible level. However, even though he was so powerful, he couldn't suppress Ancient Desolation. With Li Yingyu as a foil, Zhou Xuanji could truly understand how powerful Ancient Desolation was. No matter how Li Yingyu attacked, the Ancient Desolate Chilean's aura continued to grow. Wisps of blood chi and black chi overflowed from the surface of his body, condensing into a terrifying giant demon above his head. 2 Chileans crawled on his shoulders, roaring endlessly. You want to take revenge with such little strength? Ancient Desolation laughed mockingly. He waved his right hand, and the giant demon above his head flew out like lightning. It swallowed all the fire dragons and took Li Yingyu away. Li Yingyu was swallowed by the giant demon and was being ravaged by a mysterious corrosive force. My supreme divine power. Li Yingyu's expression changed drastically. His supreme divine power was melting rapidly. If this continued, he would surely lose. On the other side, Sunlight Emperor suddenly sped up and charged toward Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. Stop! The Chilean demon flew over and kicked Sunlight Emperor. A gust of black wind swept across and sent Sunlight Emperor flying away. The next second, Sunlight Emperor appeared behind her out of thin air with a cold expression. Who do you think you are? Sunlight Emperor slammed his palm on the Chilean demon's back. The Chilean demon immediately exploded and turned into a puff of black smoke. Kill! 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 Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign roared suddenly. His tone was filled with anger. Everyone, including Sunlight Emperor, spat out blood and was sent flying by a terrible impact before they could even react. Ancient Desolation Qilin also withstood the impact. But he only swayed a little and was not injured. He turned around and said in excitement with a crazed look, "Universe Overlord. You are finally coming back to life." Chapter 9:16. The ancient Qilin's words echoed in the myriad domain devil lair for a long time. All the Grand Supreme's expressions changed when they heard this. Who was the overlord of the universe he was talking about? Humph. You want to revive a Cardinal Heaven expert? Dream on. Li Yingyu smiled contemptuously. His words were full of contempt. His words directly exposed the ancient Qilin's plan, causing an uproar among all the Grand Supremes. It turned out that the ancient Qilin's goal was not the cardinal opportunity. He actually wanted to revive a Cardinal Heaven expert. Was he crazy? The Grand Supremes were all frightened. Of course, some of them already knew the truth and immediately calmed down to fight. The ancient Qilin's expression changed drastically and he looked at Li Yingyu with hatred. You really want to die? The ancient Qilin said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant demon above his head rushed towards Li Yingyu. Li Yingyu was not afraid. Flames wrapped around his body and quickly condensed into a giant god of flames, which he punched. Boom! The two huge existences collided, like a primordial world crashing into a primordial world, destroying everything. Countless illusions appeared, dazzling everyone's eyes. The ancient Qilin rushed towards Li Yingyu. His killing intent had already condensed into a substance, and he vowed to kill Li Yingyu. The giant god of flames exploded. The ancient Qilin broke through the flames and stepped forward, squeezing the space and rushing towards Li Yingyu. Li Yingyu felt the danger and his expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to dodge, a palm fell on his chest one after another. The surface of his body cracked and blood splashed out uncontrollably. This power. How is it possible? Li Yingyu could not believe what he was feeling. He had fought with the ancient Qilin before, but it was not so terrifying at that time. After so many years, he had been improving, and so had the ancient Qilin. The ancient Qilin flashed behind Li Yingyu, and a black token flew out from his forehead. It burst out with black light and covered Li Yingyu. Li Yingyu, who was covered in blood, was instantly terrified. He struggled with all his might, but to no avail. Seeing that the ancient Qilin was about to kill Li Yingyu, the ancient Qilin suddenly caught a glimpse of Sunlight Emperor rushing towards the martial dragon ape Venerable. He immediately changed his target. When Sunlight Emperor saw that he was about to touch martial dragon ape Venerable, a horrifying power came from the side with a strong wind. It was unstoppable. He subconsciously turned his head to look. Smack! The Qilin Ancient Desolation sent him flying with a slap, then waved his sleeve and retracted his hand. He coldly snorted and said, "You want to fight with me with just this thing?" Sunlight Emperor was slapped so hard that his crown fell off. His hair was in a mess, and he was in a mess. Martial Dragon Ape Venerable's body began to shrink as the opportunity stone powder floating around him all entered his body. In less than 3 breaths of time, he had turned into a stone man with a silver-gray stone face. All the great supremes who were fighting stopped, and all the beings on the Qilin 9 Absolute side stopped as well. Qilin Emperor King Emperor Emperor, and Martial Qilin, about Emperor Emperor is Qilin Sacred Emperor is, Heaven, Qilin King is going to be revived. Qilin of King of Qilin, Qilin Emperor is Qilin Qilin. Q Qilin. Qilin Qilin of Qilin Qilin Qilin, Qilin about. Out. Qilin Qilin said. About Qilin. Emperor. The Grand Sovereigns began discussing. They were all terrified. There were countless legends about Cardinal Heaven in the universe. The longer one lived, the more one would understand the real Cardinal Heaven. The tyranny and brutality of a Cardinal Heaven expert was unparalleled in the long river of history. At this moment, Rainbow Qin Saint's zither sounded, which calmed all the grand sovereigns. Qilin Ancient Desolation, there are some powers you shouldn't touch. Rainbow Qin Saint's voice came. It was light and breezy, as though he was unaware of the danger and was not afraid of the cardinal heaven. The Qilin Ancient Wasteland was stunned, and said coldly, Hong Qin Holy Monarch, I never thought that you would bend down to personally deal with me. Very good, today I will see just how powerful the famous Holy Monarch is. Another giant demon appeared above his head. It had 4 arms, each holding a divine weapon. Activating its divine power, it produced a thunderous explosion that covered Rainbow Qin Saint's zither music. However, Rainbow Qin Saint's zither music suddenly became louder, intertwining with Qilin Ancient Desolation's divine power. The other creatures were mesmerized by it. Inside the stone space, Zhou Xuanji stood in the air, looking at Sunlight Emperor's vision. Holding the Life and Death Emperor sword and Lesser Supreme sword in his hands, he murmured with a sharp look in his eyes, have you thought of a way? He and Little Sovereign were thinking about how to break out. Not only them, but the other grand sovereigns trapped here were also thinking the same. They could clearly see Sunlight Emperor's vision. This guy was charging at Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign like a moth flying into a flame again and again. Their hearts were pounding. It's crazy. No, this space is too stable. Only great sovereigns of the 5 courts can break it. Little Sovereign said, gnashing his teeth. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank to the bottom. At this moment, Sunlight Emperor took action again. Taking advantage of Qilin Ancient Desolation and Rainbow Qin Saint's confrontation, Sunlight Emperor quietly flew toward Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. Stop! Qilin Demonic Qilin shouted as she threw the flag in her hand. The flag turned into a sharp arrow and shot toward the back of Sunlight Emperor's head. Suddenly, Sunlight Emperor split into 2, dodged the flag, and landed beside Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. Both he and his clone raised their hands and pressed on Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign's shoulder. Not far away, Ancient Desolation Qilin was still fighting against Rainbow Qin Saint Lord's music. He noticed Sunlight Emperor's action. Instead of getting angry, he revealed a strange smile. Sunlight Emperor turned to look at him and burst into laughter. Ancient Desolation Qilin. What did you say before? Did you see it? Cardinal Heaven has fallen into Emperor's hands. Next, Emperor will. Ping. The stone surface of Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign suddenly shattered as a golden arm stretched out. Its palm was like a knife, piercing Sunlight Emperor's throat. Sunlight Emperor's voice stopped abruptly. He looked at Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign in horror. The stone surface of Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign's face shattered, revealing a golden eye that was bone-chilling. Cardinal Heaven. Sunlight Emperor was almost scared out of his wits. He said with difficulty, how can you be so fast? Seeing this scene, Ancient Desolation Qilin burst into crazy laughter. He raised his arms and laughed wildly, ha 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 ha. The Overlord of the universe has been resurrected. No one can stop me. I will dominate everything. I will create a new era of unification. The other grand sovereigns were trembling with fear. Their eyes fell on Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign's golden eye, and they all felt a chill in their hearts. At the same time, a golden crack appeared in the space of the stone, cutting across the void. Zhou Xuanji dashed out immediately, followed by the others. They passed through the space-time turbulence and came to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. They turned around and saw the battlefield immediately. Sunlight Emperor's throat was pierced by Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign's palm. He could not move at all. The scene was dead silent. All living beings looked at Sunlight Emperor and Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign nervously, waiting to see what would happen next. Chapter 9:17. Good fella, the Cardinal Heaven has begun to awaken. Little Sovereign's scream rang in Zhou Xuanji's ears. It was filled with disbelief and a trace of fear. He had lived countless years longer than Zhou Xuanji. In his era, he knew more about the legends of Cardinal Heaven. Once the Cardinal Heaven experts were revived, it would be a true catastrophe. Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice, since he's awake, why is there no movement? Sunlight Emperor didn't speak either. Are they communicating? Sunlight Emperor and Martial Dragon Ape fell into a strange silence. They looked at each other and showed the same cold smile. Ancient Wasteland also sensed that something was wrong. He frowned and looked at Sunlight Emperor and Martial Dragon Ape Venerable. Hong Qin's Sacred Lord zither music was still ringing out. It was getting louder and louder, becoming the only sound in the 10,000 domain demon lair. Qilin 8 Absolutes flew to the side of Qilin Ancient Desolation and asked nervously. Big brother, what should we do? Can we still control the Cardinal Heaven? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Could it be that they have some sort of connection? Why don't we retreat, big brother, kill him? Facing the anxiety and urging of his subordinates, the Qilin Ancient Wasteland remained calm. His eyes were fixed on the Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign, as if he wanted to see through him. More accurately, he wanted to see through the Cardinal Heaven. Remember, never underestimate the power you once looked up to. Hong Qin Great Lord's voice resounded throughout the myriad domain demon lair, causing the 9 absolutes of the Qilin to be visibly moved. Qilin Ancient Desolation seemed to have thought of something and cried out in shock, impossible. He suddenly flew toward the Cardinal Heaven. Sunlight Emperor suddenly raised his palm and slapped towards him. Hundreds of golden souls flew out from his palm, and all of them looked like Martial Dragon Ape. The Qilin Ancient Wasteland waved its hand, wanting to use its own supreme divine power to disperse these golden souls. In the end, it was directly stuck to by them and quickly pulled into the distance. At this time, wisps of blue air flowed out of Sunlight Emperor's eyes, which condensed into a hideous face. He stared at Martial Dragon Yuan Venerable and grinned. Cardinal Heaven, you really know how to scheme. The golden eyes of the Martial Dragon Ape stared at him without saying a word. His eyes were still cold. Hong Qin Saint suddenly appeared in front of Sunlight Emperor. His body was trembling and his face was filled with shock. How is that possible? You also, the Rainbow Qin Sacred Lord said with a trembling voice, unable to maintain his calm expression. Sunlight Emperor glanced at him and said, long time no see, boy. I advise you to mind your own business. Martial Dragon Ape Venerable also glanced at Hong Qin Sacred Monarch. Sacred Lord Hong Qin fell silent. All the creatures watching from afar were very confused. What does that mean? Saint Hong Qin knew Sunlight Emperor? Sunlight Emperor even called Hong Qin Saint a kid? All of this was too unreasonable. Wasn't Sunlight Emperor captured by Martial Dragon Yuanzun? No. More accurately speaking, he was captured by a Cardinal Heaven expert. Zhou Xuanji was also confused. He asked softly, what do you mean? The other soul in Sunlight Emperor's body has also awakened? Little Sovereign replied, yes. His tone became extremely complicated as he faintly said, that soul seems to know the great sage and the Cardinal Heaven expert. What exactly is their relationship? I keep feeling that something is wrong. Why don't you retreat? Retreat? Zhou Xuanji frowned and hesitated. It wasn't easy for them to get here, and they were going to leave just like that? But on second thought, no, I have no choice but to come here. The Cardinal Heaven had already awakened its consciousness. Looking at the Qilin Ancient Desolation, it had obviously lost control of the Cardinal Heaven. It was useless for him to stay. Are you sure? He asked again. I'm sure. Little Sovereign replied in a sonorous voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji turned around and left. Hunyuan Heaven, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Hong Qin Sacred Lord's voice resounded. His tone was filled with anger. What? He is actually one of the post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens, Hunyuan Heaven. Run. Full speed. Little Sovereign cried in horror. Zhou Xuanji was taken aback. Although he was puzzled, he still fled at full speed. He left the myriad domain devil lair as fast as he could. The other great sovereigns noticed his escape. Some of them immediately followed suit. But most of them chose to stay. After all, they had Hongqin's sacred lord to back them up. What does the post-ancient sovereign three heavens mean? Zhou Xuanji asked as he flew. Could it be that sovereign heaven is also one of them? After the primeval sovereign era, there were three supreme experts, namely Cardinal Heaven, Hunyuan Heaven, and Hongmeng Heaven. Their strength was extraordinary, and they were collectively known as the post-primeval sovereign three heavens. They were born at different times, and their original bodies were formed from the heavenly Tao of the various courts. When cultivated to the peak, they were invincible. When cultivated to the extreme, they were invincible, Little Sovereign explained nervously. The strength of the post-ancient sovereign three heavens is equal. Sovereign Heaven has never been defeated, but they have never defeated Hunyuan Heaven or Hongmeng Heaven. After Sovereign Heaven fell, Hunyuan Heaven disappeared inexplicably. As for Hongmeng Heaven, its whereabouts have always been mysterious. It once fought with Sovereign Heaven and was equally matched. After that battle, it became one of the three heavens. Zhou Xuanji's heart pounded wildly. It turned out that the existence in Yang Di's body had such a great origin. No wonder it could hide its existence so perfectly that Yang Di didn't notice it. He asked Yang Di to revive Sovereign Heaven. What is it for? And that Hongmeng Heaven? What does it have to do with Sovereign Wuzhou? Otherwise, why would Sovereign Wuzhou name his opportunity as Serendipity of the World? Could it be that he has seen Hongmeng Heaven? Many thoughts emerged in Zhou Xuanji's mind in an instant. This is big trouble. Hunyuan Heaven and Sovereign Heaven have joined hands. They are going to sweep the endless universe. Before I fell, I had never heard of an existence stronger than the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. Little Sovereign lamented. His tone was filled with despair. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, they shouldn't be friends. Otherwise, why would Sovereign Heaven attack Hunyuan Heaven? Could it be that Hunyuan Heaven wants the power of Sovereign Heaven? Hearing this, Little Sovereign cried out in surprise. He felt that it was possible. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying explosion came from behind him. Even though Zhou Xuanji was in the space-time turbulence, the explosion made him dizzy. He almost fainted. He looked back and saw that the space-time turbulence behind him had collapsed. Countless lightning bolts were wantonly twisting. Zhou Xuanji was horrified. What kind of power is this? It can even blast the space-time turbulence across such a long distance. Fortunately, I escaped quickly. Otherwise, would be dead for sure. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji directly entered the absolute time realm to take refuge. In the absolute time realm of nothingness, Little Sovereign flew out of the Little Supreme Sword. He sighed and said, Motherf *Ker, you're poisonous. Zhou Xuanji was depressed. What does it have to do with me? Why is the endless universe in chaos as soon as you come? It was the same in the Kunlun Origin Court. Little Sovereign cursed. He was a little flustered and exasperated. Zhou Xuanji was even more speechless. He spoke as if it was all his fault. Little Sovereign's tone suddenly changed as he said, now, only Hongmeng Heaven is left. 3 heavens have gathered. It will definitely be a golden age. Guess who Hongmeng Heaven will be and when will he appear? Chapter 9:18. Zhou Xuanji was attracted by the post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens mentioned by Little Sovereign. He even guessed that the serendipity of the supreme legendary sword system came from the Hongmeng Heavens. Will Guzun 3 heavens be able to find absolute time in the future? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He was worried that Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven would come here. On second thought, he did not have any enmity with the 2 heavens. His strength was unlikely to enter the eyes of a Cardinal Heaven or Hunyuan Heaven expert. I'm not sure, because I don't know how strong they are. Little Sovereign shook his head. He felt very helpless. He didn't expect that Zhou Xuanji would come into contact with a power beyond his imagination so quickly. Zhou Xuanji sighed. He could only hide here for now. He sat down in the void and began to cultivate the Holy Rainbow Monarch Tao. The Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao was the only cultivation path that could allow him to quickly improve. Even if he cultivated according to his own cultivation technique, it was still a long way off for him to break through to the great supreme of the three courts. No matter how monstrous his talent was, he still needed time. Just like that, time passed day by day. In the absolute time realm, there was no time. No matter how long Zhou Xuanji cultivated here, he could return to when he first entered. Witnessing the battle between Qilin Ancient Desolation and Li Yingyu gave him some insight. This time, he had stayed in the absolute time realm for several decades, and his strength had improved greatly. Only then did Zhou Xuanji prepare to leave. He chose to step out when half a year had passed in the outside world. Passing through the space-time turbulence, he arrived at the universe domain. As soon as he appeared, the pungent smell of blood wafted into his nose, causing him to frown. He turned around and scanned the area. His expression immediately changed. Countless corpses floated in the air, densely packed together. There were even more corpses than stars in the sky. They came in all shapes and sizes, and there were all sorts of races. As far as the eye could see, it was a ghastly sight. What happened? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. His heart was heavy. Little Sovereign looked over with a solemn expression and murmured, "It seems that Cardinal Heaven has been resurrected. Look carefully. There are quite a few corpses of grand sovereigns among them. The might of a sovereign has yet to dissipate completely." In front of a Cardinal Heaven expert, a grand sovereign was like a pig or a dog. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Where should I go next? Back to the Kunlun Origin Court?" He felt that there would be trouble if he returned to the Thunder Alliance. After all, the Thunder Alliance was near the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. Let's walk around. Anyway, it's better to stay away from the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. Little Sovereign muttered to himself. He was also a little confused right now. Once a Cardinal Heaven expert was revived, there would be no peace in the boundless universe. Zhou Xuanji nodded and immediately flew in another direction. About 2 hours after he had left, a figure drenched in blood flew over. His arms drooped and his head hung low. His messy long hair was tangled in blood. It was Sunlight Emperor. At this moment, Sunlight Emperor's eyes were white and lifeless, just like a walking corpse. "I can't die," he muttered to himself in a trembling voice as he staggered forward. Whoosh, an air-piercing sound came from behind, and a large white hand suddenly grabbed him, directly grabbing him and quickly disappearing into the darkness. After returning to the boundless universe, Zhou Xuanji flew at full speed. In the first half a month, no matter where he flew, there were corpses everywhere. It was as if someone had purposely placed the sea of corpses there. Even Zhou Xuanji would not leave any corpses behind, let alone stronger existences. A battle between great sovereigns was absolutely destructive to the point of turning bones into ashes and scattering souls. It's really a disaster. These creatures might have come from some court realm. No matter who killed them, it proves that this guy is extremely cruel and unforgivable. Little Sovereign sighed. He couldn't bear to look at those tragic scenes. Zhou Xuanji looked straight ahead and didn't answer him. They were already far away from the Myriad Domain Demon Lair and were getting closer and closer to the Kunlun Origin Court. If it's really impossible, I will go back. At least the Divine Rainbow Monarch Road is enough for me to cultivate for a while, Zhou Xuanji said hesitantly. He was really worried about the Kunlun Origin Court. If the Kunlun Origin Court was like these court realms, he would definitely go crazy. Don't panic, the Cardinal Heaven is from the Kunlun Origin Court. He won't destroy the Kunlun Origin Court. You should look for your own opportunities now. Quickly become stronger so that you can protect everything you want to protect. Little Sovereign said, shaking his head. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji began to adjust his emotions. He continued moving forward. After half a month, they came to a dilapidated floating island. This island wasn't big. There was a mountain range on it. A waterfall fell along the mountain stream. The scenery was very beautiful. Zhou Xuanji's divine will covered the entire floating island and whispered, there is the aura of a creature here. It just left not long ago. Little Sovereign rubbed his chin as he scanned the surroundings and said, it should be here. The familiar aura I felt before is still here. 3 days ago, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura, which made him very excited. So, Zhou Xuanji brought him here. However, they found nothing. Let's wait, Zhou Xuanji said softly. Zhou Xuanji said softly. After that, he found a place to sit down. Although the island was dilapidated, its ecological environment was still maintained. A gentle breeze blew past, making it very refreshing. Little Sovereign floated around him and said in amazement, your divine Rainbow Monarch Road has become stronger again. Kid, you can still become stronger while traveling? Zhou Xuanji replied, I was just thinking about the spirit of Sovereign Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. I didn't expect it to be helpful for the divine Rainbow Monarch Road. Little Sovereign only felt that it was incredible. He could also think about it. Why isn't it helpful for cultivation? Could it be that peerless talents are unimaginable? Little Sovereign couldn't figure it out. He was too lazy to think about it anymore. He drilled into the Lesser Supreme Sword to rest. After half a day, Zhou Xuanji felt an aura flying over. He immediately opened his eyes and called out to Little Sovereign. It was a child. He seemed to be only 5 or 6 years old. He looked like a porcelain doll. He had a white face and red lips. He was wearing a slightly large brocade robe. His hair was combed into 2 braids. He looked very cute. However, he was holding a head in his right hand. And it was the head of a woman. The woman's death was extremely tragic. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her face was covered in scars. She looked hideous and terrifying. The boy in the brocade robe entered the island with a smile. Just as he landed, Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of him. He was so scared that he immediately jumped back. Who are you? Why did you come to my territory? He asked in his childish voice, pretending to be calm. He couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. He understood that Zhou Xuanji was stronger than him. He immediately pulled the head in his hand behind his back and looked at Zhou Xuanji vigilantly. TSK, this kid is really cruel. Not only does he eat raw people, but he also eats souls, Little Sovereign joked. Little Sovereign said with a teasing smile, but his eyes flashed with surprise. He transmitted his voice to Zhou Xuanji, this kid is not simple. Be careful, there is another aura on him. In other words, he has a backer. As long as we force him to take out that treasure, we can leave. Zhou Xuanji replied, but you don't know what that treasure is. How can I force it out? Little Sovereign furrowed his brow. He was thinking about what it was that made him feel so familiar. Chapter 9:19. Get out of here, or I will teach you a lesson. The brocade-robed boy shouted, waving his hand. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, you have a treasure that is fated with me. Take it out, and I will leave. Before I leave, I will give you a treasure in exchange. How about it? Upon hearing this, the brocade-robed boy was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He stomped his feet and cursed, so you want to rob my treasure? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? He suddenly raised his head and let out a long howl. His howl was mournful and extremely penetrating. Zhou Xuanji arrived before him in a single step and pierced his chest with his sword. You want to kill me as soon as we meet? Isn't that too much? Zhou Xuanji asked in a cold voice, his eyes cold. This kid isn't a good person at first glance. At that moment, he felt a bone-chilling killing intent. Even if he left, this kid wouldn't let it go. The brocade-robed boy burst into tears and shouted, kill me if you have the ability. Otherwise, I will kill you. Although this kid was crying, he was still so arrogant. He was simply too arrogant. Zhou Xuanji's heart was filled with killing intent. He wanted to get rid of him to avoid future troubles. He took out the truth sword and poured his sovereign divine power into the blade before stabbing it into the brocade-robed boy's body. Tell me, what's the most powerful treasure you have? Zhou Xuanji asked in a cold voice. Lustful golden dipper, the brocade-robed boy replied. As soon as he said this, his expression turned horrified. How could he answer truthfully? Could it be this sword? He looked at the truth sword in horror. His little body couldn't help but tremble. Take out the lustful golden dipper, or I will make you wish you were dead, little sovereign grinned. At this moment, it was as if he was the bad guy. However, the woman's head in the brocade-robed boy's hand proved that he was the real evil one. Little sovereign transmitted his voice to Zhou Xuanji. We must leave as soon as possible. I just found a space underground. It's full of heads. This kid is cultivating some kind of evil technique. Zhou Xuanji nodded and directly brought the brocade-robed boy into the absolute time realm. In the absolute time realm, he asked Little Sovereign to interrogate the brocade-robed boy. The boy's cultivation had been sealed by Zhou Xuanji. Next, he was at the mercy of Little Sovereign. In the absolute time realm, according to Zhou Xuanji's own calculations, 2 years had passed. The boy in the embroidered robe finally admitted defeat. He said weakly, I'll give, the golden dipper of lustful light, I'll give. His eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to be in great pain. Where? Little Sovereign looked down at him and asked with a sneer. Little Sovereign didn't show any mercy when dealing with this kid. Don't look down on him, he might even be older than the Little Sovereign. Some people like to maintain a youthful appearance. Zhou Tanhua was one of them, and so was this kid. The boy in embroidered robes opened his mouth and spat out a golden dipper. It only had 3 legs and was like a small cauldron. The surface of the cauldron was alternating between green and gray, and the 4 sides of the cauldron were engraved with sinister and terrifying patterns of evil spirits. This is it. The golden dipper of lustful desire was stained with mucus and looked extremely disgusting. Little Sovereign looked at Zhou Xuanji and shouted, Hey, brat, come and get it yourself. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and the sovereign's divine power enveloped the lustful golden dipper. The divine power turned into water and cleansed the lustful golden dipper. When the treasure fell into his hands, it was already completely clean. What's so special about this treasure? Zhou Xuanji looked at the golden dipper of lustful desire and asked curiously. Little Sovereign had specially asked him to come and look for it. Presumably, this treasure wasn't simple. Little Sovereign flew over and said with a mischievous smile, This treasure is amazing. It can seize anyone's 7 emotions and 6 desires. As long as someone is stored in it, no matter how strong they are, they won't be able to resist it. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. It sounds very powerful. But if you want to store people in it, you need strength. What's the point of erasing emotions? Isn't its function too limited? Zhou Xuanji said with a frown. He suddenly felt that he had been played. I spent so much time just for this thing. I still have the World Fool Sword. It can lower IQ and make people lose control of their emotions. Isn't it the same? The 7 emotions and 6 desires include killing intent, but it's not permanent. I was suppressed by it in the past. Its peak achievement was subduing Gujuagio, a top expert under ancient sovereign 3 heavens. Little Sovereign snorted. Little Sovereign snorted, looking very excited. Erase the killing intent. Zhou Xuanji's heartbeat accelerated. He immediately felt that the treasure was shining. What a good treasure. He immediately stored the lustful golden dipper into the supreme storage. Next, he returned to the broken island with the lesser supreme sword in his right hand and the boy in a brocade robe in his left. He directly left the boy in a brocade robe and quickly fled. Wah! The boy in a brocade robe sat on the ground and burst into tears. He looked extremely wronged. He cried for half an hour. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him out of thin air. The shadow was like a flame. It kept swaying as it asked in a hoarse voice, Who bullied you? The boy in a brocade robe hurriedly got up and hugged him, crying, Father. It's them. As his voice fell, 2 figures emerged from his eyes. They were the faces of Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji stepped on the Soul Kunlun sword and flew on it. He was playing with the lustful golden dipper in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more he looked forward to it. Little Sovereign, floating behind him, angrily asked, "How long do you want to look at it? Don't tell me that you think it's the fated pearl." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him. He got angry at the mention of the fated pearl. Back then, if he hadn't noticed it in time, their minds would have been devoured by the fated fate pearl. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Let's think of a way to avoid it. I keep feeling that something is wrong. That brat's backer might be chasing after us. Little Sovereign sighed. Although he had obtained the lustful golden chalice, he had offended a mysterious and powerful existence. He couldn't help but worry about his gains and losses. Zhou Xuanji didn't think too much about it. Wasn't Little Sovereign asking him to look for opportunities? "I've finally found you." A familiar voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, and his expression changed immediately. Divine Star. He looked back and saw Xianxia, who was wearing a red robe with golden threads, standing behind him. She was staring at him with a faint smile. Her eyes were cold, like a snake or scorpion. Zhou Xuanji asked vigilantly, "Why are you looking for me again?" As soon as he saw Xianxia, he had a headache. Why is this woman haunting me like a ghost? Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven have been resurrected, and you have the aura of primordial chaos on you. I need you to find primordial chaos heaven and achieve the unprecedented prosperity of the three heavens. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and nodded with satisfaction. This kid had grown up again. I have the aura of primordial chaos heaven on me? What nonsense are you talking about? And, do you know where primordial chaos heaven is? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, looking impatient. Xianxia said with a smile, Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven still need time to recover their cultivation. If you don't grow up quickly, it will be difficult for you to survive in the future. If you find primordial chaos heaven, you might get a great opportunity. Since ancient times, primordial chaos heaven has never belonged to anyone. Chapter 920. Not a certain person? What do you mean? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Little Sovereign also frowned. Obviously, this had touched the blind spot of his knowledge. Xianxia smiled and said, "The post-ancient sovereign three heavens are the main body of the heavenly way. They stand out among the hundreds of millions of heavenly ways. Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven have left many legends, but Hongmeng Heaven is the most mysterious. I've interacted with Hongmeng Heaven before. He once told me that there are 3,000 Hongmeng Heavens in the world, each with different attitudes and temperaments. Every time they appear, only one will appear." Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign glanced at each other. They were both very hesitant. They didn't know whether to trust Xianxia or not. Xianxia was no longer the Xianxia they knew, but another person, a person that they could not see clearly at all. Until now, they still didn't know Xianxia's true identity. "What, scared?" Xianxia asked provocatively. Unfortunately, Zhou Xuanji still didn't listen to her and remained silent. Little Sovereign said, "Forget it. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Don't force it." As he spoke, he gave Zhou Xuanji a look. Zhou Xuanji understood and turned to leave. He immediately dove into the space-time turbulence and reached his fastest speed. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw Xianxia following him with a smile. So fast. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart and could only stop. He couldn't get rid of Xianxia. He might as well face it head-on. "What do I have to do to make you let me go?" Zhou Xuanji stared at her and said coldly. If he was forced into a corner, then he would fight. Xianxia said, "I've said it before. Follow me to find Hongmeng Tian. This matter is beneficial to you. Think about it carefully. When have I ever cheated you?" Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said, "Your revered teacher wants to kill me, isn't that a trap? You got the opportunity stone and were rescued by me. You didn't get injured because of it. What kind of trap is this?" Xianxia snorted coldly, looking a little impatient. It was as though she was going to use brute force if Zhou Xuanji continued to be stubborn. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and activated the sword fusion technique. He stared at Shen Nianqing and said, "What if I'm still unwilling?" Shen Nianqing shook her head and smiled contemptuously. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji thrust his sword forward. Boom! An invisible force erupted and collided head-on with him, making him dizzy and tumble backwards. Without panicking, he instinctively used his teleportation ability to come behind Shen Nianqing and slashed with his sword. Before the sword touched the divine star, thousands of sword chi swept over from all directions. Shen Nianqing shook her shoulders and scattered all the sword chi. She turned and struck out with her palm, which was so fast that it surpassed Zhou Xuanji's understanding of speed. Zhou Xuanji's forehead was struck, and his consciousness instantly went blank. Shen Nianqing reached out and took him into her arms. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's unconscious face, she smiled. "Stinking brat, you don't even want the opportunity one gave you. If it was someone else, I would have killed him with a slap long ago." Shen Nianqing snorted. As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Zhou Xuanji's cheek. Above the dazzling galaxy, two figures stood facing each other. Their bodies shone with light, one red and one gold. Their auras were swift and fierce, freezing this part of the universe. "Hong Meng Tian disappeared after you died. It seems like the Hong Meng Tian you met back then no longer exists." The red figure spoke. His tone was full of regret. The golden figure snorted and said, "Hong Meng Tian, I only recognize him. No one else is worthy of being Hong Meng Tian. If another Hong Meng Tian appears in front of me, I will destroy him." As his voice fell, the stars in the distance began to shatter like fireworks. It was very magnificent. "We should go and see who reigns supreme in the endless universe today." The red figure changed the topic. The figure of red light changed the topic. His figure flickered as if he would vanish like a phantom at any time. The golden figure said, "There is a very good junior called Ancient Juegio. He is qualified to chase after us. I wonder if he has survived until now." When Ancient Juegio was mentioned, he couldn't help but turn his head and look into the depths of the universe. "Oh. Ancient Juegio? I have heard of him. Yang Di often hears about Ancient Juegio. He seems to be more famous than you," the red figure said with a smile, teasing the other party. The golden figure wasn't angered. Instead, he smiled and said, "Isn't that a good thing?" He stepped toward the red figure. The red figure did the same. Boom! They turned into two beams of light and collided with each other. The galaxy of this universe was directly shattered as everything turned into nothingness. Zhou Xuanji felt a splitting headache. His consciousness slowly awakened from the chaos. He opened his eyes and found himself lying on a warm, soft bed. This bed was made of some kind of white jade. It was very magical. He immediately sat up and rubbed his head while looking around. This place was a bright palace. In the bright light above, there was a golden lotus upside down. The petals were layered, dazzling Zhou Xuanji's eyes. "This place is," Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself in doubt. He felt that the sovereign divine power in his body was less than half. This made him very uncomfortable. He suddenly noticed that the lesser supreme sword was leaning against a huge stone pillar 100 feet away. Sensing his awakening, Little Sovereign's soul floated out. Little Sovereign helplessly said, "Kid, we have been caught." Zhou Xuanji got up and waved his right hand. The lesser supreme sword immediately fell into his hand. He probed the outside with his divine will, but it was blocked by the palace. He couldn't sense the outside world. "Where is Shen Nianqing?" Zhou Xuanji, sitting on the edge of the bed, asked softly. Shen Nianqing's strength wasn't on the same level as his. Now that he had become a prisoner, it was too difficult to escape. In a short period of time, he could not think of a way to escape. He let out a long breath and lay back on the bed, letting himself relax. He was still a little dizzy after being hit by Shen Nianqing's palm. Little Sovereign flew to his side and sighed, "Do you really have the aura of Hong Meng Heaven?" Could it be the controlling mysterious treasure? He had always known about the supreme legendary sword system, but he only knew of its existence. He did not know its true form or its origins. How would I know? If I hand that thing over, won't you be finished? Zhou Xuanji said unpleasantly. He did not know how to give away the supreme legendary sword system. Even if he knew, he wouldn't do it. Hearing this, little sovereign couldn't help but be moved. He was also afraid of falling into the hands of others. Forget it. Little supreme expert spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Then, he entered the lesser supreme sword and no longer said a word. He was going to sleep. Maybe when he woke up, Zhou Xuanji would already be free. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes as well. He wanted to have a good sleep. For some reason, he really wanted to sleep now. Ever since he started cultivating, he had forgotten when was the last time he took the initiative to sleep. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Just as he was about to fall asleep. Bang! A loud noise startled him. He immediately opened his eyes. He immediately sat up and saw Xianxia walking over. She stared at Zhou Xuanji arrogantly and said with a smile, "What? Want to sleep? Don't sleep, I have chosen an opponent for you. If you can defeat him, you will become famous in the endless universe." Chapter 921. Didn't you want me to help you find Hong Mengtian? Why do you want me to fight now? Zhou Xuanji asked with a dark face, unable to hold back his anger. Xianxia walked up to him and said with a smile, "Yes, looking for Hong Meng Heaven. Fighting is also a way to find it. Your opponent is Gu Tianlin. It just so happens that you have formed a karma with him and need to end it." Gu Tianlin. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. This person was indeed a threat to him. After all, in the Thunder Alliance, everyone thought that he was the disciple of the Rainbow Qin Lord. Gu Tianlin must have heard about it already. The battle between them was unavoidable, so he might as well take this opportunity to finish it off. Can I deal with him with my current cultivation? Zhou Xuanji said, pretending to hesitate. Xianxia shook her head and smiled. With a wave of her right hand, opportunity stones fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Where did Xianxia get so many opportunity stones? Xianxia turned around and left, leaving behind a sentence, "You can cultivate here. When your cultivation is successful, you can challenge Gu Tianlin. Instead of waiting for others to come to you, it's better for you to go to him." Zhou Xuanji sighed softly and pulled the opportunity stone in front of him. Since he couldn't escape, he would cultivate in peace. Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Tanhua stood under the waterfall and looked up. At the top of the waterfall, there was a young man who looked only 12 or 13 years old. He looked very similar to him, as if he was his younger brother. The young man was dressed in white, and his handsome little face was filled with fear. He stammered, "I'm afraid." The waterfall was at least 300 meters tall, and below it was a huge lake. Mist filled the air, and when one looked down from the top, it was easy to feel fear. Zhou Tanhua smiled and said, "It's all right, I have to give it a try." His voice reverberated through the sea of clouds, making the white-robed youth even more nervous. At this time, a woman appeared behind Zhou Tanhua. This woman was devastatingly beautiful. Dressed in a green dress, she was like a goddess that had descended to the mortal world. Her temperament was otherworldly. She reached out to touch Zhou Tanhua's waist and whispered, "What are you doing?" Zhou Tanhua's expression suddenly froze. He said awkwardly, "I'm just trying to boost his courage." The green-dressed woman harumphed coldly with a displeased look on her face. "How old is he? Is there a father like you?" She was very dissatisfied. Zhou Tanhua curled his lips and said, "When my father was your age, he was already famous all over the world." The green-dressed woman rolled her eyes at him. "My child is already so big. When will you take me to see your parents?" The woman in the green dress changed the topic. She often heard Zhou Tanhua mention her father, and every time he mentioned it, his face would reveal a look of worship. Zhou Tanhua smiled and said, my mother is busy cultivating, and my father is not here. I will take you to meet them when they gather." His eyes were very gentle as he looked at the woman in the green dress. Hearing this, the lady in the green dress curled her lips. This was the same reason every time. She sighed and said, "My father sent me a letter asking when you can officially marry me. I don't even dare to tell him that I have already given birth to a child for you. My father is the sect leader of a state. If he found out that I bore a child for you before you even married me, he would definitely fly into a rage. He might even kill you." She sighed, which made Zhou Tianhua shake his head and laugh. He said leisurely, "The boundless universe is very big, but it is also very small." Just as the woman in the green dress was about to speak, the young man in white suddenly jumped down from the top of the waterfall. "Ah!" he cried out in panic. The woman in the green dress was so scared that she was about to fly over to catch him. Zhou Tianhua suddenly pulled her back and said calmly, "Don't worry." At this time, the eyes of the young man in white suddenly burst out with purple light. Two terrifying forces broke out, and a dazzling purple beam of light slammed into the surface of the lake, causing water to splash. His whole body stabilized in the air. The woman in the green dress was dumbfounded and doubted what she was seeing. Zhou Tianhua, on the other hand, smiled faintly and meaningfully. Supreme Palace. Jianghu was sitting on a jade throne with a light mirror floating in front of her. The mirror reflected Zhou Tianhua's family of 3. She held her cheek with her right hand and said with a loving smile, "This kid is really like his father. Even his attitude towards children is like his father." At this time, Xianxia flew in. She quickly came to Jianghu and said with a frown, "You also saw it. Tianhua actually has a child. This kid has grown up. He even hid such a big thing from us." The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She couldn't wait to grab Zhou Tianhua and slap him. "With our cultivation, how could we not know? It's just that you were too busy cultivating." He didn't deliberately hide it. Before, he wanted to go to the lower realm to train and experience the tempering of the mortal world. In the end, he met his own love, Jianghu said, shaking her head. She liked Zhou Tianhua very much. She always spoke up for him. Not only was Zhou Tianhua very similar to Zhou Xuanji, but also because Zhou Tianhua's calm and introverted nature easily touched her maternal love. Xianxianghua's frown still hadn't loosened. She said with dissatisfaction, "I still feel unhappy. No, I have to go see his son." Having said this, she left in a hurry. Jianghu found it funny. She really has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Xianxianghua must be worried about her grandson. Inside the bright palace, Zhou Xuanji was sitting on a pile of opportunity stones, absorbing the energy of the stones under him. Strands of colorful qi poured into his body like a stream of air. He was working hard to break through to the great sovereign of the 3 courts. After experiencing so much, the great sovereign of the 3 courts was still far away from him. He even felt that there was no qualitative change. He opened his eyes, summoned little sovereign, and told him his confusion. "Yes, you need a more profound cultivation technique. The divine rainbow monarch Dao is just a divine ability. It's not enough to push him to a higher level," little sovereign said after pondering for a while. Zhou Xuanji glared at him and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Little sovereign angrily replied, "How would I know if you didn't tell me? Everyone's cultivation state and limit are different, okay? Go call Shen Nianxing in and ask her to find a way. She needs your help now." Zhou Xuanji nodded and immediately called Shen Nianxing's name. After a while, Shen Nianxing appeared in front of him and asked, "What's the matter?" She sized up Zhou Xuanji with a slight frown. "This guy's cultivation progress isn't as fast as I thought. What's going on? Wasn't he very fast before?" "I need a more profound cultivation technique," Zhou Xuanji said, getting straight to the point. Shen Nianxing suddenly came to a realization. She asked in surprise, "Didn't Saint Rainbow Qin teach you any cultivation technique?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head. Then come with me, let's go find someone, Shen Nianqing said, turning around. She then took a step forward. Suddenly, a circle of light appeared 100 feet away. It quickly expanded and turned into a space-time gate. Zhou Xuanji didn't hesitate to keep up with her. This kid's aptitude is excellent. Don't find a half-baked expert to teach him cultivation techniques, little sovereign teased. Shen Nianqing waved her hand, indicating that she understood. Chapter 922. After leaving the palace, a huge forest greeted Zhou Xuanji's eyes. The trees were so tall that they pierced the clouds. The diameter of the trunks was also very exaggerated. Majestic spiritual qi filled this world. The sky was sea blue. The world was vast. There was even the sound of roosters crowing in the distance. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "Is this the voice of Golden Crown Divine Lord?" Shen Nianqing raised the corner of her mouth and replied with a smile, "Yes. Isn't Golden Crown Divine Lord in the Kunlun Origin Court? When did she catch him?" Zhou Xuanji was puzzled. He scanned with his divine sense and found that apart from Golden Crown Divine Lord, there was also the aura of other great sovereigns. Those great sovereigns only had their souls left, wandering everywhere. Could it be that the great sovereigns that Shen Nianqing hunted hadn't all died? Zhou Xuanji pondered. He was curious about what Shen Nianqing wanted to do. Little Sovereign sent him a voice transmission, "Be careful. Maybe those guys will end up like you. She will raise them here." Zhou Xuanji didn't comment. It wasn't a matter of him being careless. His situation depended on Shen Nianqing. Shen Nianqing waved her right hand and wrapped Zhou Xuanji with divine energy. Zhou Xuanji's vision instantly came to the turbulence of time and space. Shen Nianqing was standing in front of him, her red robe fluttering. Looking at her profile, Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can you tell me who you are?" Shen Nianqing wanted to gather the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. She said that she wanted to create a brand new era. What was her purpose? "You can't say it. You will die if you say it," Shen Nianqing pursed her lips into a smile. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He was wondering if Shen Nianqing was bluffing him or if she really couldn't say it. Just like the blood bead black staff, he couldn't say its name. After a few hours, Shen Nianqing took Zhou Xuanji away from the turbulence of time and space. There was a red sky and a sea of clouds. It was magnificent and boundless. At a glance, Zhou Xuanji caught a glimpse of the huge temple in the distance. It was surrounded by red clouds like a mirage, mysterious and solemn. He felt a vast aura. He felt as if he was facing Hong Qin Saint Monarch. It was even thicker than Hong Qin Saint Monarch. "Son, don't talk too much. You don't need to hide anything. Answer any question truthfully," Shen Nianqing warned. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He was looking forward to what would happen next. The two quickly flew into the temple and landed on the stone steps. There were walls in front of him, and he could reach the end by following a small path. Zhou Xuanji saw a stone statue. It had 2 heads and 8 arms, and its muscles were exaggerated. It maintained a mighty demon-slaying posture, and its eyes were extremely lifelike. Little Supreme Venerable emerged from the sword and said in surprise, "Could it be the legendary ancestral Buddha?" Zhou Xuanji and Shen Nianqing looked at him in surprise. "How do you know?" Shen Nianqing frowned and asked. An existence like the ancestral Buddha wasn't something that a little supreme could come into contact with. Little Sovereign sighed and said, "I heard about it by chance and made a random guess. I didn't expect it to be right. I thought ancestral Buddha was just a legend, but it turns out he really exists." Shen Nianqing smiled and didn't ask further. When they arrived at the gate of the temple, Shen Nianqing said, "Buddha, did you hear that? Open the door quickly." Her tone was carefree and impolite. It was obvious that she was very familiar with the ancestral Buddha. There was a loud bang. The gate opened. Zhou Xuanji took a closer look and saw that the temple was dim. A ray of light sprinkled down, covering an old monk. The old monk's body was golden. His face was full of vicissitudes of life. His mouth was covered with a white beard. His body was slightly thin, and his kasaya looked loose. He slowly opened his eyes. Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign subconsciously closed their eyes because of the brilliance in his eyes. "What's the matter?" the ancestral Buddha asked indifferently. His eyes fell on Zhou Xuanji, and his pupils suddenly widened. Zhou Xuanji's heart beat wildly under his gaze, but he didn't look away. He pretended to be calm and looked at the ancestral Buddha. Xianxia smiled and said, "I think you already understand, right?" The ancestral Buddha examined Zhou Xuanji and said, "Take a step forward." Zhou Xuanji took a step forward, calm and composed. "Very good. You should be a peerless genius of the Kunlun origin court. You also have the sovereign's luck. Your soul is still very young and has unlimited potential. Come in," the ancestral Buddha said with an expressionless face. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before walking into the temple. Xianxia smiled, feeling a little proud. Little Sovereign got into the lesser supreme sword, and Zhou Xuanji threw the sword into the supreme warehouse. After Zhou Xuanji stepped into the temple, the door closed. The surroundings became dark. Only the light from the ancestral Buddha could be seen. He bowed to the ancestral Buddha, waiting for the ancestral Buddha to speak. The ancestral Buddha asked, "Do you want to learn cultivation?" Zhou Xuanji nodded. "What kind of cultivation do you like?" the ancestral Buddha asked. "Overbearing, decisive, and courageous," Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation. Along the way, he had always been fighting above his level. He liked the overbearing and powerful path of cultivation. The ancestral Buddha's expression changed slightly. He asked, "What do you think of sovereign heaven?" Zhou Xuanji immediately understood what he meant. "My understanding is very superficial. I don't like it, but I don't hate it either," Zhou Xuanji answered truthfully. Sovereign heaven was powerful and cruel. He flourished in strength, but was overshadowed by cruelty. "Sit down," the ancestral Buddha said softly. As soon as his voice fell, a praying mat appeared in front of him. Zhou Xuanji sat down, waiting for the ancestral Buddha's next question. The ancestral Buddha spoke again. Zhou Xuanji couldn't understand what he was saying. It was an unknown language. Even Zhou Xuanji's divine will couldn't figure out the meaning of his words. The ancestral Buddha was preaching. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He couldn't understand this language. How could he understand? The next second, he suddenly felt that the ancestral Buddha's voice was very mysterious. It was filled with a strange magic. Soon, he was immersed in it. He didn't circulate his cultivation technique but just listened attentively. Somehow, he could feel that the ancestral Buddha was teaching him something. He slowly closed his eyes. The ancestral Buddha's voice began to impact his heart and soul. Outside the temple, Xianxia raised her brow and murmured, "This old guy is using his own ancestral voice. It seems that he has taken a fancy to Zhou Xuanji at first glance." Her eyes flickered as her expression became complicated. Is he really the next Hong Meng heaven? In the bamboo forest, Xian Xianghua was meditating on a huge rock. She was surrounded by clouds and mist, and her robes fluttered slightly. A young man in white suddenly jogged over. He knelt in front of the boulder and said excitedly, "Fairy, I've found you again. Can you teach me your cultivation method?" This young man in white was called Zhou Tianyuan, and he was Zhou Tanhua's son. A month ago, he met Xian Xianghua by chance. Xian Xianghua had shown him how powerful she was, shocking him. In his eyes, she was even more powerful than his father. In order to prove himself to his father, he wanted to become Xian Xianghua's disciple. However, Xian Xianghua said that he was not sincere enough to move her. Just like that, day after day, Zhou Tianyuan came to pay his respects to Xian Xianghua. Seeing her grandson's excitement, Xian Xianghua remained expressionless, but she was laughing maniacally in her heart. For some reason, she suddenly thought back to when she had faced Zhou Xuanji in his youth. It felt great. Chapter 923. Alright, I'll teach you the method of cultivation, but you can't tell anyone. Do you understand? No one in this world is worthy of knowing of my existence. Xianxia said coldly, causing Zhou Tianyuan's emotions to surge. No one in this world is worthy of knowing Fairy's name. Just who was Fairy Nun? After that, Xianxia taught Zhou Tianyuan the celestial devil rebirth technique. Zhou Tianyuan had yet to impart his cultivation technique to his son, so Zhou Tianyuan felt that it was broad and profound. It was as if he had stepped into a whole new world. The other side. On the summit of the mountain. Zhou Tianyuan closed his eyes and cultivated. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. His cultivation was not weaker than Xianxia's, so he had long noticed his mother's arrival, but he pretended not to know. TSK, in the future, will Tianyuan become the male lead in his father's story and realize that his family members are all very powerful? Will he meet an expert or even his own master? Will he have a lot of adventures? Zhou Tianyuan jokingly thought. He smiled and then concentrated on his cultivation. This year was a lucky one for Zhou Tianyuan. After becoming Xianxia's disciple, Jianghu also came to visit him and taught him a divine ability. Zhou Xiaoxian, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian and the others all came to teach him, which made him feel flattered. He thought that he had met a group of immortals. As a teenager, he couldn't hide his thoughts and was very happy every day. His mother noticed this and asked him about it. He hid these things from her, which made his mother very confused. One day, Zhou Tianyuan's mother followed him and discovered that he was cultivating with Xianxia. From afar, Xianxia's figure was breathtaking. She didn't expose herself and told Zhou Tianyuan about it when she returned. Zhou Tianyuan said casually, "Everyone has their own opportunities. Let's leave it to fate." His wife frowned at his words. Ever since she started following Zhou Tianyuan, she had discovered that this guy was so calm and indifferent to the affairs of the world. To put it nicely, nothing could move him. But to put it bluntly, he was somewhat indifferent. She sighed heavily. She also needed Zhou Tianyuan's concern. She also needed him to accompany her to see her family, but Zhou Tianyuan had always been perfunctory. But there was nothing she could do. She liked this man. Although he had the appearance of a young man, he had descended from the sky when she was in danger. That scene was still unforgettable. Zhou Xuanji still did not know that he had a grandson. He was immersed in the ancestral Buddha's sermon in the temple. He forgot the time and forgot that Xianxia was still waiting outside. The ancestor Buddha preached as he observed Zhou Xuanji's expression. He nodded in satisfaction and suddenly asked, "What did you comprehend?" Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji woke up from his state of enlightenment. He opened his eyes and replied, "No." "Oh. You didn't comprehend anything?" The ancestor Buddha raised his brows and asked. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He indeed did not comprehend anything but enjoyed it. "Then let's continue," the ancestor Buddha said faintly before continuing to speak in that mysterious language. Zhou Xuanji was astonished and seemed to have understood something. Then, he immersed himself in listening to the Tao. After an unknown period of time, the ancestor Buddha stopped again and asked calmly, "What did you experience?" Zhou Xuanji still shook his head. The ancestor Buddha continued preaching. Just like that, he spoke and stopped, and Zhou Xuanji did not comprehend any cultivation method. Zhou Xuanji was immersed in the Tao voice and did not think about cultivation. He really liked this feeling of enlightenment. His mind was empty, and his soul was in a state of confusion. This feeling was like the feeling when a child was conceived in the womb. On this day, ancestral Buddha opened his eyes and said, "All right, that's it." Boom! The door suddenly opened and light shone in. Zhou Xuanji got up and bowed before walking out. Xianxia was meditating under the tree. When she saw him coming out, she couldn't help but open her eyes. When he walked out of the temple, the gate closed. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Xianxia. He was still thinking about the previous preaching. "How is it? Did you get anything?" Xianxia asked expectantly. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. Shen Nianxing frowned and said angrily, "You've been listening to the ancestral voice for so long, but you haven't comprehended anything? Are you kidding me? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If this matter were to spread to the boundless universe, how many great figures would be envious and jealous?" Zhou Xuanji ignored her and began to speak Dao in Ancestor Buddha's language. He did not understand what this language represented, but after listening to it for so long, he could roughly remember it. Shen Nianxing was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. She stood up shakily and grabbed Zhou Xuanji's arms, saying excitedly, "You learned ancestral voice?" Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses and asked, "Ancestral voice? Is this the language of the ancestral Buddha's sermon? I don't understand what it means, so I can only learn to speak it." Shen Nianxing slapped Zhou Xuanji's arm, almost breaking it. "Amazing, you have actually learned ancestral voice. No matter what it means, as long as you can say it." She was so excited that she couldn't keep calm. She kept shaking Zhou Xuanji. Her eyes were full of splendor. "In the future, you can speak ancestral voice while tempering your sovereign divine power. You will be able to progress by leaps and bounds. Ancestral voice can also be used in battle. To put it bluntly, using ancestral voice at different times will have different effects." Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He didn't expect ancestral voice to be so powerful. He immediately began speaking ancestral voice and mobilized his sovereign divine power. Boom! A violent force broke out, rushing straight into the sky. He was immediately excited. So powerful. He began to review the ancestral voice, trying to remember all the different syllables. Shen Nianxing walked around him and looked at the temple. She laughed and said, "Ancestral Buddha, thank you. Your most powerful thing has been learned. Don't feel bad." A chuckle came from the temple. Afterward, Shen Nianxing left with Zhou Xuanji. The ancestral Buddha's voice followed, "An unprecedented genius, this era is interesting." In the space-time turbulence, Shen Nianxing excitedly introduced ancestral voice to Zhou Xuanji. In the current endless universe, only the ancestral Buddha has mastered ancestral voice. You are the second. I just hoped that you could learn the cultivation method. I didn't expect you to learn ancestral voice directly. No matter who it is, they can get the help of ancestral voice. But afterward, they can't remember ancestral voice, let alone make a language similar to ancestral voice. You are too powerful. Compared to you, Gu Tianlin is nothing. Seeing her so excited, Zhou Xuanji also understood that he had gotten a great opportunity. He smiled and asked, "Really? Can I help you find Hongmeng Heaven?" Shen Nianxing turned to look at him and said seriously, "You don't need to look." Zhou Xuanji rejoiced in his heart. "Is Shen Nianxing going to let me go? You can become Hongmeng Heaven. Why do you still need to look?" Shen Nianxing said with a mysterious smile. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji was stunned again. "I can become Hongmeng Heaven? Is Hongmeng Heaven a kind of identity or realm?" Shen Nianxing said with a smile, "You have the aura of Hongmeng and have learned ancestral voice. If you don't become Hongmeng Heaven, who else is qualified? Next, it will be an era where you, Hunyuan Heaven, and Sovereign Heaven will rule together." Chapter 924. Zhou Xuanji was shocked by Shen Nianxing's words. He had always wondered who Hongmeng Heaven was, but he did not expect himself to become Hongmeng Heaven. One of the post-primeval three skies was an existence even stronger than the primeval paragon and the rainbow Qin Saint Monarch. Shen Nianxing's excitement didn't diminish. She began to tell Zhou Xuanji about the power of the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. Before the rise of the ancient absolute geniuses, the three heavens could be said to be the hottest legend in the endless universe. Even though a cardinal heaven expert had fallen, he had fallen because of the counterattack of the entire universe. His invincibility was still deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Zhou Xuanji tried his best to remain calm. Hearing her words, he thought that he was already invincible. "Don't talk about this. Just tell me when you will let me go." "Don't talk about when I become Hongmeng Heaven," Zhou Xuanji cut her off and asked impatiently. Shen Nianxing smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't trap you. After we go back, as long as you break through to the supreme of the three courts, I will let you go. All I want is for Hong Meng Heaven to appear. So simple? Zhou Xuanji did not believe it. This guy definitely had other plans. However, since Shen Yanqing didn't say anything, he didn't bother to ask again. Even if he asked, she wouldn't tell him the truth anyway. After returning to Shen Yanqing's palace, Zhou Xuanji continued to absorb the opportunity stones. As he absorbed, he chanted the ancestral voice. He didn't need to circulate his cultivation technique to perfectly convert the opportunity stone's energy into supreme god force. Amazing! Zhou Xuanji was incredibly excited. No matter how firm his Dao heart was, he could not help but feel ecstatic. Shen Yanqing didn't disturb him and quickly left, leaving him alone to cultivate quietly. With the help of the ancestral voice, Zhou Xuanji absorbed the serendipity stones much faster than before. He stood in the air and the fate stones in the ocean-swallowing palace resonated with his ancestral voice. The fate stones turned into strands of spiritual qi and surged into his body. His cultivation rose steadily like a hot knife through butter. About a year. He began to break through to become a supreme of the three courts. An endless stream of opportunity stones descended from the sky, landing on the palace for him to absorb. The supreme divine power in his body was boiling like magma. His aura was terrifying and shook the entire palace. Little Sovereign floated not far away, his face full of admiration. This kid is going to surpass me. Little Sovereign lamented. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Just what kind of power was this ancestral sound? There was actually such a great fortune. Zhou Xuanji continued to break through. His sovereign's divine power seeped out of his body and formed a visible mist. It looked like a galaxy, dazzling and beautiful. Boom! The depths of his soul exploded, opening up an independent plane the size of a court that could contain an entire court. The great supremes of the three courts. Not only did his supreme god force undergo a quantitative change, it also underwent a qualitative change. He opened his eyes, and the exterminating divine light burst out from his eyes. The palace that was shaking non-stop suddenly stopped. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and sucked Little Sovereign into his hand. Little Sovereign screamed as he was sucked into the sword. With a leap, he broke through the roof of the palace and arrived above the vast sky, overlooking the boundless forest. His robe fluttered as Zhou Xuanji's aura revealed its sharpness. He scanned the world and didn't find Shen Yanqing's aura. He immediately teleported away. After he left, Shen Yanqing suddenly walked out of the huge forest. With one hand on her waist, she looked in the direction of Zhou Xuanji's departure with a smile. Hong Meng Heaven has finally appeared. There's going to be a good show, she murmured, smiling meaningfully. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji teleported into the turbulence of time and space. He sensed his clone in the Kunlun origin court and immediately rushed in that direction. Why isn't she here? It seems that she let me go on purpose, Zhou Xuanji silently thought. He didn't believe that Shen Yanqing would be so negligent. In any case, at least he escaped. Being trapped this time could be said to be a blessing in disguise. With the ancestral voice, Zhou Xuanji's potential and strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhou Xuanji thought of the square court realm that he had memorized and the court realm that had the ancient life lamp. He felt that he could take them all. He had to become stronger before Sovereign Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven recovered to their peak. Zhou Xuanji used the absolute time realm to quickly jump. In less than a year, he had rushed back to the Kunlun origin court. Seeing that the Kunlun origin court was intact and that all living beings were still living in harmony, a smile appeared on his face. He floated in the darkness and swept the entire Kunlun origin court with his divine will. Huh! He suddenly cried out in surprise. His expression turned strange. I actually have a grandson. Tanhua, that kid, usually looks introverted. I didn't expect him to have a child while I was away. Zhou Xuanji smiled and decided to see his grandson first. Now, Zhou Tianyuan was already 16 years old. He carried a giant sword on his back and traveled around the great world. Under the setting sun, he was sitting on the edge of a cliff, cultivating while facing the setting sun. Zhou Xuanji stood on the clouds and sized him up. He looks like his father. He also looks a bit like me, Zhou Xuanji said with a satisfied smile. Zhou Tianyuan had a dignified appearance. He had the cold temperament of a world swordsman. At least in terms of appearance, he had inherited Zhou Xuanji's excellent bloodline. At this moment, numerous black shadows dashed toward Zhou Tianyuan from all directions. They were dozens of assassins. They charged toward Zhou Tianyuan with scimitars in their hands. Zhou Tianyuan suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his hand, pulled out the giant sword on his back, and slashed downward. There was a loud bang. He flew up, and the cliff collapsed. The ground within a radius of 1,000 meters shattered. The assassins were so shocked that they leaped into the air. Zhou Tianyuan, you have offended the blood-drinking ancestor. You are destined to die. An assassin roared furiously. After that, he swung his blade toward Zhou Tianyuan. The blade sliced through the air, and a powerful gust condensed into blade qi. It swept across the sky and swept away the clouds. Zhou Tianyuan raised his giant sword, and a golden sword Buddha rose from the ground. The Buddha's head soared into the sky. Thousand-hand sword Buddha. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji smiled in his heart. He has my demeanor back then. He mumbled. He did not interfere. To Zhou Tianyuan, he still had a chance of winning this battle. Most of the enemy's cultivation was lower than his. The battle lasted for about an hour. The battle ended. Zhou Tianyuan killed all his enemies. His clothes were dyed black and red with blood. He was injured too. After he landed, he stumbled and fell sitting on the ground. He supported himself with his hands and smiled bitterly. You are still unhappy that you won with fewer people? Zhou Xuanji's voice came. Zhou Tianyuan looked up and saw him standing elegantly on his sword in midair. Who are you? Zhou Tianyuan asked anxiously. His magic energy was almost depleted, and it was difficult for him to continue fighting. He scanned Zhou Xuanji with his mind but could not see through him. Undefeatable. Zhou Tianyuan made a judgment immediately. His eyes turned sharp. Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile, Brat, why are you practicing the sword? Having heard that, Zhou Tianyuan frowned and replied, I was born to wield a sword. There's no reason. He suddenly realized that he could not see his opponent's face clearly. They were very close, but when his eyes fell on Zhou Xuanji's face, his vision became blurry. Chapter 925. Who are you? What do you want to do to me? Zhou Tianyuan asked anxiously. He held the great sword with both hands and propped himself up. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and smiled. You seem to have been taught by many people. Was that move just now called the thousand-hand sword Buddha? Hearing this, Zhou Tianyuan was stunned. He gritted his teeth and asked, How do you know? The master who taught him this swordsmanship had said that the thousand-hand sword Buddha was an exquisite swordsmanship that did not belong to this world. How could other people know about it? As he traveled the world, he had never revealed the name, thousand-hand sword Buddha. Instead, the world gave this sword technique another name. How would I know? That's none of your business. Do you want to learn a stronger sword technique? Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He had already divined Zhou Tianyuan's past. These fellows were all hiding it from Zhou Tianyuan. What was the point? Indeed there was. He also wanted to try. He had already frozen this space-time. Even Zhou Tanhua and Xianxia wouldn't be able to detect it. Why are you teaching me? Zhou Tianyuan asked cautiously. Over the years, he often received pointers from experts. When he was young, he was happy, but as he grew up and entered the world, he felt that there was a conspiracy behind it. Zhou Xuanji was delighted and said, You're not willing to become more powerful? Zhou Tianyuan was silent, feeling conflicted. Should he learn it or not? He couldn't help but ask, how strong is this sword technique? It can make you invincible in this world. Is there such a powerful sword technique? It's a sword technique that not even your father has learned. You know my father? Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not say anything. He directly took out the Emperor's sword of life and death. The sword light flashed in Zhou Tianyuan's eyes, and a boundless aura descended, forcing him to kneel on the ground. What kind of sword is that? Zhou Tianyuan looked at the Emperor's sword of life and death in a daze. This was the first time he had seen such a domineering sword. His father's sword was far inferior to this sword. At this moment, he began to look forward to what sword techniques the other party would teach him. Zhou Xuanji passed down the ultimate chaos Dao to him, and a massive wave of memories flowed into his mind, giving him a splitting headache. He held his head with both hands and rolled on the ground. As his grandfather, Zhou Xuanji naturally would not harm him. Although his pain was intense, it was far from breaking down. Zhou Xuanji began to recite the ancestral voice. Upon hearing the ancestral voice, Zhou Tianyuan immediately calmed down. With the help of the ancestral voice, he quickly grasped the ultimate chaos Dao. He slowly got up and sat cross-legged. Just like that, his cultivation base skyrocketed. This is the first gift I've prepared for you, and also a test for you. Zhou Xuanji mumbled. He wanted to make Zhou Tianyuan invincible in this world and see if this brat would succumb to his power. Back then, Zhou Tianhua was invincible in the world. He was cruel and heartless, which led to the counterattack of all living beings. In the end, the Tianhua sect ended up as a street rat. Zhou Xuanji, who also had invincible power, maintained the benevolence in his heart. He had never thought about how to enslave all living beings. Instead, he wanted all living beings to follow him and become stronger. He didn't want to force Zhou Tianyuan to be like him, he just wanted to see the kid's choice. Zhou Tianyuan slowly opened his eyes. He had a dream. He dreamt that he met an expert, causing his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. He even learned an incredible sword Dao divine ability. Wait a minute. This divine ability. His eyes widened in an instant, and his consciousness cleared. The ultimate chaos Dao was so deeply engraved in his mind. He felt that he could cast it just by raising his finger. The surging magic energy in his body indicated that this wasn't a dream. This, Zhou Tianyuan was ecstatic. He subconsciously looked up, but Zhou Xuanji was no longer there. He quickly got up and shouted, "Senior." Zhou Xuanji didn't answer him. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had already returned to the Supreme Palace. The nearby spacetime had returned to normal. For Zhou Tianyuan, several years had passed, but in reality, it was just a second. In the distance, Zhou Tianhua, who was cultivating above the waterfall, suddenly opened his eyes. He furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "What's going on with this kid's cultivation?" Although he had already let his son wander the world, the heart of a father and son was connected. If Zhou Tianyuan suddenly underwent a huge change, he would definitely sense it immediately. He began to calculate what Zhou Tianyuan had encountered. Unfortunately, he could only calculate that battle. He couldn't calculate Zhou Xuanji's appearance. Strange, why did it suddenly erupt? Zhou Tianhua furrowed his brow. He couldn't figure out the reason. Could it be because of his bloodline? He had had such an experience before. His cultivation had suddenly skyrocketed. It seemed that his father had made a big breakthrough, and his bloodline had affected his descendants. Thinking of this, a look of yearning appeared on his face. "Father, I wonder what your cultivation is now." He looked up at the horizon and muttered to himself. Inside the Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne, sensing the situation of the Kunlun Origin Court's various divine ranges. Everything in the lower realm was going with the flow, but the Kunlun Origin Court was extremely lively. With the advancement and improvement of the superstar competition, the Kunlun Origin Court had many heroes. It looked like it was going to recover its prosperity. Zhou Xiaoxian, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others had also made a name for themselves in the Kunlun origin court. The Emperor Sword Divine Range had become a great divine range in a short time. Even without Zhou Xuanji's arrangements, many divine ranges had befriended them, especially the Tianyi Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji probed the Tianyi Divine Range with his divine sense. He suddenly thought of the Holy Ghost. He had an idea in his heart. He teleported the Holy Ghost into the palace through the air. The Holy Ghost was still asleep. It was curled up into a ball, motionless. Zhou Xuanji smiled and started to recite the ancestral voice. As soon as the ancestral voice appeared, the Holy Ghost trembled and jumped up. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, his expression became savage, and he started to soundlessly roar at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly and thought to himself, ancestral sound has no effect on him. He didn't believe in the supernatural and continued to recite the ancestral voice. At the same time, he used his supreme divine force to restrict the Holy Ghost so that it couldn't escape. As the ancestral voice attacked, the Holy Ghost gradually calmed down. Bits of black light floated up from his body, as if he was shedding his skin in flames. As expected, Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He was delighted in his heart. He could use the ancestral voice to investigate the secret of the Holy Ghost's birth. The Holy Ghost shed more and more skin, and countless black light spots floated around it. Its expression became serene, and it curled up like a baby in its stomach. Zhou Xuanji sent his divine sense into these black motes of light. In that instant, he felt that his divine sense was being burned, and his soul felt a stabbing pain, causing him to frown. He was already a great paragon of the three courts, so what kind of power could harm him? He suddenly thought of the blood bead black staff that Shen Nianxing had taken away. Could it be related to that thing? Soon, the Holy Ghost's body began to shrink, gradually turning into a newborn. Zhou Xuanji collected the black light spots into his palm and condensed them into a black ball. The ancestral voice came to an abrupt end. His eyes locked on the black ball, carefully observing it. Next, he took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and called Little Sovereign. When Little Sovereign came out and saw the Holy Ghost, his eyes immediately widened. Chapter 926. You actually helped the Holy Ghost get rid of its curse. How did you do it? Little Sovereign exclaimed, looking as if he had seen a ghost. His gaze then turned to the black ball in Zhou Xuanji's hand and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "This is the mysterious power attached to the Holy Ghost. I feel that it was because of it that the Holy Ghost ended up like that," Zhou Xuanji replied. When Little Sovereign heard this, he began to carefully look at the black sphere. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Now you can tell me why the Holy Ghost was born, and what is your relationship with the Holy Ghost?" At first, he felt that the relationship between the Holy Ghost and Little Sovereign wasn't ordinary. "Fine, I'll tell you then. In fact, this Holy Ghost was once my disciple. He pursued power excessively and searched for the ancient power. In the end, he ended up like the Holy Ghost. I still don't know what that power is. Legend has it that it has existed since the birth of the Kunlun origin court." Little Sovereign began to talk about the Holy Ghost's past with a melancholy look on his face. He disappeared for 20,000 years before reappearing. At that time, I had already become a supreme being, and it was I who personally sealed him. According to the records, there were other examples like this in the past, and they were called Holy Ghosts by the senior supreme beings. I once spent some time investigating the reason for the birth of the Holy Ghost, but I only know that there is such a force. As for what it is, I don't know. This is also an unsolved mystery of the Kunlun origin court. He looked at the Holy Ghost and sighed faintly. As a master, he was unable to save his own disciple. He was truly a failure. He then looked at Zhou Xuanji, and his expression immediately cleared up as he smiled and said, "Boy, you're becoming more and more powerful." What was he doing at Zhou Xuanji's age? He couldn't remember it clearly, but he knew that he didn't even dare to dream about becoming a supreme being at that time. "I let your disciple reincarnate?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He was more concerned about the black ball in his hand. As for the Holy Ghost itself, it had nothing to do with him. Little Sovereign nodded and said, it's good to experience it once, lest there be a shadow in my heart." With a wave of his right hand, Zhou Xuanji sent the Holy Ghost into reincarnation. Then, he focused his attention on the black ball. Little Supreme Being didn't disturb him. He got into the Lesser Supreme Sword and slept peacefully. A few months later, Jiang Shui returned. When she saw Zhou Xuanji, she was pleasantly surprised and quickly went up to him. "When did you come back?" Jiang Shui stood beside Zhou Xuanji and asked charmingly. Only in front of Zhou Xuanji would she show such a cute side. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I have been back for a few months. You have done a good job as Shitian Goddess Mother. There are already many statues of you in the Origin Court." He put the black ball in his hand into his sleeve to avoid accidentally hurting Jiang Shui. "Isn't it all because of you? Have you seen your grandson?" Jiang Shui covered her mouth as she laughed. Ever since Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign, she truly felt carefree. She did not know much about what was happening outside the court, but she believed that Zhou Xuanji would be able to shake the heavens and earth, while everything within the court was very stable. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, "Tanhua is not bad. He has a child so soon. Is it fast? Earlier than you?" Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him and suddenly thought of Zhou Xiaoxian. She didn't know when she would be able to get married. Zhou Xiaoxian wasn't interested in love affairs. She only wanted to cultivate or play around. Zhou Xuanji could tell what was on her mind and comforted her. "She is still young. What's the hurry? When the time comes, she will naturally come. Moreover, with your current vision, who will be your son-in-law?" Hearing this, Jiang Shui felt that it made sense. If Zhou Xiaoxian really got married now, she would not be at ease. After all, this girl would always have the heart of a child. Zhou Tanhua was just physically young, but this girl's heart was immature. After that, Zhou Xuanji began to talk about his experiences during this period of time. Jiang Shui listened to the story, but when she heard that Zhou Xuanji was in danger, she couldn't help but worry. Just as she thought, Zhou Xuanji had turned misfortune into blessing and even obtained a great opportunity. Hongmeng Heaven? Aren't you going to become the top ruler of the endless universe soon? Jiang Shui sighed. Even as Zhou Xuanji's wife, she was used to his speed of growth. But she still couldn't help but feel shocked. This was too outrageous. She carefully sized up Zhou Xuanji, wondering if Zhou Xuanji was the reincarnation of Hongmeng Heaven. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not anyone's reincarnation. I'm just lucky." He increasingly felt that the Supreme Legendary Sword System was one of the sovereign's serendipity. Although the Supreme Legendary Sword System was becoming less and less helpful to him now, a tall building starts from a flat ground. Along the way, his greatest reliance was the Supreme Legendary Sword System, which was the serendipitous opportunity of the primordial world. Be careful in the future. Don't be arrogant at any time, understand? Jiang Shui exhorted. The higher you stand, the more you revere. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had been reminding himself. Even someone as powerful as a sovereign, invincible in the world, didn't he still fall? Next, I will stay in Kunlun Origin Court to cultivate. When I go out in the future, I will bring the Kunlun Origin Court with me, Zhou Xuanji said with a soft smile as he pulled her into his arms. Jiang Shui snuggled in his arms, quietly feeling the warmth of his body. Jiang Shui snuggled in his arms, quietly feeling the warmth of his body. On this day, Zhou Xuanji summoned the 12 law ancestors and all the god pillars. Hearing his voice, the 12 law ancestors were very excited. They were one of the few who knew that Zhou Xuanji had left. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji had returned safely, they were finally relieved. After coming to the Supreme Palace, everyone knelt down and worshipped Zhou Xuanji. Get up. I called you all here today to start the plan outside the court, Zhou Xuanji said calmly. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. Then, he roughly explained the situation in the boundless universe. Knowing that there were countless courts and domains in the outside world, everyone in the palace was shocked. A god pillar asked carefully, since it's so dangerous outside the court, won't we? Zhou Xuanji was not angry but replied with a smile. Do you want to wait for the enemy to find us, or do you want us to take the initiative to explore a wider domain? I have already set my eyes on a court realm and am prepared to kill its sovereign and take over its court realm. I will act alone without you. Can you understand the mentality of those great sovereigns? Hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The strong preyed on the weak. The plan is not to go outside the court directly. I need to gather a large number of geniuses. I will teach them the Tao personally and nurture them, Zhou Xuanji continued. Then, he changed the topic and said, when the time comes, you will gather with all the branch lords, and I will teach you the Tao alone. As soon as he said that, everyone became excited. The Tao of the Sovereign. Even Origin Fusion Divine Lord would benefit greatly from it. The Sovereign is benevolent. A Law ancestor cried out excitedly. The others expressed their gratitude as well. Their faces were filled with fanaticism. How could they not look forward to the future by following such a sovereign? Throughout history, how many sovereigns were as benevolent as Zhou Xuanji without losing his ambition? Chapter 927. A piece of heavy news suddenly spread in the Kunlun Origin Court. The sovereign was going to select geniuses and train them personally. The sovereign divine ranges each had 100 spots, the super divine ranges each had 20 spots, the superior divine ranges each had 10 spots, the middle grade divine ranges each had 3 spots, and the low grade divine ranges each had 1 spot. As soon as the news spread, it shook the entire Kunlun universe. All the divine ranges were bustling with noise and excitement. The range masters and god pillars discussed this matter together. They all had to implement Zhou Xuanji's philosophy and be as fair as possible. Therefore, all the divine ranges began to hold aptitude tests. While the Kunlun Origin Court was in jubilation, Zhou Xuanji secretly came to the Emperor Sword Divine Range and sealed the spacetime to give special treatment to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. All the disciples who had gone out were brought back by him, including Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Xiaoxian. He directly preached in the ancestral voice, immersing all the disciples in it. In just one day, thousands of disciples had broken through. In order to prevent alarming the other divine ranges, Zhou Xuanji turned his sovereign divine power into spiritual qi and poured it into the Emperor Sword Divine Range to ensure that the disciples could break through smoothly. 10 years had passed in the Emperor Sword Divine Range, but only a few breaths had passed in the outside world. Zhou Xuanji stopped preaching and said with a smile, "This matter can't be spread, understand?" He said it in a relaxed manner as if he was joking. But when his words reached everyone's ears, they couldn't help but smile. After Zhou Xuanji left, all the layers of the Emperor Sword Divine Range were boiling with excitement. Awesome! Zhou Xiaoxian pulled Zhou Tanhua and kept talking excitedly. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Lin Changge, Chen Bantian, and the others also had a look of fanatical worship on their faces. After Zhou Xuanji's preaching, everyone had a breakthrough. The ancestral voices preaching had made their Tao heart qualitatively change. Their future cultivation would also be more stable. Zhou Tanhua sighed and said, "Father has been working hard after becoming the sovereign. Just the language that he didn't understand gave me a lot of insights." Except for those who could learn the ancestral voice, anyone who listened to the ancestral voice would stimulate their creativity and greatly improve their cultivation. Such a voice of creation, it was hard to find a second one in the endless universe. It seems that the outside plan is true. Master really plans to lead the Kunlun Origin Court. Xiao Jinghong said excitedly. His fists were tightly clenched. His eyes were full of expectation. It had been a long time since he had fought with Zhou Xuanji. The others began to fantasize as well. Zhou Xiaoxian asked Zhou Tanhua to talk about the magnificence of the endless universe. This time, Zhou Tanhua didn't avoid talking about what he had seen and heard. Everyone exclaimed from time to time. After returning to the Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji continued to study the black ball. His spiritual will was already able to enter and endure the terrifying burning power. Inside the black sphere was chaos. Apart from the gray mist, there was nothing else, not even light. He did not believe that it was that simple. There had to be some kind of power, or else how could the Holy Ghost become a cursed existence? Anyone who was touched by the Holy Ghost would be cursed to death. He wanted the power of the curse. If he had the ability of the Holy Ghost, wouldn't his combat strength be off the charts? Unkillable. Anyone who touched him would be cursed. Just thinking about it made his heart burn. When the Kunlun Origin Court was selecting geniuses, he would seclude himself in the Supreme Palace and focus on studying the Black Sphere. In the blink of an eye. 5 years passed. Zhou Xuanji gathered the 12 ancestors, the God Pillars, the Range Masters, and the rulers of the various Origin Court's power centers in the Sovereign Plain. He also used the ancestral voice to preach the Tao, allowing them to enter a state of epiphany. He was not afraid that someone would surpass him because he was confident in himself. The stronger the Kunlun Origin Court, the better he would be able to display his abilities. Back then, there were many powerful cultivators under the sovereign heaven. Many of them were even famous in history. Their legends were still circulating in the endless universe. The sovereign is really getting more and more powerful. Namutiani sighed from the bottom of his heart after hearing the ancestral voice. Although he could not understand the ancestral voice, it could inexplicably move him. Countless insights emerged in his mind. He sighed while restraining the urge to have an epiphany. Next, like the other range masters, he sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. After a while, the spiritual qi and Tao energy of the entire Kunlun Origin Court were drawn, rushing toward the sovereign plane like a hurricane. The creatures wandering in the Kunlun universe raised their heads in shock. What's going on? Don't panic. The Sword Emperor is here. What's there to be afraid of? It should be the Sword Emperor preaching the Tao to the powerful cultivators. My range master mentioned this to me before. Awesome. I really want to listen to the sovereign preaching the Tao. This is definitely an unprecedented golden age. Looking back in history, when has there ever been an era where everyone worked hard to cultivate without fighting? All the creatures felt deep veneration for Zhou Xuanji. Although Zhou Xuanji had not become the sovereign for a long time, he had already convinced everyone. The spiritual qi riot this time would go down in history. Because this was the beginning of the Sword Emperor's kindness. After 10 years of preaching, the geniuses of each divine range were successfully selected. After only half a year of rest, all the geniuses were sent to the sovereign plane. They levitated in the void, looking at the sovereign palace in the distance. All of them were nervous and excited. Among them were many of Zhou Xuanji's acquaintances. Their feelings were the most complicated. They could only look up to the existence that they once regarded as immortal. Now, they had to come and listen to the preaching. They were not indignant. Instead, they felt an inexplicable sense of honor. Zhou Xuanji began preaching the Tao. With the ancestral voice, all the geniuses quieted down. Inside the palace, Zhou Xuanji preached the Tao while refining a black sword with both hands. This sword was made from the Holy Ghost's black sphere. He could not analyze the true power of the black sphere, so he had a sudden idea to refine it into a sword. He only succeeded after the sword spirit helped him refine the sword. Or else, he could not refine the black sphere by himself. I wonder what grade this sword will reach. Zhou Xuanji thought in anticipation. He could already sense a horrifying power stirring within the black sword. The preaching this time lasted for 10 years too. All the geniuses benefited greatly. When the preaching ended, they bowed to the sovereign palace together. Thank you, sovereign. Their voices gathered together and resounded across the sovereign plain, shaking everyone's heart. Cultivate well when you go back. The Kunlun Origin Court will depend on you in the future. Maybe one of you will be the next sovereign. Zhou Xuanji's voice came, and the geniuses were overwhelmed with emotions. After that, they were sent out of the sovereign plain by Zhou Xuanji. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's sword was successfully refined. The sword spirit took the black sword and helped him tame it. At the same time, he determined its grade. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied. He had finally gotten rid of the black sphere. However, He waited for a year and still did not hear from the sword spirit. So, he went to look for his grandson. Now, Zhou Tianyuan had grown up and became a peerless genius in that great world. He was full of mettle. Chapter 928. Under the sea of clouds, a giant city floated in the air. The buildings in the city were majestic, and countless divine beasts circled the edge of the giant city. It was heavily guarded. On top of the tallest tower in the city stood a palace. It was grand and magnificent. Inside the hall, Zhou Tianyuan sat on the jade bed, stroking the sword in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. He was still thinking about Zhou Xuanji. Ever since Zhou Xuanji bestowed him with invincible cultivation, his life had undergone tremendous changes. Every time he was about to swell up, he could not help but think of Zhou Xuanji. Compared to that expert, he was still far from it. Just as he was pondering, the sound of footsteps could be heard. It was his mother, Murong Yen. After so many years, she was still devastatingly beautiful. However, there was now a hint of worry between her brows. She came before Zhou Tianyuan and asked, "Still no news of your father's whereabouts?" Hearing this, Zhou Tianyuan shook his head and said, "Mother, don't think too much. Father will come back." From the beginning to the end, his eyes never left the sword in his hand. Over the years, Murong Yen had often asked about Zhou Tanhua's whereabouts, and he had already gotten used to it. Murong Yen frowned and said angrily, "You're already so strong. Why don't you go look for your father?" Ever since Zhou Xuanji moved Zhou Tanhua back to the Kunlun origin court, he had never returned. That cultivation maniac was in seclusion. It was not that he had forgotten about Murong Yen, but before he left, Zhou Tianyuan had already obtained a cultivation base that was unrivaled in this boundless world, so he was naturally at ease. "Mother, the boundless universe is so big. Furthermore, father is not weak. He must be cultivating." Zhou Tianyuan said helplessly. He had never fought against Zhou Tanhua since he was a child. He was looking forward to that day. He wanted to prove to Zhou Tanhua that he had surpassed his father's generation. Therefore, he also wanted to find Zhou Tanhua very much. However, he had sent his spies all over the world to search for his father, but they still couldn't find his father's whereabouts. Murong Yen walked to the side and sat on a chair. She sighed and said, "Does your father have a new lover? After so many years, why hasn't he come to see me?" Zhou Tianyuan felt a headache coming on and comforted her, "Mother, don't think too much. Do you think that with father's personality, he would find a new lover? Him liking you back then was already a miracle." Murong Yen glared at him. What was he talking about? But thinking about it carefully, that guy was indeed a blockhead. All he thought about in his head was how to become stronger, even more exaggerated than Zhou Tianyuan. "Now that my son is so powerful, even if he were to look for a new lover, I would still have you to support me," Murong Yen said with a complacent smile. Zhou Tianyuan could only go along with it. I'll kill whoever dares to fight for your favor." Murong Yen beamed with joy as he listened. He was no longer worried. "Yo, your killing intent is so great." A voice sounded out as Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of the gate and walked towards them. "Who are you?" Murong Yen immediately stood up and asked in a deep voice. As soon as she saw Zhou Xuanji, she inexplicably fell into a trance. She didn't know why, but she immediately recognized him as Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Xuanji changed into a set of white clothes and suppressed his aura of a sovereign. He looked just like a scholar in the mortal world. "Senior," Zhou Tianyuan stood up in excitement, his entire body trembling, not daring to believe his own ears and eyes. He could not forget Zhou Xuanji's voice. "Senior?" Murong Yen looked back in surprise. She had heard from Zhou Tianyuan that he had obtained the inheritance of a senior, which allowed his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. As early as when Zhou Tianyuan was young, she had seen a mysterious person teaching him. These things had always been in her heart, and she had yet to solve them. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "Long time no see, you have grown up." Zhou Tianyuan couldn't hold back his excitement. He quickly took a few steps forward. He had too many questions to ask. Do you know what's beyond the Great Thousand World and what's above it? Zhou Xuanji took the lead to ask, stunning Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yen. Beyond the Great Thousand World are the 3,000 great worlds, and above it is the heavenly law, Zhou Tianyuan immediately replied with a firm tone. He had met people from other great worlds before, and had even experienced a fierce battle. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, what about above the heavenly law? Zhou Tianyuan frowned. He hesitated for a moment before replying, Great Tao? What about above the Great Tao? Zhou Xuanji revealed a meaningful smile. This stumped Zhou Tianyuan. Murong Yen couldn't help but be curious. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, a thought emerged in her mind. Could this person be related to Zhou Tanhua? Is he Zhou Tanhua's brother? The Great Tao is just a small place in the void boundary. The vast universe is divided by the void boundary. Above the layers of the universe is the Kunlun Origin Court. There are countless experts in the Kunlun Origin Court, and there are divine ranges. Those creatures have mastered a Great Tao and even have strength that surpasses the Great Tao, Zhou Xuanji explained leisurely as he glanced around the palace. This kid has a good eye. He has his own style. Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yen fell into shock. They knew that there were countless mortal worlds below the Great Thousand World, but they didn't think that the Great Thousand World was just a small place. There was a vast world above it that they couldn't imagine. Are you from the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Tianyuan asked cautiously. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, Your father is in the Kunlun Origin Court. He is in closed-door cultivation, so he didn't come to find you and your mother. As soon as he said this, Murong Yen immediately became excited. She took 2 steps forward and asked, What is your relationship with Tanhua? Brother? Zhou Tianyuan came back to his senses. He suddenly realized that Zhou Xuanji looked very similar to Zhou Tanhua. Back then, he didn't see Zhou Xuanji's face clearly and only remembered his voice. So now that he recognized Zhou Xuanji, he was so excited that he didn't pay attention to his face. I can't say. I've granted you unrivaled cultivation. Are you happy? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile that didn't seem like a smile as he fixed his eyes on Zhou Tianyuan. Zhou Tianyuan felt a little guilty under his gaze, but he forced a smile and said, Thank you, senior. Zhou Xuanji said, Your cultivation seems to have stagnated for a long time. You seem to have become addicted to your current power. This time, Zhou Tianyuan could no longer pretend to be calm. He lowered his head in shame. Do you think that you are already very powerful? Do you know how powerful those who taught you when you were young were? They could destroy the current you with a single breath. Zhou Xuanji's tone was casual, as though he was joking. Zhou Tianyuan raised his head abruptly, his face filled with disbelief. He knew how powerful he was. Compared to the seniors he had met when he was young, was there such a big gap? Go out and walk more. Don't stay here all day looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and deliberately showed a look of pity, which made Zhou Tianyuan feel even more ashamed. He took a deep breath, looked up at Zhou Xuanji, and asked, Why does my father cultivate? If he guessed correctly, those seniors were also from the Kunlun Origin Court. And so was his revered teacher. The reason why they were willing to teach him was probably because of his father, Zhou Tanhua. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose as he said, He just wants to become stronger, so he has been cultivating. If there's a goal, it's to become the most powerful. Chapter 929. The Strongest. Zhou Tianyuan revealed a blank look. He subconsciously asked, Who is the strongest in the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not speak. Murong Yen suddenly asked, Senior, when will the Tanhua be back? She was annoyed to learn that Zhou Tanhua was in closed-door cultivation, but she also felt relieved in her heart. At least this guy didn't have a new lover. You'll have to ask him himself. Don't worry and wait. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. After that, he turned around and left. He said, I came to see you this time. Your swordsmanship is too shallow. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already disappeared. Hearing this, Zhou Tianyuan's face and ears turned red. She felt ashamed and held her sword tightly. Muron Yen was thinking about Zhou Tanhua, and the hall fell silent. After leaving the palace, Zhou Xuanji did not leave immediately. He wandered around Zhou Tianyuan's huge city. It had been a long time since he had descended to the mortal world to play. The swordsmanship in this city was very strong, and almost everyone carried a sword. The Holy Ghost cursed sword you refined has been successfully born. The voice of the sword spirit suddenly sounded in his mind, and then the confidence of the Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared in front of him. Sword name, Holy Ghost cursed sword grade, myriad flowers origin court description, refined from the evil will of the creator of the Kunlun origin court. It is immortal. Once touched by the blade, bad luck will plague the body and it will cause a violent death. Using this sword requires one to be at least a great supreme of the three courts. What a tacky name. However, to be able to reach the myriad flowers origin court made Zhou Xuanji very excited. He just so happened to meet the requirements of this sword. Zhou Xuanji moved to a deserted forest and took out the Holy Ghost cursed sword. This was his first myriad flower origin court divine sword. Ordinary ore, iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God slaying, Armageddon. Ancient gazing, disaster releasing, universe essence, overturning heavens, heaven span, 9 extremities, primordial chaos. Profound way, honored lord, vast sky, merging all life, court overturning. The myriad flower origin court, the lord of karma cauldron, the great calamity. The supreme legendary sword systems level was updated again and again, always keeping up with his growth. The Holy Ghost cursed sword was completely black, and the top of the blade was shaped like a tooth. Under the sunlight, the blade reflected a frightening cold light. He gripped the sword tightly and could feel the vast power within it. The evil thoughts of the creator of the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji was quite curious. Who was the creator of the Kunlun origin court? Even the Palace of Historical Records of the Origin Court had never clearly stated this. No one knew how long the Kunlun Origin Court had existed, and no one knew what it looked like before. The answers to these puzzles are impossible to imagine. Lightly waving the Holy Ghost cursed sword, Zhou Xuanji immediately put it away, lest he accidentally destroyed this great world. The evil energy in the sword was so massive that even Zhou Xuanji had to be cautious. With this sword, my strength has increased tremendously. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji chuckled before he disappeared. Within the dark void, a small boat was moving forward. A figure stood on the deck with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He was tall, his white hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was handsome. There was a sense of hostility between his brows, and 2 clusters of flames burned on his shoulders. He was Gu Tianlin. He was a peerless genius of the present age. His cultivation was exceedingly high. His fame was not inferior to the Qilin 9 absolutes. Behind him, a short and fat old man was making tea. The old man picked up the teacup and said with a smile, "Young master, it's still far from the Kunlun origin court. Take a seat first." Hearing this, Gu Tianlin shook his head. He looked ahead and said, "This is my first time coming to the Kunlun origin court. Someone said that I would be defeated in the Kunlun origin court. Do you think I will lose?" The old man blew the steam off the teacup and said with a smile, "I don't know, but you rarely lose, don't you?" Gu Tianlin narrowed his eyes. He thought of Shen Nianqing's mockery of him. "You are a peerless genius? It's just that you haven't met the Kunlun origin court sword emperor. Otherwise, you would understand how mediocre you are. By the way, Hong Qin Saint Lord met the sword emperor and imparted his Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao to the sword emperor." When she said this, Shen Nianqing's face was full of a contemptuous smile. It still stimulated him. "Sword emperor? Just wait, I will defeat you in front of all your subordinates. I will make you kneel and beg for mercy," Gu Tianlin murmured. His eyes were cold. He looked as if he had Zhou Xuanji in the bag. The old man glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. He didn't say much. Inside the Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji's ancestral voice reverberated. He was sitting on the golden throne with Jianghu and Xianxia on his left and right. Sovereign Hongchen was meditating below. The three women were immersed in the ancestral voice, unable to extricate themselves. Zhou Xuanji looked at their epiphany and couldn't help but think of the location of the origin court that he had memorized before. I have to find a chance to take away the court realm. At that time, I will let Xianxia and Sovereign Hongchen take charge. I can absorb the rules and become stronger. Thinking of this, he immediately sent out an outer soul avatar to check the situation. I hope that the court realm is still there. His outer soul avatar immediately left the Kunlun origin court. But as soon as he came out, he saw a familiar figure. Sovereign Wu Zhou. To be precise, it was a strand of Sovereign Wu Zhou's soul. Quickly call your main body. Sovereign Wu Zhou's face was pale, and his aura was weak. Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately ended his preaching. He left these words and left. Continue your cultivation. I'm going out for a while. The three women didn't open their eyes. They were still immersed in the enlightenment. He came to the dark void. Zhou Xuanji looked at Sovereign Wu Zhou and asked with a frown, "What happened to you?" Sovereign Wu Zhou took a deep breath and said, "Sovereign Heaven has revived and is capturing the Kunlun origin court sovereigns. Unfortunately, I encountered him and was destroyed by him with a palm strike. Before my main soul was captured, I was lucky enough to split a strand of my remnant soul." Sovereign Heaven? Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. He couldn't help but think of the sea of corpses. What does a sovereign heaven want to do? To take revenge on the boundless universe? Protect the Kunlun origin court. If possible, I hope you can move the Kunlun origin court away. Be careful of the heavenly law. Sovereign Wu Zhou said with difficulty. After saying this, his remnant soul suddenly dissipated. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Be careful of the heavenly law? Each court realm had countless heavenly laws. How could he be careful? Sovereign Heaven was also a heavenly law body. Could it be that he could control all the heavenly laws? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Also, how can I move the Kunlun origin court away? Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and summoned Little Sovereign. After Little Sovereign learned of this, his face turned gloomy. What will come will come. Go and collect the Fang court realm that you found before, Little Sovereign said while rubbing his chin. He couldn't think of a solution for the time being. Zhou Xuanji nodded and left his out-of-soul doppelgangers to guard this place. After that, he immediately left, quickly leaving the dark void. At the same time, in the Kunlun origin court, in a dark ice palace, Zhou Tanhua was meditating and cultivating. Your chance is here. A hoarse voice entered his ears, causing him to open his eyes in shock. Who is it? Chapter 930. Zhou Tanhua frowned and scanned every corner of the ice palace. Even with his spiritual will, he couldn't find any aura of other creatures. Hurry up and come out. What are you hiding in the dark for? He shouted in a low voice. His aura exploded, shaking the entire ice palace. At this time, a wisp of black smoke appeared in front of him, and a hoarse voice came from it. The post-ancient sovereign three heavens have appeared, and the Kunlun origin court is wavering between creation and destruction. Leave the Kunlun origin court, your opportunity is waiting for you. Baffling. Zhou Tanhua's face turned ugly as he shouted, Who the hell are you? He subconsciously thought of Zhou Fa. Back then, Zhou Fa also liked to scare him like this, so he was unmoved. It was definitely an enemy trying to lure him away from the Kunlun origin court. Of course, if he was a tiger in the Kunlun origin court, there would be many dragons circling above him. I am Sovereign Carefree, and I was once a sovereign of the Kunlun origin court. Currently, there are invincible existences hunting down the origin court sovereigns, and I am also being hunted. I have divined that you will be the future pillar of the Kunlun origin court, and I hope that you can escape this calamity." The hoarse voice once again came out from the black smoke, causing Zhou Tanhua to frown. He had heard of Supreme Unfettered. He was a supreme who had left his name throughout the ages. There were still many legends about him circulating in the Kunlun origin court. He had heard from Zhou Xuanji that he had met Sovereign Xiaoyao at the Sovereign's gathering. "Have you told my father about this?" Zhou Tanhua asked. Sovereign Xiaoyao replied, "Sovereign Wu Zhou has already told him that he has left the Kunlun origin court to search for other courts." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tanhua's hostility began to fade. In that case, it was possible that the other party really did not have malicious intentions. If Zhou Xuanji had not left, this guy would not have thought of him. "Let's wait for my father to come back," Zhou Tanhua said in a deep voice. He had family and friends in the Kunlun origin court. How could he just leave like that? Supreme Unfettered's tone was solemn as he said, "The catastrophe might descend at any moment. You can't hesitate any longer. I've made up my mind. Don't say any more, senior. Thank you for your advice." Zhou Tanhua shook his head and said in a firm tone. After that, he sat down again. The wisp of black smoke dissipated. After that, Supreme Unfettered disappeared without leaving a single word. Zhou Tanhua heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that Supreme Unfettered would force him. However, when he thought about what Sovereign Xiaoyao said, he felt worried for Zhou Xuanji. His father was indeed powerful, but he wasn't invincible in the boundless universe. He looked up at the top of the ice palace, his eyes filled with worry. Within the space-time turbulence, a gray-robed man stood with his hands behind his back. His black hair was mixed with a few strands of green hair. Although his appearance wasn't outstanding, his aura was extraordinary. When space-time lightning approached him, it would transform into golden lotuses and float away. He was the unfettered Exalt. At this moment, his face was solemn, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Since he doesn't want to leave, then forget it." A voice drifted over. A silhouette appeared 100 feet behind the unfettered sovereign. The silhouette shone with golden light, but its true appearance could not be seen. Supremacy Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and said, "But if that's the case, won't the Kunlun origin court's fate be cut off?" He shuddered at the thought of how powerful a cardinal heaven expert was. "There's no other way. You can't change anything. Go back, find a place to hide, and wait for the three heavens to descend. At that time, someone will restrain the cardinal heaven," the silhouette said in a meaningful tone, shaking its head. Supreme Unfettered frowned and said, "Who can restrain the cardinal heaven? Isn't Hun Tian in cahoots with him? Are you referring to the legendary Hongmeng heaven? Can he fight against the cardinal heaven and Hunyuan heaven alone?" Hunyuan heaven and cardinal heaven appeared on the same day. Both sides drew a boundary, oppressing one another without interfering with the other. The future of the boundless universe is not something you and I can speculate about. "Survive first," the silhouette said faintly. The light figure said faintly. Then, he turned into a star of light and disappeared without a trace. Supreme Unfettered stood rooted to the ground. He pondered for a long time before he finally sighed and left. Boom! 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 In the void, two silhouettes were fighting wildly. Zhou Xuanji held the Soul Kunlun sword in his hand. His sword chi was so powerful that his opponent could not get close. His opponent was a court realm sovereign who had already gathered the power of the court realm. His body was glowing with a blinding white light. He desperately cast his divine abilities, but no matter how he attacked, he could not break through the boundless sword chi. How can it be? How can he be so powerful? Great sovereign white light roared furiously in his heart. An unprecedented fear occupied his mind. In the void, the turbid mist billowed recklessly like a group of dancing dragons. Zhou Xuanji looked at his opponent calmly. He could easily suppress his opponent with the Soul Kunlun sword. If he took out the Holy Ghost cursed sword, he might be able to kill this great sovereign instantly. It's time to end this. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He just wanted to test his strength. Now that he had a rough understanding of his opponent, it was time to end this battle. He raised the Soul Kunlun sword and swung it casually. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Boom! Endless sword Qi came at him. Sovereign white light could not react in time and was engulfed by the violent sword Qi. Both his body and soul were destroyed in an instant. Instant kill. When a court great sovereign used the power of the court realm, his strength was at most equivalent to that of the great sovereigns of the three courts. Zhou Xuanji had already reached the great sovereign of the three courts. With the origin court reversing sword in his hand, killing his opponent was as easy as killing chickens and dogs. Surging supreme divine power poured into Zhou Xuanji's body. The absolute invasion saint body perfectly absorbed this divine power. Next, he looked at a tiny piece of sand. There was a court realm hidden in it. He waved his right hand and took the sand into his hand. He turned around and quickly flew toward the Kunlun origin court. Shuttling through the turbulence of time and space, Zhou Xuanji scanned the court realm in the sand with his divine will. This Fang court realm had changed a lot compared to what he had seen before. The number of creatures inside had increased dramatically. He had no idea what had happened. Huh? Zhou Xuanji suddenly noticed something. He raised his brow as a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Time rule. That great sovereign had used the time rule on the court realm. No wonder the number of creatures in the court realm had increased so quickly. There was also the time rule in the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji could control the time in the Kunlun origin court, but he couldn't do it with such a big difference. According to his estimation, a year in the Kunlun origin court was equivalent to 1,000 years in this Fang court realm. The difference of 1,000 times was enough to prove that this time rule wasn't simple. Could it be that this rule doesn't belong to this court realm but comes from the endless universe? Zhou Xuanji curiously thought. He decided to absorb this time rule. After a few hours, he returned to the Supreme Palace and began to absorb the court realm in the sand. In the depths of his soul, he had already opened 3 court realms. It was enough to store this court realm. He took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign to stay by his side. In case he encountered any problems, he could ask Little Sovereign for help. You killed a great sovereign so quickly. Little Sovereign cried out in shock. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Apart from his fall, Zhou Xuanji had yet to seize a court realm. Chapter 931. Why are you so surprised? It seems like I have far surpassed your peak. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said with a smile. He felt very happy to see Little Sovereign so shocked. Little Sovereign crossed his arms and snorted, "Smelly brat, you have indeed surpassed me. Don't leave me behind in the future. I still want to stand at the peak with you and look at the myriad halls realm." He had heard Zhou Xuanji mention the 9 souls before. In the mortal realm, Zhou Xuanji had relied on the 9 souls in the legendary swords to escape danger many times, and in the end, Zhou Xuanji had helped them revive. It sounded like a beautiful story, but he did not want that. He wanted to follow Zhou Xuanji forever. He believed that this kid would surpass his imagination. I won't abandon you. Right, there's a law of time in this court realm. Zhou Xuanji nodded before explaining how powerful the time law was. Little Sovereign touched his chin and guessed, according to what you said, it might really be from the endless universe. But how could that guy have such a treasure? It can't be that the time law came knocking on my door, right? Zhou Xuanji thought about it carefully. Could it be that the great sovereign had a serendipity in the boundless universe? He might even have a backer. He shook his head. So what if he had a backer? Currently, the boundless universe was in turmoil and chaos, so what if he provoked another powerful enemy? Following this, Zhou Xuanji began to focus on absorbing the court realm. His supreme divine power was extremely powerful, and he was able to forcefully merge the spacetime of the court realm with his own soul. After the fusion of time and space, he had to adapt the rules of the realm of the dynasty to his soul aura. This process would take a long time, but Zhou Xuanji could afford to wait. As he waited, he sent his divine will into the courtyard realm. After some investigation, he had a general understanding of this Fangting realm. Zhensu Court realm. Its creator was also a supreme of the Kunlun origin court, and his seniority was even lower than that of a little supreme. Up until now, true noble court realm had already given birth to 12 exalts. In terms of the number of origin fusion divine lords, it was inferior to the Kunlun origin court, but in terms of overall number, it was not a small number. All living beings of the true Su court, heed my command. Your sovereign has fallen. From today onwards, I, the Sword Emperor, will control all of you. I will make the true Su court even stronger. In the future, all of you will belong to the same faction as the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded throughout the true Su court. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. To the living beings of Zhensu court, they had no way of knowing what was happening outside, much less the battle that had just occurred. Therefore, all of this was too sudden for them. What? Did Jizun die? Sword Emperor. Who is he? Isn't the Kunlun origin court the legendary place of origin? Impossible. Jizun will be defeated? Oh my God, have we been subdued? What happened? Who is he? What kind of place is the Kunlun origin court? The various planes of true Su court realm were shaken, even the millions of mortals sighing in admiration. The name of the Sword Emperor instantly became known to everyone. Zhou Xuanji sent an outer of soul doppelganger into the court. Taking in the true Su court was very complicated, and it was not as simple as just placing it in his soul. Next, he would arrange for Exalt Hongchen and Xian Xianghua to enter the true Su court realm and help him control this realm. At the same time, it would also allow them to absorb more of the source laws, strengthen themselves, and charge towards the Grand Supreme Realm step by step. Then, he summoned Supreme Crimson Dust and Xian Xianghua. What is it? Xian Xianghua asked. She was thinking about improving her cultivation technique, but she was moved here. Naturally, she felt a little depressed. Supreme Crimson Dust, on the other hand, was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's strength. This time, facing Zhou Xuanji's sovereign divine power, she couldn't even detect it. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the sovereign palace. The gap between the two was growing rapidly. Thinking of this, Supreme Crimson Dust's mood became complicated. I have just subdued a court realm. It's called the True Su Court Realm. Later, you will be the sovereign and rule this court realm. How about it? Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Hearing this, the two women were stunned. They knew that Zhou Xuanji had this plan, but they didn't expect it to come true so soon. Really? Xian Xianghua asked excitedly. She knew very well what it meant to control a court realm. She had been looking forward to it for a long time. A court realm could give birth to a grand sovereign, and after hundreds of millions of years, another one could be born. This was the inheritance of a court realm. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, I will tell you first, so that you can prepare. When the time comes, you can bring your subordinates with you. It's up to you. Xian Xianghua asked, not now? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I'm still fusing with it. I have integrated the true Su court realm into my soul. No matter where I go in the future, I will take it with me. Xian Xianghua's eyes lit up when she heard this. Doesn't that mean that I will never be separated from Zhou Xuanji in the future? Supreme Crimson Dust asked, then, can you also integrate the Kunlun origin court into your soul? Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then told them about the calamity that Supreme Wu Zhou had mentioned. Sovereign Heaven. Hunyuan Heaven. Hunting Origin Court Great Sovereigns. Supreme Crimson Dust furrowed his brow and said, then you have to hurry up. Don't let your guard down. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, don't worry. Go back and prepare quickly. Don't delay me. After saying this, he waved his right hand and sent the two women back. TSK, don't you think the tenderness of a daughter is beautiful? Little Sovereign raised his brow and teased. Zhou Xuanji proudly smiled and said, beautiful, of course it's beautiful. Are you envious? Do you want me to find you a female ghost? Little Sovereign's smile immediately froze. Just as he was about to curse, Zhou Xuanji suddenly put Little Sovereign into the Supreme Warehouse. Next, Zhou Xuanji jumped out of the Kunlun Origin Court and came to the Dark Void. He wanted to absorb the Kunlun Origin Court into his soul. The Kunlun Origin Court made him. Therefore, it didn't reject his supreme divine power at all. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji successfully integrated with the Kunlun Origin Court. In an instant, his cultivation began to improve significantly. He could feel that he could mobilize the power of the Origin Court anytime and anywhere. In the future, no matter where he went, once he fought, it would be as if he was fighting near the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied. He immediately turned around and left. He decided to live in another place. The place he chose was the Absolute Time Realm. He wanted to cultivate in seclusion in the Absolute Time Realm. When his cultivation reached the point where it couldn't grow anymore, the strength of the Kunlun Origin Court would definitely undergo earth-shaking transformation. The Absolute Time Realm was still empty. Zhou Xuanji immediately felt relaxed after returning here. He had once transformed here. He was filled with a sense of closeness to this place. Only here would he not feel a sense of crisis. He sat down and meditated as his consciousness entered the Kunlun Origin Court. He focused his attention on Zhou Tianyuan. In any case, this was his first grandson. How could he not care about him? When Zhou Tianyuan broke out of the great world, he would focus on cultivating this grandson. At this moment, Zhou Tanhua found Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yen. The family reunited. The atmosphere was very warm. They were eating in a wooden hut on the cliff, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Murong Yen mentioned Zhou Xuanji and the Kunlun Origin Court and snorted, "Tanhua, you have a lot of things to hide from us, mother and son. Is it really okay?" Chapter 932. Zhou Tanhua felt a headache when he heard his wife mention Zhou Xuanji. He wanted to tease his son a little more. Should he continue to hide it now? Sigh. He had wanted Zhou Tianyuan to rise from the ordinary and rely on his own efforts to experience the world of mortals. Unfortunately, his plan had been foiled. "Father, who was that senior? What do the seniors I met in my childhood have to do with you?" Zhou Tianyuan asked with anticipation. In the past, he had achieved great success in his cultivation and felt that he had already surpassed his father. Now that he saw his father again, he realized that he could not see through his father's cultivation at all. He was really a frog in a well. Zhou Tanhua shook his head and said, "I can't tell you for the time being. When you go to the Kunlun Origin Court, you will know that those seniors are indeed my old friends. They can even be said to be my relatives." Murong Yen widened his eyes and asked in astonishment, "You have relatives? So many?" Previously, Zhou Tianyuan had already told her how many seniors she had met when she was young. So many powerful beings were her husband's relatives. Before meeting Zhou Xuanji, she even thought that Zhou Tanhua was an orphan. After all, she hadn't seen any of Zhou Tanhua's relatives or even friends since they got married. "I will bring you back," Zhou Tanhua said with a smile. He turned his head to look at Zhou Tianyuan and said seriously, "Son, I'm going to take your mother away. You will have to rely on yourself in the future. We will wait for you in the Kunlun Origin Court." Hearing this, Zhou Tianyuan's expression changed. Murong Yen was originally very surprised, but when he heard that he had to leave his son behind, he immediately became anxious. "If we're leaving, we'll leave together. Why do you have to leave your son behind? How long would it take for Zhou Tianyuan to surpass the Heavenly Saint Realm and reach the Kunlun Origin Court? He has grown up. It's time for him to be independent." Zhou Tanhua shook his head and smiled. Zhou Tianyuan thought about Zhou Xuanji's words and nodded. He wanted to be like that senior, free and unfettered. "TSK, you have the nerve to say that. How long have you been by father's side? You've never been independent so early." At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxuan's voice sounded. The door was pushed open and she walked in wearing a black dress. Upon seeing her, Zhou Tianyuan stood up abruptly. Fairy Xian. Zhou Tianyuan cried out in surprise. Hearing this, Zhou Tanhua almost spurted out his saliva. Murong Yen blinked. She looked at Zhou Xiaoxian and then at Zhou Tanhua, and suddenly understood something. Zhou Xiaoxian sat next to Murong Yen, waved her hand and said with a smile, "In the future, don't call me Immortal Aunt. Just call me Auntie." Aunt? Zhou Tianyuan was stunned and instantly understood. Zhou Tanhua said helplessly, "Sister, what are you doing here?" Sister, Zhou Tianyuan's expression became complicated. "Your mother is about to go to another heavenly court. She wants to take me there. Aren't you going?" Zhou Xiaoxian propped her chin up with her right hand and said casually. She glanced at Murong Yen and sized him up with a teasing look in her eyes. Murong Yen shyly lowered her head. This was the first time she was meeting her husband's relative. Another court? Zhou Tanhua raised his eyebrows. Zhou Xiaoxian looked at Murong Yen and Zhou Tianyuan, then said, "Bring the mother and son with you. Training can be found anywhere, it doesn't necessarily have to start in the mortal world. For people like you, who were born extraordinary, to descend to the mortal world to gain experience, it's simply a show-off. When the time comes, there will be too much karma left. How can I escape unscathed?" Zhou Tanhua looked at her in surprise. When did she become so reasonable? It was as if he had become another person. "The master you've acknowledged is actually your grandmother. Your grandmother is about to become the supreme ruler of a court. Impressive, isn't she?" Zhou Xiaoxian looked at Zhou Tianyuan and smiled. Supremacy. Zhou Tianyuan and Murong Yan's eyes widened. After listening to Zhou Xuanji, they felt that supremacy was the strongest existence. But they didn't expect Zhou Tanhua's mother to be so ridiculously strong. "No wonder she is so good to me," Zhou Tianyuan murmured. In his heart, Xian Xianghua was like his other mother. Ever since they parted, he often missed Xian Xianghua. Murong Yen fell into shock. Her family was prominent, so her father looked down on Zhou Tanhua. It was only after Zhou Tianyuan's rise that her father changed his opinion. But he still didn't have a good impression of Zhou Tanhua. After all, Zhou Tanhua hadn't visited him for a long time. But now it seemed that she had climbed up a high branch. "It's settled then, bring them with you next time." Zhou Xiaoxian threatened Zhou Tanhua. After that, she disappeared into thin air. Zhou Tanhua smiled bitterly and helplessly. His plan was ruined. Now that Zhou Tianyuan already knew about his identity, he couldn't hide it anymore. "In that case, you will come with me. I will take you back to the Emperor Sword Divine Range first before leaving the Kunlun Origin Court." Zhou Tanhua took Murong Yan's hand and said with a gentle smile. "It's better this way. Our family will not be separated." His father always took his family with him wherever he went. He should continue this tradition. Could it be that the senior who came to us before is? Zhou Tianyuan suddenly thought of a possibility and asked nervously. Zhou Tanhua smiled but didn't say anything. In the absolute time realm, Zhou Xuanji's ancestral voice reverberated endlessly. He was reciting the ancestral voice to help him improve his cultivation. Although he had absorbed the cultivation of a great sovereign, he was still far from the great sovereigns of the four courts. Jianghu sat beside him, quietly cultivating. The absolute time realm was too lonely. He deliberately brought her out so that she could accompany him while cultivating. At first, Jianghu was also amazed by the absolute time realm. Only after a long time did she enter the state of cultivation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and murmured, "The time law is really difficult to control." He had already extracted the time law of the true Su court realm. He and Jianghu were absorbing it, trying to fuse the time law. "Really? Why do I feel that it's okay?" Jianghu said without opening her eyes, making Zhou Xuanji glance at her. "Huh? Does learning the time law also pay attention to talent?" "That's good." It's good that she can become the source sovereign earlier. Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. Although it was a little difficult for him to learn the time law, it wasn't difficult with the help of the ancestral voice. After a few years, Jianghu finally mastered the time law, and her cultivation soared. Zhou Xuanji immediately poured his sovereign divine power into her body to help her break through smoothly. In the dark void, Gu Tianlin stood on the boat, frowning as he looked ahead. The short and fat old man stood behind him, also observing the surroundings. Strange, where is the Kunlun origin court? The short and fat old man asked in surprise. He had clearly divined that Zhou Xuanji was here. A long time ago, he had also come to the Kunlun origin court. Gu Tianlin took a deep breath and said, "He escaped. He is probably hiding from the cardinal heaven." A look of disdain appeared on his face. This sword emperor was just a so-so. He was also a coward who was afraid of death. "Then what are you going to do next?" the short and fat old man asked. He wanted to calculate Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts, but he couldn't find anything. This surprised him. There were not many existences in the endless universe that he couldn't calculate. Gu Tianlin muttered, "Let's wait a little longer. What if he comes back?" Chapter 933. Zhou Xuanji still didn't know that Gu Tianlin was looking for him. He could cultivate peacefully in the absolute time realm, so he wasn't in a hurry to go out. Now, apart from cultivating, he was integrating the Kunlun origin court and the True Su court. His outer-of-soul doppelganger had already met the higher-ups of the True Su court. In the face of his domineering strength, those powerhouses chose to accept their fate. Zhou Xuanji had a plan, which was to establish a connection between the two courts. He could hold a grand event like the Superstar competition to let both sides understand each other. The Superstar competition wasn't just a simple competition. It was more interesting. So, he summoned the 12 ancestors and the 9 honorable officials of the True Su court to let them get to know each other. This meeting wasn't warm, but it wasn't awkward either. Both sides were interested in the other court. Especially the 9 honorable officials. In the history of the True Su court, the Kunlun origin court was the origin. Whether it's the Kunlun origin court or the True Su court, we will all be one family in the future. Of course, there is still a hierarchy. I won't allow you to fight without permission, but I also don't want the lower courts to provoke the upper courts. Understand? Zhou Xuanji said. His first sentence made the 12 ancestors puff out their chests and raise their heads. The 9 honorable officials were instantly moved. Their faces were extremely ugly. Wasn't this trampling on their dignity? Their expectations for Zhou Xuanji were instantly gone. In the future, I will control even more kingdoms. Just like what I said before, the future kingdoms will have to respect the previous kingdoms. Of course, if you are not strong enough and are surpassed, my words will not make the other kingdoms truly respect you. The True Su court might seem to be suffering some grievances right now, but without me, there will be other grand sovereigns who will come to swallow you up. The weak have no choice. But if there are other grand sovereigns controlling you, can you guarantee that your treatment will be even better? I can bring you peace, but I also want to give my old subordinates confidence so that they can trust me. They believe that no matter how many courts I conquer, I will not forget their support. In the future, the True Su court will also be the pillar behind me. I can't forget your contributions and trust, Zhou Xuanji said seriously. These words were deeply engraved in the hearts of the 9 honorable officials. The 12 ancestors were also excited. He spoke with sincerity and vigor. A magnificent vision unfolded in front of them. Even the 9 honorable officials couldn't help but imagine that countless courts would respect them and look up to them in the future. If that was true, then what was the point of being the second strongest? Of course, I also hope that you won't go and bully the lower court realms for no good reason. It's meaningless, and it's a loss of the demeanor of elites. The ancestors couldn't help but laugh. The 12 ancestors burst into laughter. The 9 honorable officials couldn't help but burst into laughter. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Zhou Xuanji continued with his plan. His plan was huge and detailed, causing the 12 ancestors of law and the 9 supreme officials to sink into deep thought. Zhou for him, for Zhou for him, for him for. Zhou Xuanji not only wanted the Kunlun origin court to become stronger, but he also wanted the true Su court to become stronger. However, he for Tian for him, that he for Kuden from, for him. That Kuden from Zhou for the sect, he could Su court Tian. The Chen of heaven for Gu Chen. Zhou of Chen for the Jifram from. Hearing this, the 9 honorable officials frowned. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, "Don't think that I'm giving them a chance. I'm giving you a chance. I don't have so many women and children. Some courts will choose their own sovereign, but it will make it more difficult for them to win." His words moved the 9 honorable officials again. The 12 ancestors couldn't help but admire Zhou Xuanji. He really knew how to say nice things. All of this was because Zhou Xuanji could take in more courts. He was so high-spirited and full of provocation that people couldn't help but believe his words. What I want isn't just 1 court or 2 realms. I want to rule over everything. Go and make your preparations. I hope that one day, all of you can help me conquer the court realm. I hope that one of you will become a grand paragon and spread my might. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. After that, he didn't give them time to react. He waved his right hand and sent them back. After that, he let in the people who had been waiting outside the palace. They were Xianxia, Red Dust Sovereign, Zhou Shaoxian, Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Tianyuan, and Murongyan. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, who was high above, Zhou Tianyuan was excited. Murongyan, on the other hand, was incomparably nervous. He felt like a stinky daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. "Are you ready to go to the true Su court?" Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He looked at Zhou Tianyuan and began to plan in his heart. This boy's talent was very good. Although he wasn't as good as Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Xuanji felt that he had more possibilities. "You can go anytime," Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly. She had never left the Kunlun origin court. Xianxia was similarly excited. "Now?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You guys go first. Tianyuan and Xiaoyan stay behind. I will send them over after some time." A ray of light flashed in his eyes, and Xianxia, Red Dust Supremacy, Zhou Shaoxian, and Zhou Tanhua disappeared into thin air. Only Zhou Tianyuan and Murongyan were left in the hall. Both mother and son were very nervous. They did not know where to put their hands. "Don't be nervous. I kept you guys here because I wanted to preach the Tao to you. Your cultivation bases are too weak," Zhou Xuanji said with a gentle smile, which made the mother and son feel ashamed. Especially Zhou Tianyuan. He had always been very conceited. It was not until recently that he realized how weak he was. Zhou Xuanji did not waste any time. He started talking about the ancestral voice, allowing them to enter a state of enlightenment. In a dim temple, the ancestor Buddha slowly opened his eyes. He snorted coldly and said in a low voice, this frequent ancestral voice. "That brat really knows how to squander." A mocking laugh came from the darkness. "The ancestral voice won't stop. Do you think everyone is like you, afraid of another person hearing the ancestral voice?" The ancestor Buddha looked displeased and said, "The ancestral voice is a supreme creation. How can it be heard by mortals? This is blasphemy to the ancestral voice." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He wanted to find Zhou Xuanji and strip him of his ancestral voice memories. Ha ha ha, if he wants to become Hongmeng Heaven and fight against Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven alone, he will have to rely on this method. Otherwise, he will not be able to fight against the other 2 heavens alone. The voice in the darkness sounded very playful. In response, the ancestor Buddha could only remain silent. At this moment, a loud voice came from outside the temple. "Ancestor Buddha, long time no see. Open the door quickly." The other party spoke impolitely without a trace of respect. The ancestor Buddha closed his eyes and said, "Gujuagio, you are not worthy of the ancestral voice. Give it up. Gu Juejiao. The number one person below the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. If I'm not worthy, who is? You have been here more than 10 times. Have you ever remembered a phrase of the ancestral voice? Gu Juejiao was silent. The temple trembled as though he would charge in at any moment. Other than me, no one in the endless universe can learn it. Are you really going to cut off the ancestral voice's inheritance? Gu Juejiao asked again. Chapter 934. Someone has already learned the ancestral voice, so you don't have to worry about inheriting it. The ancestor Buddha replied coldly. He wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing such a powerful ancient genius. What? Who? Hearing this, Gu Juejiao became furious and roared. I can't say. You will meet him sooner or later and learn the ancestral sound. You will definitely rise up from nowhere and dominate the world. The ancestor Buddha replied calmly, intentionally provoking Gu Juejiao. Gu Juejiao didn't explode. His voice didn't ring out again. For a long time, he did not speak. He left. The fact that the ancestral voice had been learned by someone greatly stimulated him. Gu peerless genius, your era has already passed. So many years ago, you were unable to dominate the boundless universe. Now that the primeval sovereign three heavens has revived, you still want to fight? The ancestor Buddha revealed a mocking smile. He was mocking Gu Juejiao for overestimating himself. That's not necessarily the case. All living beings reminisce about the past, but they don't know that in those legendary eras, all living beings were also looking up to the past. The voice in the darkness rang out again, its tone intriguing. The current boundless universe is actually very exciting. Even a peerless genius like Gu Juejiao couldn't dominate, and now there's the appearance of a post-primeval three heavens. Perhaps the next primeval era is coming. When the ancestral Buddha heard that, he felt that it made sense and nodded slightly. Absolute Time Realm. Jianghu stood in front of Zhou Xuanji. Her entire body was wrapped in silver radiance. She had already become a sovereign of laws and grasped the powerful laws of time. Her temperament had also become even more extraordinary and refined. She had the cold temperament of immortal supremacy, but there was a faint smile on her face, making her look very holy. It's a pity that I can't use the time law here. I still don't know how powerful I am now. Jianghu said regretfully, but the smile on her face never disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, then you can try entering the court. After saying that, he took Jianghu into the Kunlun origin court. He continued to cultivate. He had also absorbed the laws of time. He wanted to fuse all the laws he had mastered together to create a new sacred art. It would be best if it was a divine ability that could kill in one strike. He had an idea. He was working on it. Time flew by. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 6,000 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, court reversal, mysterious destroyer sword, myriad flower origin court, divine sword of coercion. The sword spirit's voice sounded in his mind. The sword spirit wasn't referring to the absolute time but the Kunlun origin court. No matter how long Zhou Xuanji stayed in the absolute time realm, his age would not change. But if a year passed in the Kunlun origin court, he would grow 1 year older. He slowly opened his eyes and checked the information of the two swords. Sword name, Mysterious Destroyer sword level, court toppling description, a sword created by the Profound Destruction forefather. Among the 3,000 great Daos, there is the Tao of Destruction. After a long period of time, the Profound Destruction sword was created, and a trace of the Profound Destruction forefathers is hidden within the sword. Sword name, Oppressive Divine Sword Grade, Myriad Flowers Origin Court, Description. During the primeval era, mighty figures often collided with each other, distorting time and space. This sword specializes in absorbing pressure and can also release it. To use this sword, one must be at least a great supreme of the 6 courts. Both divine swords were very good, and each had its own advantages. Among them, Zhou Xian had heard of forefather Profound Destruction before. The profound destruction forefather's status in the boundless universe was about the same as the rainbow Qin Saint Monarch. Did the appearance of this sword mean that the profound destruction forefather had already fallen? Zhou Xuanji was just a little curious, but he didn't think too much about it. He was very interested in the oppressive divine sword. Unfortunately, he was still far from the great sovereign of the 6 courts. He was still one step away from the great sovereign of the 4 courts. He felt that he needed an opportunity. Since I have woken up, let's go out for a walk. Zhou Xuanji smiled as he exited the absolute time realm. He began wandering in the void. He wanted to find the next court realm. At present, Xian Xianghua and Mortal Sovereign had already taken control of the true Su court realm. Ever since Zhou Xuanji preached the Tao in the ancestral voice in the true Su court realm, all living beings in this realm had been convinced. The previous sovereign had never preached the Tao to them. Now, the atmosphere between the 2 realms was very harmonious. Both knew of each other's existence and were preparing for the superstar competition. Everything was developing in a good direction. Zhou Xuanji took out the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death and stepped on it to wander the universe. Along the way, he was enjoying the scenery. His flying speed wasn't very fast. Along the way, he had been looking for a court realm, but it would take time to find it. After flying for a long time, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped and saw a black shadow in front of him. It was a pair of black wings wrapped together, with a pair of horns on top. Apparently, it was a mysterious creature. The aura of a great sovereign. Kid, didn't anyone tell you that you need to be careful in the endless universe and not be so reckless? A cold voice came, which made Zhou Xuanji want to laugh. The other party was also a great sovereign of the 3 courts. Why did he think that he could defeat him? Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and the Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared in his hand. He said with a mocking smile, "It's useless to say more. Let's fight." Hua, the black shadow spread its wings suddenly. It was an existence with a humanoid body and a dragon head. Its chest was covered in red hair. Its body was muscular, and its aura was extremely terrifying. It charged straight at Zhou Xuanji. Its claws tore the space apart, creating 2 cracks. Countless spacetime lightning spilled out like thousands of poisonous insects scrambling to crawl out. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and slashed upward. Sword chi shot out. Boom! The black shadow blocked his sword chi with its claws and even shattered it. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. No wonder it was so arrogant. It was powerful indeed. He did not panic but was delighted instead. I need a whetstone. He took out the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death and charged forward with both swords in his hands. At the same time, on the other side of the dark void, the short and fat old man opened his eyes suddenly and said, Zhou Xuanji has appeared. He is fighting with a great sovereign. Having heard this, Gu Tianlin opened his eyes immediately. Bring me there, he said with a deep voice. A hideous smile appeared on his face. His smile was extremely cruel. Zhou Xuanji. You finally appeared. Your death tribulation is here. The short and fat old man immediately controlled the boat to travel through the spacetime. Boom! Zhou Xuanji clashed with the black shadow again. His swords were blocked by the opponent's claws. Is that all you can do? He said with a mocking smile. Looking closely, the black shadow's claws were bleeding. Facing Zhou Xuanji's provocation, the black shadow snorted coldly. It turned into countless black feathers and exploded in this broken domain. These black feathers turned around and turned into blades that shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his right shoulder, and a golden Buddha appeared suddenly. Thousand-hand sword Buddha. It rose into the air majestically. Ding! 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 All the black feathers were blocked by the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Zhou Xuanji, who was inside the sword Buddha's body, froze the entire domain. The black shadow's movement slowed down immediately. The black shadow was shocked and terrified. Just when he wanted to retreat, the Emperor's sword of life and death landed on his neck from behind. Chapter 935. What's happening? What happened just now? The black figure was terrified. The Emperor's sword of life and death was at his neck, and he could sense an extreme murderous intent. It was as though his soul would be destroyed if he moved. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him and stared at him with a smile. Don't you understand? The black figure was facing the thousand-hand sword Buddha, and Zhou Xuanji was inside the thousand-hand sword Buddha. A clone. When did this happen? The black figure was horrified. His body tensed up and did not dare to move. The Emperor's sword of life and death's power of life and death wrapped around him. It was extremely corrosive. Submit or die. Zhou Xuanji said coldly with a cold smile. His eyes were filled with a terrifying murderous intent. He did not want to kill too many great sovereigns without court realms. Having heard him, the black figure gritted his teeth and said with a smile, "Fine, my subject." Before he could finish, he turned around and slammed his palm toward Zhou Xuanji. PFFTT. Zhou Xuanji jerked his right hand and decapitated the black figure. Next, he began to absorb the black figure's sovereign divine power. The Soul Kunlun sword appeared above his head and absorbed his soul with extreme speed. Ah! The black figure cried out miserably, and his voice disappeared into the Soul Kunlun sword. Zhou Xuanji continued to absorb the black figure's sovereign divine power. He chanted the ancestral voice to speed up the absorption process. About 10 breaths later, he completely absorbed the black figure's sovereign divine power, and the sovereign divine power in his body transformed. He immediately sat down and adjusted his sovereign divine power. He chanted the ancestral voice again to take this opportunity to break through. However, after speaking for a full incense stick's time, the surging supreme god force suddenly calmed down. I still can't break through. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and thought with a frown. He did not expect it to be so difficult to break through to the great sovereigns of the four courts. Forget it. Zhou Xuanji got up and flew on his sword. Standing on the Emperor's sword of life and death and holding the Soul Kunlun sword, he began to communicate with the black figure. With his soul suppressed, the black figure was terrified and quickly compromised. This guy's name was Demon Sovereign Qiyu. He came from an unknown court realm. It had been 50 million years since he stepped down from the sovereign's position. He roamed the boundless universe and looked for people below the great sovereigns to attack. The reason why he hunted grand sovereigns wasn't for his cultivation, but because he wanted to use the grand sovereign supreme god force to refine supreme crystals, which was equivalent to creating wealth. You can stay in the sword for a while. I'll let you out when you're truly convinced. Zhou Xuanji chuckled. Before Demon Sovereign Qiyu could beg for mercy, he isolated the sealed space within the sword. He continued to walk aimlessly, hoping that a Grand Supreme would find him. If there were a few more existences like Fiend Exalt's Scarlet Brilliance, not only could he give them cultivation, but he could also raise them as slaves in the future. Zhou Xuanji thought about the plan as he smiled. Your strength is indeed not bad. The great supremes of the three courts are nothing in front of you. A cold snort came, and Zhou Xuanji immediately stopped. He narrowed his eyes. Just one sentence from the other party was enough to make him feel a great deal of pressure. The newcomer was very strong. A small boat suddenly appeared, and Gu Tianlin stood at the top of the boat. The short and fat old man stood behind him, examining Zhou Xuanji. Tell me your name. Zhou Xuanji chuckled. Although the other party was unfathomable and gave him a very dangerous feeling, he didn't panic. In the endless universe, it was impossible to meet people weaker than him all the time. There would always be some powerful cultivators. As long as they weren't ridiculously strong, he wasn't afraid. Gu Tianlin said in a cold voice. As soon as he saw how young Zhou Xuanji was, his anger surged. What Shen Nianqing said was true. Judging from the age of this guy's soul, he was really a peerless genius. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said with a playful smile, "Then I understand. It seems that you are here for Saint Rainbow Qin." Although you have no choice, you have no choice. He directly used the sword fusion technique, raising his aura to the peak. Gu Tianlin smiled disdainfully and said, "Your aptitude is indeed excellent, but you only have the cultivation of a great sovereign of the three courts. It's not enough." After speaking, he threw a palm at Zhou Xuanji. The space-time distortion of the entire domain was sucked into his hand. Zhou Xuanji was then sucked into his palm. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly turned into a sword light and escaped. Gu Tianlin raised his brow and asked, "You have also absorbed the time law of the endless universe." There were many time laws in the endless universe, but it was very difficult for ordinary great sovereigns to absorb them. "Are you surprised?" Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. A bright silver light burst out from his body. He held his sword with both hands and thrust it at Gu Tianlin, leaving behind a dazzling silver shadow. The eyes of the stout old man on the ship lit up. He exclaimed, "What an exquisite sword technique!" This sword technique wasn't affected by time and space. It couldn't be captured by divine will. It seemed to be a straight-line attack, but it contained infinite variations. Gu Tianlin waved his hand, and an invisible gale took shape, sweeping over. Zhou Xuanji's figure appeared behind Gu Tianlin out of thin air. Silhouettes appeared behind him, intertwined with silver light, forming a bond. At first glance, it seemed like hundreds of Zhou Xuanji had appeared behind Gu Tianlin. Zhou Xuanji slashed with his sword. Gu Tianlin turned around and slammed his palm. With a loud bang, Zhou Xuanji's sword cut through his sovereign divine power. The blade pierced into his palm, splattering blood. "Huh!" Gu Tianlin furrowed his brow. He was terrified. How is this possible? How was his sword able to hurt me? Gu Tianlin was infuriated. He no longer showed mercy. A violent flame burst out from his palm, forcing Zhou Xuanji back. Zhou Xuanji disappeared from his spot again. He kept moving and thrusting his sword. Gu Tianlin displayed his extraordinary power. He blocked Zhou Xuanji's fierce attack without moving his feet. The stout old man watched the battle from afar. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Young master is powerful indeed. No matter how devilish the opponent is, he can't win." He could see the huge gap between Zhou Xuanji and Gu Tianlin's cultivation at a glance. Even if Zhou Xuanji had great serendipity, it was impossible for him to defeat Gu Tianlin. No. If it was the sovereign's serendipity, it might be possible. Zhou Xuanji also noticed the gap. Gu Tianlin wasn't serious at all. His opponent was toying with him. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. He raised his right hand, and the Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared in his hand. He slashed with all his might. The sword chi exploded, as though it had cut the entire universe in half. The edge of the sword chi was filled with endless resentment. Gu Tianlin's eyes turned cold. He took out a white jade fan from his sleeve and waved it toward the sword chi. Boom! The sword chi collided with the white jade fan, and the sword chi immediately exploded. However, the white jade fan turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cursed resentment. Gu Tianlin's expression changed. He instinctively flung the white jade fan away. Almost instantly, the white jade fan turned into a black jade fan, which was eerie and horrifying. The stout old man squinted his eyes and mumbled, "That power is." Zhou Xuanji continued to swing his sword. His speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. His sword chi was violent and unstoppable, like a river that had burst its banks. Gu Tianlin dispersed all of his sword chi with his palms. His movements were casual and looked extremely relaxed. Chapter 936. Zhou Xuanji, is this all you can do? Gu Tianlin laughed presumptuously. Although he was startled by the curse's resentment, Zhou Xuanji's strength was no match for him. At most, Zhou Xuanji's flesh was injured. I've played enough. Next, it was time to settle this old grudge. After killing this kid, the Rainbow Qin Sage Monarch wouldn't dare to accept any more disciples. This was because it was very difficult for Hong Qin's Saint Lord to find another peerless genius like Zhou Xuanji. After saying that, Gu Tianlin raised his arms, and torrential flames rushed out from his limbs and 7 orifices. He turned into a majestic giant and roared. A visible shockwave swept in all directions, and Zhou Xuanji slashed with his sword. The Holy Ghost cursed sword spilled out, covering the shattered universe like ripples of water, forcibly resisting Gu Tianlin's aura. Time and space shattered, the laws became chaotic, and yin and yang were reversed. Everything was in chaos. A powerful light shone on Zhou Xuanji's face, and his expression greatly changed. So strong. Exactly which hall's cultivation is he at? Zhou Xuanji trembled in fear. No wonder Gu Tianlin was so mighty. No wonder so many beings in the Thunder Alliance feared him. This guy was really strong. Zhou Xuanji immediately wanted to retreat. He could feel that Gu Tianlin's aura was still increasing. If the fight continued, Gu Tianlin would probably reveal his full strength. However, he was very curious as to why Gu Tianlin did not directly show his full strength. Was it because this guy was too conceited? Are you wondering if I'm playing with you? Gu Tianlin's laughter suddenly rang out, and his words were filled with contempt. I have 9 layers of seals. Every time I unseal a layer in battle, my strength will increase by 100-fold. Just the first layer of the seal is enough to make you despair. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. There was such a weird setting. You make it sound like you're as strong as the later primeval supreme 3 heavens, yet you still need to seal your strength? No matter how Zhou Xuanji thought about it, he felt that Gu Tianlin was acting. He shook his head and said with a smile, then continued to remove the seal. Just as he spoke, space-time turbulence appeared behind Zhou Xuanji, and he fell backwards, disappearing without a trace. Trying to escape. Gu Tianlin smiled disdainfully and disappeared. As soon as he entered the space-time tunnel, he heard a strange sound. Ancestral voice. What's that sound? He frowned and mumbled. His eyes locked onto Zhou Xuanji, and his vision suddenly became blurry. Head over heels. He was dazed for a moment, and Zhou Xuanji completely disappeared. Gu Tianlin stopped, his face extremely gloomy. He tried his best to recall the ancestral voice, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall it. It was a very strange feeling. The short and stout elder appeared behind him, his expression grave as he said, could it be that what he said just now was ancestral sound? Ancestral voice? Gu Tianlin frowned and asked, what is the ancestral voice? The old man took a deep breath, shook his head, and said nothing. There were some things that Gu Tianlin could not understand for the time being. If someone as conceited as him knew how powerful the ancestral sound was, he would probably do everything in his power to obtain it. However, the short and stout elder knew how difficult it was to comprehend the ancestral voice. Gu Tianlin's father, Gu Juejiu, had sacrificed so much for the ancestral sound that he was almost possessed. Gu Tianlin's expression turned extremely ugly when he saw that the short and stout old man refused to speak. Can we still find him? He asked in a low voice. He could no longer remember what the ancestral voice was. He could not remember it at all. Under such circumstances, he could only turn his attention to Zhou Xuanji. No, I don't know where he went. His fate and aura have been isolated. The short and stout elder shook his head. His brows were still furrowed, and he was still wondering why Zhou Xuanji knew the ancestral voice. The ancestral Buddha was such a transcendent existence. How could Zhou Xuanji come into contact with it? He suddenly thought of Shen Nianqing. That woman. His eyes widened as he sucked in a cold breath and mumbled, what do you want to do? You even dare to make such a heavy oath. Gu Tianlin glanced sideways and asked unhappily, what do you mean? It was a pity that the short and stout elder only smiled and said nothing. Within the absolute time realm, Zhou Xuanji was meditating to heal his injuries. He was injured in the battle with Gu Tianlin, and even his soul was somewhat consumed. He opened his eyes and thought hard. He was wondering why Gu Tianlin could continuously remove the seal. Somehow, he seemed to have caught on to something, but he was not sure. Hold on, Zhou Xuanji's pupils suddenly dilated as realization dawned on him. Removing the seal. Actually, it could be said in another way. Cultivation eruption. His divine rainbow monarch Dao could cause his will to erupt and his cultivation to soar. It was similar to Gu Qianlin's seal removal. It was just that he couldn't increase it by 100 layers. 100 layers. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. He had a bold idea. Just as he was racking his brains, his crisis was also approaching. In the silver starry sky, there was a huge golden tree. Under the tree, Shen Nianxing was meditating and cultivating. Specks of light drifted in front of her and condensed into a figure. It was a slim woman. She was 6 feet tall, wearing a black robe. Her skin was pale and she had no eyebrows or eyelashes on her face. But her hair was very long and her eyes looked very empty. Shen Nianxing opened her eyes and asked, "What are you doing here?" Looking at the black-robed woman in front of her, her face was filled with displeasure. The black-robed woman said, "Hand over Hong Meng Heaven." Her tone was indifferent, without a trace of emotion. She was like a ruler above all living beings. She looked at Shen Nianxing with cold eyes. Hong Meng Heaven? That guy disappeared a long time ago. You want him from me? Shen Nianxing asked with a strange look on her face. The black-robed woman said softly, "It's the person named Zhou Xuanji. He has learned the ancestral voice and will definitely become Hong Meng Heaven. It's better to hand him over to me than to be found by Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven." Shen Nianxing shook her head. She had an expression that said she didn't understand what she was talking about. She had poured so much effort into Zhou Xuanji. How could she hand him over? "If you don't hand him over, I will find him myself. At that time, you won't be able to stop me. He may die," the black-robed woman continued. Even if it was a threat, she said it very indifferently. Her tone didn't fluctuate at all. Shen Nianxing shrugged her shoulders and said, "It's up to you." The black-robed woman turned around expressionlessly. Whoosh! Her black robe suddenly rose as 3 black-haired tails emerged and lashed at Shen Nianxing's body. Shen Nianxing erupted with divine power, blocking the black-haired tails. The giant golden tree swayed non-stop, and countless golden leaves fell down. It was a very beautiful scene. "Crazy woman, you still want to attack me?" Shen Nianxing said with a cold snort. She raised her right hand as golden leaves gathered together, forming a golden whip that lashed at the black-robed woman. There was a loud bang. The 2 women immediately started fighting. Zhou Xuanji, who was comprehending the divine rainbow monarch Dao, suddenly opened his eyes. He furrowed his brow, feeling uneasy. "It seems that trouble is coming again," Zhou Xuanji murmured. Zhou Xuanji mumbled. But how could he have such a feeling in absolute time? Could it be that the enemy will break into the absolute time realm? He took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign, asking if there were any other existences besides the extermination body that could break in. Chapter 937. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be. Only the absolute invasion supremacy can enter the absolute time realm. However, nothing is absolute, and I am not the strongest existence. In this boundless universe, there are simply too many things that exceed my imagination. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes upon hearing this. These words were as good as not saying anything at all. Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice, "If an enemy could really barge in, wouldn't I expose this place? Looks like I should travel through the boundless universe. Unless I have no other choice, I should try not to come here." Little Supreme nodded and said, "Isn't Cardinal Heaven hunting the Supremes of the Kunlun Origin Court? Maybe it's because of him that you feel uneasy. You can go to Shen Nianxing. Her strength is unfathomable. Maybe she can protect you." Divine Nianxing? Zhou Xuanji subconsciously furrowed his brow. Although he had learned the ancestral voice under Shen Nianxing's guidance, he always felt that she was up to no good. Until now, he still couldn't figure out what Shen Nianxing was plotting. If possible, Zhou Xuanji hoped to stay away from her. We'll see. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. Immediately, he returned to the endless universe with the lesser supreme sword. He hid his aura, stepped on the life and death emperor sword and flew forward. The endless universe was huge, and there were many strange places. The myriad domain demon lair was not unique. Perhaps he could find a place to hide from these disasters. Along the way, he didn't let Little Sovereign fall asleep. Can't you fly by yourself? Little Sovereign yawned and complained. After falling for so long, he already liked the feeling of deep sleep. Sinking into dreamland was also a very pleasant experience. Tell me about what you saw and heard in the boundless universe. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He was bored anyway. Little Sovereign was helpless and could only brag about his past. At first, he was reluctant, but as he spoke, he became high-spirited. With his company, Zhou Xuanji felt that the journey was no longer boring. 3 years later, Zhou Xuanji entered a universe filled with countless floating ice crystals. The stars here were like massive floating hailstones. He felt a bone-piercing cold. Even though he was a great paragon of the 3 courts, it was still somewhat unbearable. Where is this place? Zhou Xuanji asked doubtfully as he called out Little Sovereign. As soon as Little Sovereign's soul body flew out, it instantly froze, making him speechless. He had no choice but to take Little Sovereign back. He circulated the supreme god force in his body to warm himself up. After that, he flew forward. Somehow, he felt that there was something waiting in front of him. He did not notice that the faded fate pearl had flown out of his body and was hovering above his head, absorbing the ice crystals that were flying towards him from all directions. After flying for a while, Zhou Xuanji suddenly did not feel so cold anymore. The ice crystals in the distance were still so dense, but the area around him was not affected by the ice crystals. He looked up and was stunned when he saw the faded pearl. He clearly did not sense the appearance of the faded pearl. Does this treasure have a spirit? His hair stood on end. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his hand and grabbed the faded pearl in his hand. A warm current flowed into his palm and into his bones, and soul. He was no longer cold. He even felt hot. Is there something here that's attracting you? Zhou Xuanji mumbled as he looked ahead. The end of the universe was a vast expanse of whiteness. Even he couldn't see it clearly. He immediately moved forward, wanting to find out what was going on. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he came to an island. This island wasn't big. There was a tombstone with 3 strange characters carved on it. The characters were still wriggling as if there were several black insects moving about. As soon as Zhou Xuanji landed, the faded fate pearl in his hand flew out and landed on the top of the tombstone. Rumble, the entire island shook violently. Rays of light overflowed from the tombstone and drilled into the faded fate pearl. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. The faded fate pearl can absorb other kinds of energy? He couldn't help but look forward to what kind of changes the faded fate pearl would bring. Crack, the ground under his feet suddenly cracked. He glanced around and saw spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the ground within a radius of 100 feet. Ice crystal insects drilled out crazily like an army of cockroaches as they rushed toward the tombstone. They quickly climbed up the tombstone and then crashed into the faded fate pearl like moths flying into a flame. Then, they were instantly burned. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought as he watched this scene. He didn't feel the existence of some kind of energy. Maybe his cultivation was not high enough. In less than 20 breaths' time, all the ice crystal insects died, and the tombstone was turned into ashes by the faded fate pearl, which dissipated with the wind. The faded fate pearl returned to Zhou Xuanji's hand. It became cold and no longer hot. That's it? Zhou Xuanji mumbled with a frown. There was quite a commotion just now, and it calmed down just like that? He couldn't understand it at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the faded fate pearl shone brightly, and a terrifying icy cold power instantly sealed him in ice. He immediately turned into an ice sculpture and froze on the spot. The island no longer shook, and everything returned to normal. Zhou Xuanji, who was frozen, opened his eyes in confusion. He could sense that his body was being modified by a strange energy. But he couldn't move, and his divine sense couldn't break out of the ice either. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Do you have to do this to me? Zhou Xuanji thought helplessly. Could the fated fate pearl's feedback be more gentle? However, he didn't expect that he would be sealed in ice for longer than he imagined. Whoosh, whoosh, countless ice crystals danced in the air, and a small boat flew in. Gu Tianlin and the short and fat old man stood on the boat. They scanned the universe with a strange expression. Are you sure it's here? Gu Tianlin asked with a frown. Previously, the short and fat old man had sensed Zhou Xuanji's fate, so they chased after him at full speed. But now, Zhou Xuanji's fate was cut off again. Looking at this lifeless universe, Gu Tianlin felt a little frenzied. He felt that he was being played by Zhou Xuanji. The short and fat old man mumbled, could this be the legendary Ice Demon Emperor? Ice Demon Emperor? Gu Tianlin's expression changed and asked, Ice Demon Emperor? A powerhouse at the Cardinal Heaven stage? What do you mean? Are you saying that this universe was created by the Ice Demon Emperor? The short and fat old man nodded and said, the Ice Demon Emperor is very powerful and participated in the great battle against Cardinal Heaven cultivators. After that battle, he was severely injured. It's said that he turned into a moving universe and continued his unfinished journey in the boundless universe. Legend has it that all creatures that enter this universe will have their souls frozen and become Ice Emperor insects. Gu Tianlin raised his brow. So terrifying? He asked with his eyes if he should retreat. The short and fat old man didn't reply immediately but observed his surroundings. The Ice Demon Emperor's power seems to have disappeared, and this universe is on the verge of collapse, the short and fat old man said in surprise. He was bewildered. After saying that, he immediately flew forward. Gu Tianlin hurriedly followed. The two of them began to float in the universe. Countless ice crystals landed on their bodies. Even though they used their divine power to resist, a layer of ice and snow accumulated on their bodies. Chapter 938. What are you looking for? Gu Tianlin asked in a deep voice. He hated the chunky old man for hiding everything from him, as if he had not grown up yet. However, the short and stout old man was his father's trusted aide. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he didn't dare to overstep his boundaries. The short and stout elder replied, there must be a reason. Let's look for it. Don't worry, your biggest weakness is that you can't keep your cool. It's the same for your father. Otherwise, he would have reached the Cardinal Heaven level long ago. Gu Tianlin frowned. He really wanted to explain, but he felt that the short and fat elder's words made sense. His father was more impetuous than he was. The two of them continued their search. Not long after, they arrived at the ice island. Their gazes locked onto Zhou Xuanji, and their expressions became strange. He's finished just like that? Gu Tianlin asked. He felt that this was a little unreal. He had spent so much effort to find Zhou Xuanji, but this brat fell here? The short and fat old man walked forward and said, he's not dead. Although I can't feel his life force or soul fluctuations, his eyes are bright. After that, the old man pressed his hand on the ice and wanted to touch Zhou Xuanji through the ice. Gu Tianlin frowned. He was wary of his surroundings, afraid that the Ice Devil Emperor would appear. Not good, retreat quickly. The short and stout old man said in a deep voice. He turned around and quickly grabbed Gu Tianlin, and the two of them disappeared from the island of ice. At the same time, the ice statue, Zhou Xuanji, began to shake violently. He was excited. We're finally going out. Zhou Xuanji roared in his heart. His body had been frozen for hundreds of years. In these 100 years, he could only use his extra soul doppelganger to pass his days in the two realms within his soul. A domineering cold energy was transforming his physical body. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the impervious body, he would have died long ago. He was very curious about what this power was. Ping! The layer of ice cracked open, and Zhou Xuanji could gradually move. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his purple eyes. With a boom, the layer of ice on his body shattered. The whole ice island shattered into pieces, turning into ice sand and mist. That domineering cold force erupted from his body and swept in all directions, engulfing this part of the universe. Everything was frozen. Zhou Xuanji's body was covered in ice shards, and there were also some tiny ice flakes on his face. His aura skyrocketed, and he directly began to break through to become a supreme of the 4 courts. Like a hot knife through butter. Almost without any pause, he forcibly broke through to become a great supreme of the 4 courts. Then, all the ice crystals in the universe gathered toward him, forming a huge vortex. His cultivation was rising crazily. The fated fate pearl rose from the top of his head and released a resplendent light that enveloped his entire body. To prevent any accidents, Zhou Xuanji began speaking the ancestral voice. With the ancestral sound, the growth of his cultivation became even more stable. What a great opportunity! Zhou Xuanji praised. At the same time, he had a bold idea. The fated fate pearl could absorb great amounts of energy and then pour it into his body. If he could make good use of this, the speed of his cultivation would increase greatly. However, he wasn't sure if this cultivation method would have any drawbacks. After all, he had yet to fully understand the fated pearl. Previously, he had treated the fated bead as an evil Dharma treasure. Soon, all the ice crystals in the universe were absorbed by him. He had grasped a type of frost power. It could freeze the laws. I don't know what kind of power this is, but it's really strong. I have never felt such a powerful ice power. Little Sovereign exclaimed. He scanned the surrounding universe and found that it had turned into absolute darkness. The universe had disappeared and turned into the void. He then turned his gaze to Zhou Xuanji and said in admiration, "Kid, are you really from Hongmeng Heaven?" By now, he was convinced that Zhou Xuanji wasn't just lucky. This kid is destined to be extraordinary. Or rather, this kid was born to be the ruler of the endless universe. This ice power is really strong. Although I have only broken through to the 4 courts' great sovereign, I feel that it can make me stronger than the 4 courts' great sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji sighed with emotion. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. He began to adjust the icy power in his body. Little Sovereign said with a teasing smile, "Continue flying forward. Guess how many great opportunities will you encounter?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and replied with a smile, "How can it be so easy? We rarely encountered great sovereigns along the way." About half an hour later, his cultivation had been consolidated in the 4 courts' great sovereign realm. The tyrannical ice power in his body had also been completely suppressed. The excessive ice power was put into the Xianxia map. The Xianxia map had been with him for so many years. Under the cultivation of his sovereign divine power, it was no longer an ordinary item. After resting for a while, they continued to move forward. Zhou Xuanji suddenly found that his heart had become calm. He was no longer restless. Was the crisis resolved, or was the crisis no longer a crisis due to the increase in his strength? After absorbing the ice power, Zhou Xuanji didn't know how strong he was. But he felt that the ice power was ridiculously strong. Even if he was facing Gu Tianlin, he was confident. Zhou Xuanji flew even more confidently. He was no longer as cautious as before. So was Little Sovereign. "It's time for your name to appear in the endless universe." Little Sovereign burst into laughter. He was very pleased to see Zhou Xuanji's rise to this day. Zhou Xuanji was in high spirits, but he didn't reply. He could become more confident, but he couldn't be arrogant. "You have absorbed the power of the Ice Devil Emperor. You are indeed a top expert." An ice-cold voice came, startling Zhou Xuanji into stopping. Little Sovereign shouted in a deep voice, "Who is it? Come out." Not long after they flew out of the void, they encountered an enemy. And they didn't even notice it. This made them feel like they had been slapped in the face. Black geese appeared in front of her and condensed into a woman in a black robe. Her face was cold and her skin was pale. It was the mysterious woman who confronted Xianxia that day. "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Seeing him, his heart beat faster. He felt uneasy again. "You can call me Supreme. Hongmeng Heaven, you have to make a trip with me." The black-robed woman stared at Zhou Xuanji and said indifferently. "Supreme?" Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and glanced at Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign's complexion changed greatly as he said in a trembling voice, "Supreme. The legendary existence of the post-ancient sovereign Three Heavens period, isn't that an illusory character? The Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch had once said that there was no supreme existence in the boundless universe." The black-robed woman said, "The supreme that people understand doesn't exist. You can call me Supreme Incipient God Realm." Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice, "Why are you taking me away? Just because I'm Hongmeng Heaven? I don't have the qualifications to enter Hongmeng Heaven now." As soon as he flew into a rage, his icy power spread out, freezing the surrounding time and space. It quickly spread for millions of miles. Supreme Incipient God said expressionlessly, "I have my own arrangements. I can't let Cardinal Heaven or Hunyuan Heaven find you. Otherwise, you will die miserably. Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven are looking for Hongmeng Heaven." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had fallen into a big conspiracy. Chapter 939. Will he die if he follows you? Little Sovereign stared at the Supreme Incipient God and asked. He was deliberately stalling for time, thinking about how to get rid of this guy. Zhou Xuanji was also trying to think of a way. His rationality told him that if he were to escape into the Absolute Time Realm, he would not be able to escape and might even expose the existence of the Absolute Time Realm. As long as you don't act recklessly, how can you die? Supreme Incipient God answered. From the beginning to the end, her face didn't change. It was hard for people to believe her. Right at this moment, a furious flow of icy energy exploded, sweeping toward Supreme Incipient God Realm Expert. Almost instantly, Supreme Incipient God Realm Expert was frozen. Zhou Xuanji turned and fled. He increased his speed to the acme and jumped out of the universe to get away from Supreme Incipient God Realm. Little Sovereign's soul had always been attached to the sword. But Zhou Xuanji's speed was too fast. It was so fast that his soul felt like it would be stripped away at any moment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, you can't escape like this." Before the Supreme Incipient God Realm could come, he would be crushed to death by the space wind. "That's right, you can't escape." Supreme Incipient God's voice came from behind Zhou Xuanji. It was like the sound of death, echoing endlessly. Zhou Xuanji did not look back. He once again exploded out with the power of frost. Along the way, he froze space and time. Zhou Xuanji put Little Sovereign into his sword lest this guy fell here. The intimidating cold energy could freeze the principles, but it couldn't stop a Supreme Incipient God Realm Expert. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions came from behind him. Ice crystals pierced toward Zhou Xuanji and melted the moment they touched him. Supreme Incipient God Realm chased after him without any scruples. She had broken all the ice layers along her way. She was expressionless. She could have caught up to Zhou Xuanji, but she did not move at full speed. Zhou Xuanji frowned. His body tensed up, and he raised his speed to the maximum. He had never been so fast. However, even so, he couldn't shake off Supreme Incipient God Realm Experts. What does she want? Zhou Xuanji felt furious in his heart. He was often threatened by others, and even though he had obtained serendipity and escaped from death, he disliked being threatened like this. This time, no matter what the Supreme Incipient God Realm wanted, he would never compromise. As if sensing his anger, the fated Fate Pearl flew up and hovered above his head. Bang! He immediately turned into a beam of silver light, traversing through space and time. The surrounding scenery was like a myriad of flowers blooming upside down, dazzling the eyes. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He fell into a wondrous state. This was a state that surpassed speed. He looked up, and when he saw the faded pearl, he immediately smiled. Sure enough, it was it. He turned around and couldn't see Supreme Incipient God Realm anymore. He looked ahead. At the end of the horizon, there were circles of light that alternated and changed. It was extremely beautiful. This feeling, Zhou Xuanji calmed himself down and sensed his current state. He continued to recite the ancestral voice, allowing his comprehension state to reach its peak. The other side. Supreme Incipient God Realm was moving through the chaotic space basin. Her face was dark and gloomy as she mumbled, "What was that?" She could not understand how Zhou Xuanji managed to shake her off. She noticed the Fengyuan pearl, but she did not recognize it. This was also the first time she had seen this pearl. What kind of treasure could allow someone to escape right under her nose? He has already reached the spiritless state. This isn't a state that a Grand Supreme can reach. Supreme Incipient God Realm murmured. She stopped and closed her eyes to track Zhou Xuanji's aura. Unfortunately, Zhou Xuanji in the spiritless state was too fast. Even Supreme Incipient God Realm could not track his aura. The endless universe was so vast that no living creature could observe the entire endless universe at once. The endless universe represented boundless. It was impossible to explore it thoroughly. Zhou Xuanji was comprehending the spiritless state while being led by the faded pearl. The circle of light in front of him suddenly disappeared. Zhou Xuanji lost his balance and fell. The surrounding scene changed instantly. He fell directly on the white jade-like ground and almost knelt down. He supported his body with the lesser supreme sword. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his legs were trembling slightly. He was under unimaginable pressure. It was as if he was carrying many quarts on his back. The pressure was suffocating him. He looked up and found that there was a huge temple in front of him. The gate alone was so tall that he could not see the top of the temple because it was shrouded in billowing black clouds. He looked back and saw the same black clouds in the distance. Except for the black clouds and the gate of the temple, he could only see the white jade-like ground under his feet. What is this place? Zhou Xuanji thought with a frown. He cast the sword fusion technique and stood up with difficulty. It was obviously shrouded in black clouds, but it was very bright here. Zhou Xuanji called Little Sovereign in his heart and asked, "Have you seen this place before?" Little Sovereign didn't dare to come out. His voice floated out from the sword, "I have never seen it before." You escaped? Or were you imprisoned here by the Supreme Incipient God Realm? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and replied, "The faded pearl helped me escape." You didn't see my speed just now. It really felt like I surpassed everything. I don't even know how far I flew. Little Sovereign was shocked. He remained silent. Zhou Xuanji wanted to move out, but he found that the space-time here was extremely stable. It was even a little terrifying. He couldn't jump out of here at all. He even found it difficult to fly. He furrowed his brow as his eyes fell on the giant gate in front of him. Is the exit in the gate? After thinking about it, he stepped forward. He was thousands of feet away from the giant gate. In the past, this distance was almost nothing to him. But now, it felt so far away. With every step he took, the pressure on his body increased. Whether it was moving forward or backward, as long as he moved, his body would feel heavier. After walking for half an hour, he finally arrived in front of the giant gate, sweating profusely. Only then did he arrive in front of the giant door, sweating profusely. He stretched out his hand to push the giant door open, but he couldn't do it. He had no strength left. Even if he was at his peak, he couldn't push it. Forget it, Zhou Xuanji said softly. He slowly sat down and began to recite the ancestral voice to himself. As soon as the ancestral voice came out, the pressure on him immediately decreased. But it was still there. It's too terrifying. What is this place? Even great sovereigns will be crushed to death here. Little Sovereign sighed. His tone was filled with fear. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would die here. He died in a strange and unknown place. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He needed time to calm down. As the ancestral voice resounded, the fated pearl also rose up and protected him again. He instantly relaxed. I have to say that the fated pearl is very stable. This pearl is appearing more and more frequently. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Zhou Xuanji pondered in silence. The power of the fated pearl was beyond his imagination. It seemed that no matter what kind of predicament he was in, the fated pearl could easily help him solve it. Even the mysterious supreme incipient god was left behind by him in an instant. The supreme incipient god didn't even put sovereign heaven and Hunyuan heaven in his eyes. He must be an existence that surpassed great sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji suddenly wanted to study the fated pearl again. Chapter 940. It seems like the fated fate pearl is the legendary supreme opportunity. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? Little Sovereign's voice came from the sword. His tone was complicated. Supreme opportunity? Zhou Xuanji instinctively shook his head. He already felt that the supreme legendary sword system was a sovereign serendipity, so how could the fated pearl be the same? There were a total of 3 great supreme opportunities, and he monopolized 2 of them? Impossible. Seeing how decisive Zhou Xuanji was, Little Sovereign continued, to be honest, apart from this, I really haven't heard of a treasure stronger than the fated encounter pearl. These words came from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, aren't you just the 3 courts great sovereign at most? How much do you know about the boundless universe? Little Sovereign choked. He suddenly realized that what Zhou Xuanji said made sense. Indeed, his knowledge of the boundless universe was not much. Under the illumination of the fated fate pearl, Zhou Xuanji felt less and less pressure. He could not help but lie on the ground and began to pant. The supreme godly power in the Xianxia map surged into his meridians like an endless river, nourishing his physical body. The absolute invasion body absorbed it perfectly, causing his condition to recover rapidly. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his invading immortal body seemed to have become stronger again. The terrifying pressure squeezed the body, which could temper it. He suddenly had a bold idea. That was to cultivate his physical body here. It had been a long time since he had worked on his physical body. Instead, he had focused on refining his cultivation and soul. Now might be an opportunity. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and stopped thinking about how to escape. He stood up and put away the fated bead. The terrifying pressure that felt like the sky was collapsing came from all directions, and he almost fell down again. He used the sword fusion technique to forcibly stabilize his body. Whoosh, he panted heavily, his body trembling. He began to take a horse stance. This primitive yet effective method of tempering was the best method for him right now. And so, Zhou Xuanji focused on tempering his body. In this place, he wasn't worried that supreme incipient god realm experts would find him. When he was tired, he would take out the fated fate pearl to resist the pressure. He could also return to the Kunlun origin court and the true Su court realm. Time flew by. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The first superstar competition between the Kunlun origin court and the true Su court had officially begun. Zhou Xuanji opened up a void between the 2 worlds and created an arena for the saint competition. At the same time, he cast a spell so that everyone in the 2 worlds could watch the superstar competition with their eyes closed. The superstar competition this time was unprecedentedly lively. All the living beings were rejoicing, and at the same time, they revered the mighty power of the Sword Emperor. As far as the living beings of the 2 worlds knew, this was the first time the 2 worlds had interacted. In this superstar competition alone, the Sword Emperor's name will go down in history. That's not all. I feel like he's the strongest supreme being. Do you know how old the Sword Emperor is? Since ancient times, all geniuses have been overshadowed in front of the Sword Emperor, including those supremes. No words of praise are sufficient to praise the Sword Emperor. Who will be the most dazzling genius in this superstar competition? I blindly guessed the son of the supremacy, Zhou Tanhua. All living beings in the 2 worlds were in heated discussion. Among them, Zhou Tanhua's name was the most resounding. In the Kunlun origin court, everyone knew of him. Then, he came to the true Su court and proved his strength to everyone here. He was a true genius. He had perfectly inherited the aptitude of the Sword Emperor. Now that Zhou Tanhua was representing the true Su court, the Kunlun origin court was very dissatisfied, but it couldn't change anything. The living beings of Kunlun were just afraid that Zhou Xuanji would favor the true Su court in the future. After all, the two supremes of the true Su court were the Sword Emperor's women. The superstar competition hadn't changed much from previous competitions. After all, the purpose of the competition was to enliven the atmosphere of the two worlds and bring them closer together. Naturally, it wouldn't be a life and death competition. After Zhou Xuanji finished explaining the rules, the superstar competition officially began. Next, he returned to the outside world and continued to temper his body. After 1,000 years, his body had reached an extremely terrifying level. He felt that he could blow up the great sovereigns of the three courts with a single punch, destroying both their body and soul. This wasn't arrogance. It was really amazing. Although the pressure here was great, it contained some kind of miraculous effect. It could constantly strengthen his physique, and the speed at which it grew stronger was constantly increasing. Zhou Xuanji was training his sword under the pressure while looking at the giant door. He was very curious about what was inside. Could it be that it leads to another world? Zhou Xuanji didn't push it. He had a hunch that it might be difficult to come back after leaving. Although it was very dangerous here, it was also a great opportunity. I won't go out until I have the power to protect myself. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and murmured. The faces of Gu Tianlin, Shen Nianxing, and Supreme Incipient God flashed before his eyes. His will became even firmer. In the vast gray mist, Gu Tianlin and the chunky old man stood on the boat, vigilantly looking around. Is that thing still there? Gu Tianlin asked in a deep voice. The chunky old man took a deep breath and said, I'm not sure. I can no longer track his whereabouts. Gu Tianlin's face immediately turned ugly when he heard this. Ever since they escaped from Iceland, they had been followed by a mysterious existence. From time to time, they would be attacked. But after so long, they still couldn't see through the other party's true face. It's okay. We will reach our destination soon. With Master here, no matter how strong they are, they won't dare to mess around, the chunky old man said softly. The short and fat old man said softly, but the fear in his eyes did not dissipate. Gu Tianlin sat down cross-legged and coldly harumphed as he said, I don't know if Zhou Xuanji is dead or not. I feel like he's still alive. When mentioning Zhou Xuanji, he felt quite angry. After spending so much time, he was still unable to personally kill Zhou Xuanji. Despicable. He shouldn't be dead, he has great luck, the chunky old man replied. This was his intuition. There was something that he did not say. He saw the shadow of Gu Juejiao in Zhou Xuanji. Back then, when he had first met Gu Juejiao's demeanor was very similar to Zhou Xuanji's. If Gu Tianlin knew about this evaluation, he would definitely go berserk. In Gu Tianlin's heart, his father was incomparable and even more powerful than the ancient sovereign three heavens. Great luck? Humph. Gu Tianlin said disdainfully. That boy is alone in the end, he won't be able to go for long. The chunky old man smiled but did not say anything, allowing Gu Tianlin to belittle Zhou Xuanji. A brilliant light appeared ahead, like the other side of the world, divine and dazzling. Swish. The sound of the air being torn came from behind, and the chunky old man instinctively turned and slapped out with his palm. There was a loud bang. His right palm struck empty air, but their boat directly exploded. Gu Tianlin flew up and directly removed the seal, and his aura continuously grew. Kiki, Gu Tianlin. I'm going to kill you in front of your father. A sinister laugh sounded throughout this world, and before Gu Tianlin could react, a withered claw pierced through his chest. Chapter 941. How dare you? When the short and fat old man saw that Gu Tianlin had been injured, he was furious. He was so furious that he wanted to tear Gu Tianlin apart. There was no one behind Gu Tianlin, but the withered claw on his chest was real. What is it? Gu Tianlin looked back in horror and found that there was no one behind him. His heart thumped wildly, and he hurriedly unleashed his supreme god force to teleport away. But when he reappeared, the withered claw was still hanging from his chest. Withered claw suddenly turned around, and its 5 sharp nails pierced into his flesh, absorbing his supreme god force. Gu Tianlin grabbed the withered claw and tried to pull it out, but he was unable to do so. He began to pull with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, the withered claw seemed to be connected to his body, and he could not pull it off. The short and stout elder came in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Don't move." As he spoke, the short and stout old man stretched out his hand and tapped the withered claw. A series of black halos emerged from his right hand, and like phantoms, they drilled into the withered claw. In an instant, the withered claw shattered and scattered with the wind. "Let's go," the short and stout old man shouted in a deep voice. He grabbed Gu Tianlin's shoulder and casually threw him. Gu Tianlin was directly flung away and quickly disappeared into the strong light at the end of the world. Then, the short and fat old man turned around, his white hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were sharp and his appearance was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In front of the mysterious gate, Zhou Xuanji's body moved about as he practiced his sword on the white jade ground. Every time he appeared, he would leave behind a series of afterimages, creating a majestic sight. His posture resembled that of a white crane, and it was the first sword technique he had learned. White crane sword technique. This sword technique was simple, but every time Zhou Xuanji trained, he would choose the white crane sword technique. The Great Tao was the simplest. A simple sword technique could always temper one's Tao heart. Now, Zhou Xuanji could already adapt to the pressure here. But he didn't think it was enough. He wanted to see if he could break through the space with his body. As for the giant door, he would open it last. What if there were unimaginable dangers hidden inside? Zhou Xuanji did not want to take any more risks. The Kunlun origin court was in the depths of his soul anyway, so he did not have to worry about anything. "Brat, what kind of height has your fleshly body reached? I'm very curious. I really hope that a strong opponent will jump out at this time." Little Sovereign's voice came from the little supreme sword in a mocking tone. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and smiled, "Me too." Apart from the passage between the two worlds, he had never stayed in one place for such a long time. He was very confident and looked forward to his own strength. He continued to practice with his sword. After practicing the white crane sword technique 100,000 times, Zhou Xuanji finally rested. He laid on the ground. The fated fate pearl flew out and covered him, allowing him to relax. He looked at the fated pearl with a solemn expression. Right now, he still couldn't control the fated pearl. However, when he wanted the fated fate pearl to appear, it would appear. When he calmed down, this feeling was so terrible that it made him shudder. Little Sovereign's soul body floated out and looked at the fated fate pearl, but he only took a glance. "Stop looking. Have you forgotten what happened before?" Little Sovereign reminded. They were once obsessed with the fated fate pearl, and every time he recalled it, he would feel a lingering fear. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Don't worry, I know. The current him wouldn't fall for it so easily." He noticed that the color of the fated fate pearl had changed. Its surface was crystal clear and glowing red. But inside, silver and purple flashed from time to time. It looked very dazzling. "What the hell are you?" Zhou Xuanji murmured. Even though he was already very strong, he still couldn't see through the fated fate pearl. At this moment, the majestic fog and clouds in the sky began to roll faster and faster, forming a huge vortex. He fixed his eyes on it and suddenly sat up. Little Sovereign also raised his head. His expression changed drastically. "No way, I jinxed it," Little Sovereign muttered with a confused look. Little Sovereign muttered with a confused look on his face. Since when did his mouth become so smelly? As soon as he spoke, enemies came. The two fixed their eyes on it and saw a stone man floating in the vortex. It was 100 feet tall. It was a divine general wearing armor. Even though it was just a stone statue, it looked extremely majestic. It was holding a long spear in its hand, looking down at Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign. "Who are you? Tell me your name." Little Sovereign shouted in a loud voice. His voice shook the sky. The stone man didn't answer. Instead, he raised his spear and thrust it down. Boom! A strong gust of wind descended from the sky, almost making Zhou Xuanji lie down again. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist it. But now, his whole body was tense. Instead, he stood up against the strong wind. The clouds and mist were swept away, turning into all kinds of shocking shapes. Zhou Xuanji slashed at the sky with the lesser supreme sword in his hand. A silver sword chi soared up, breaking the sky and slammed into the stone man head-on. An invisible aura shield wrapped around the stone man, blocking Zhou Xuanji's sword chi. Zhou Xuanji flew up, broke through the aura shield, and slammed his shoulder into the stone man's abdomen. A loud bang resounded. The stone man shattered instantly, turning into a white mist. Little Sovereign was dumbfounded. The moment Zhou Xuanji jumped up, he felt that his soul was about to explode. How strong is this kid's body? Zhou Xuanji didn't relax. He turned around and charged again. Boom! Just as the stone man appeared, it was smashed by Zhou Xuanji again. Zhou Xuanji began to charge back and forth. Every time the stone man recovered, he would smash it. The cycle repeated. The stone man's aura grew weaker and weaker. In the end, it completely disappeared, no longer existing. Zhou Xuanji returned to the ground. He was shocked to find that the fated pearl was still high up in the sky. It was absorbing the powder left by the stone man. Could it be that this stone man is also formed by some kind of power? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. According to his guess, the fated pearl could absorb all kinds of power. Especially when a powerful force appeared, it would automatically appear. Little Sovereign rubbed his chin and said, "It should be." But this stone man came too suddenly. Will there be more danger later? Just as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps came from all directions. The two turned around and saw that the sound came from the clouds. It was as if thousands of troops and horses were approaching. It can't be. Little Sovereign stuttered. Before he could finish speaking, hundreds of feet tall stone men stepped out of the clouds and mist from all directions. All of them were holding long spears in their hands. Their target was Zhou Xuanji and him. Zhou Xuanji's expression also turned solemn. He wasn't afraid of one stone man. But if there were tens of thousands or even more, how could he win? The stone men were still very strong. He had crashed into them so many times before he completely destroyed them. Why don't we run away? Little Sovereign suggested. His eyelids twitched wildly as he looked around. There were at least 100,000 of them. If they swarmed at him, no matter how strong Zhou Xuanji's body was, he would be blown up. Zhou Xuanji immediately turned around and arrived in front of the giant door. He pressed his hands on the door and began to push. Boom! 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 The stone men rushed toward Zhou Xuanji with unstoppable momentum. The ground shook violently. Chapter 942. Rumble. Under Zhou Xuanji's full push, the giant gate slowly opened. It was as though two giant mountains of creation were being moved, shaking the heavens and the earth. Legendary swords appeared behind him as he cast the primordial chaos sword shadow with his back facing the stoneman army. The legendary swords trembled in unison as countless sword shadows swept out like a torrent. A deafening explosion resounded. The stone men were swept away, but more and more stone men rushed over. The fastest stoneman arrived behind Zhou Xuanji. He raised his hand and grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulder, wanting to throw him out. Zhou Xuanji's battle physique erupted as the sovereign divine energy in his body compressed and exploded. The stoneman was directly blasted into pieces, turning into a mist of powder and dissipating. Next, the stone men rushed over one after another with unstoppable momentum. The primordial chaos sword shadow shot out one after another. Unfortunately, no matter how violent the sword river was, it couldn't stop the stoneman army's offensive. Bang! Zhou Xuanji felt a heavy blow on the back of his head. He almost fainted. The door moved forward a lot, but this distance was nothing compared to the entire door. He could only grit his teeth and push with all his might. No matter how many attacks were coming from behind him, he still had to keep moving forward. "Can you do it?" Little Sovereign cried out anxiously. Looking at the expressionless but unusually crazy stone men, he was scared out of his wits. In the Kunlun origin court, he could still be a sovereign with a calm demeanor. But in the endless universe, he was weak. Especially in such a mysterious place. There were countless dangers. He couldn't even see through the mysteries of it. Zhou Xuanji wanted to scold him, but now wasn't the time for idle chatter. All the legendary swords drilled into his body as he cast the sword fusion technique again. Even the myriad flower origin court sword was fused by him. Unprecedented power filled his body. Before, he didn't dare to fuse the holy ghost cursed sword. He had tried it before and his body almost exploded. After such a long period of tempering, the strength of his body had reached a new height. Under his explosive power, the giant gate opened faster and faster. His back suffered heavy blows one after another. He was in extreme pain. "Open for me!" He roared furiously. His legs began kicking wildly as he started running. Rumble. The massive door opened quickly, and a powerful light shone on Zhou Xuanji's body. Even though he was a great supreme of the four courts, he still couldn't withstand the intense light. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and his body plunged into the light. Those stone men swarmed forward and followed closely behind, but they were all drowned in the strong light. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. Suddenly, he staggered and almost fell. The commotion behind him stopped abruptly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a boundless prairie. Countless cows and sheep were eating grass. The sky was very high and very blue. A gentle breeze blew, making people feel refreshed. Zhou Xuanji frowned with a strange expression. What is this place? It had been a long time since he had seen such scenery. They usually appeared in the mortal world, and it was very difficult to find them outside of the boundless world. Little Sovereign emerged from the sword and scanned the surroundings. He muttered, "The aura here is still harmonious. There must be something fishy." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He also felt that there might be danger here. At the very least, it wasn't as simple as it appeared to the naked eye. He stepped forward and scanned the area with his divine will. Soon, he was moved. This was because no matter how much his spiritual force expanded, it could not reach the end. This place was truly boundless. "I can't tear apart time and space," Zhou Xuanji whispered. Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice. The space here was even sturdier than outside the giant door. From the looks of it, this picturesque world was actually a cage. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and moved forward at full speed. However, it was as if he had entered a maze. No matter how fast he moved, he couldn't find the exit. The vast prairie and the blue sky made him feel like he was going in circles. But the number of cows and sheep on the prairie told him that he wasn't in the same place. "It's over, what should we do?" Little Sovereign asked in a panic. He looked vigilant, fearing that an enemy would suddenly jump out. Zhou Xuanji said softly, "Let's wait. The test outside the gate is to push open the giant gate. And here, there must be a place leading to the next level." Little Sovereign nodded. He felt that Zhou Xuanji was right. They began searching for this place. They searched for half a year. After half a year, Zhou Xuanji, sitting on the grass, cursed, "Forget it. There is no exit at all." Little Sovereign was also very angry, but he tried to stay calm. At first, he was even more flustered than Zhou Xuanji. But after all, he had lived for countless years. He understood that he had to stay calm at this time. Since you can't find the exit, it might be a test of your mind, Little Sovereign muttered. Little Sovereign pondered and said, maybe when you reach a certain state, you can directly jump out. In his life, he had encountered countless opportunities. In the end, the rules were actually the same. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and sat on the grass, thinking carefully. You have to think about how you came in, Little Sovereign said meaningfully. He didn't point it out. First, he wasn't clear about it. Second, he didn't want to mislead Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's comprehension ability was better than his. He believed in Zhou Xuanji. I have to go out the way I came in, Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered. He suddenly thought of the speed he used to escape. The speed that even a supreme incipient god couldn't catch up with. It was beyond the definition of speed. Is he going to leave in that state? He called the fated pearl, and it immediately flew out from the top of his head. Looking at the fated pearl, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He couldn't directly command the fated pearl. Right now, he could at most summon the fated pearl. He couldn't even find the secret to controlling the fated pearl freely. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Little Sovereign didn't disturb him. He relaxed his body and mind and began to seriously enjoy the scenery. In the gray domain, Supreme Incipient God was meditating. She was holding a jade book in her hand, carefully reading it. Shen Nianqing suddenly appeared beside her and coldly said, "Bitch. What did you do to Zhou Xuanji?" Thousands of years had passed. Shen Nianqing couldn't find Zhou Xuanji at all. She couldn't even deduce his fate. She was very flustered. She had placed great expectations on Zhou Xuanji. I am also looking for him, said Supreme Incipient God without raising his eyes. His tone was calm, which made Shen Nianqing even angrier. She asked in a deep voice, if you hadn't chased him, would he have disappeared? Sovereign Heaven has already controlled a quarter of the known domains. He is fighting with the ancient geniuses. And Hunyuan Heaven has opened up a great sage land and recruited countless disciples. The situation is unimaginable. If he continues to delay, there will be no place for him to stand in the endless universe. Supreme Incipient God's expression remained unchanged. It seemed that the jade book was extremely attractive to her. Shen Nianqing became even more furious. She raised her right palm, preparing to attack. Hongmeng Heaven has comprehended the godly state, Supreme Incipient God suddenly said. Shen Nianqing was stunned. Godly state, how is this possible? Her eyes widened in panic. Chapter 943. Delirious state. How is this possible? He's just a supreme of the four courts. Shen Nianqing muttered to herself in confusion. She couldn't believe this fact. Supreme Incipient God Realm answered, I also think it's impossible. But he used the ethereal state to escape from me. Mentioning this, Supreme Incipient God had a gleam of fear in his eyes. She had always been curious about what serendipity Zhou Xuanji had obtained. Unfortunately, no matter how she flipped through countless books, she was still unable to find a corresponding treasure. There's only one way. Supreme opportunity. The three great paragons' opportunities were just an illusory legend. After ancient times, there were no more paragons' opportunities. If a supreme opportunity appeared, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Shen Nianqing fell into a panic. She said to herself, if he really learns the state of spirit absence, then he already has the qualifications to step into that realm. I won't be able to control him. The more she thought about it, the more flustered she became. She immediately turned around and prepared to leave. He doesn't belong to you. You should find another way to atone for your sins. You shouldn't waste your time, said Supreme Incipient God meaningfully. Shen Nianqing's footsteps paused. She hesitated for a moment before leaving. Supreme Incipient God Realm shook his head and said gloomily, what do you want after all, under the blue sky, on the grassland? Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and looked up at the fate pearl above his head. He kept chanting the ancestral voice. He had been chanting it for dozens of years, but it had no effect. However, he did not give up. Instead, he immersed himself in it. Little Sovereign would pop up from time to check on his condition. Compared to him, Little Sovereign was much more at ease. He didn't have any pressure and spent most of his time sleeping. That speed, that state, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He had already formed an obsession. He must master that speed state. As his obsession deepened, the faded fate pearl also transformed. Its interior gradually turned silvery blue, and there were many faint twinkling starlight. It was extremely resplendent. Another period of time passed. A ray of light shot out from the faded fate pearl, and Zhou Xuanji immediately shut up. He focused his gaze and his pupils dilated. That is, Zhou Xuanji mumbled with a grave expression. There was a face in the depths of the faded fate pearl. A face that was exactly the same as his. Most importantly, the eyes on the face were trembling slightly, as if they could open at any time. Even Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled as he watched. He quickly summoned Little Supreme Being and told him about the matter. What? Little Sovereign was moved. He followed Zhou Xuanji's gaze and saw a face that was exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji's. He said in shock, "Oh my god, could it be another Zhou Fa?" Zhou Xuanji did not find it funny and asked instead, "Stop joking. If this thing gives birth to a will, can you imagine the consequences?" The faded fate pearl was so powerful that it was almost omnipotent. It was stronger than any power he had ever seen. If this power formed its own will, it would definitely become the strongest existence in the boundless universe. No, this isn't a sign of a will forming. Little Sovereign frowned. He hesitated for a while before continuing to speculate. It's like a master recognition ceremony. Haven't you noticed? Its aura is gradually changing to the same as yours. Aura? Only then did Zhou Xuanji realize that the faded fate pearl's aura was changing. Previously, he was too nervous and neglected his aura. Looking at it now, the faded fate pearl's aura was indeed very similar to his. It was getting weaker and weaker, and he could clearly sense this change. Could it really be a master recognition ceremony? Zhou Xuanji looked at the face within the faded fate pearl, and he suddenly felt that his hairs were standing on end. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of closeness. He raised his right hand and gently held the faded fate pearl. A strange warm current drilled into his palm. Sure enough. You succeeded. You succeeded. Little Sovereign cried out in excitement as if he had been recognized by the faded fate pearl. Zhou Xuanji looked at the faded fate pearl in his palm and murmured, "Are you really willing to surrender to me?" The faded fate pearl burst out with colorful rays of light. In the next second, these rays of light surrounded Zhou Xuanji's body like gossamer. Zhou Xuanji sensed a mysterious state. Inexplicably, he got the name of this state. Soulless. It could pass through all dimensional planes and wasn't bound by any power. The soulless state was a shuttling state that great sovereigns couldn't understand. Once one entered the soulless state, no existence could shake or chase him. Soulless state. So that's how it is. What kind of cultivation can achieve this extraordinary state? Zhou Xuanji chuckled as his purple pupils gradually turned into the form of the faded fate pearl. There was a loud bang. The grassland shattered as sand and dust rose into the air. Zhou Xuanji floated in the air as countless rays of light surrounded him. In the next second, he disappeared into thin air. When he opened his eyes again, he had already entered the soulless state. Circles of light were still flying around him, dazzling everyone's eyes. You succeeded. Little Sovereign was extremely excited. Looking at the surrounding scene, he was wild with joy. Zhou Xuanji was also observing his surroundings. This time, there were no enemies chasing him. He could seriously experience the soulless state. Speed that surpasses everything. Do as you please. I can do whatever I want, Zhou Xuanji murmured in a low voice as he looked ahead. The faded fate pearl was still in his hand. It didn't resist him but instead provided him with a warm power. This kind of power didn't conflict with the cold power in his body. Instead, it blended with each other, helping the cold power grow stronger. Can you stop? Try it, little sovereign urged. He hoped that Zhou Xuanji could freely master the soulless state. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and replied, I can't. The reason why he could enter the soulless state was because of the help of the fated fate pearl. He had entered, but if he wanted to go out, he ordered in his heart, take me out. The fated fate pearl in his palm immediately became hot, taking him out of the soulless state. Zhou Xuanji only felt a flash before his eyes. In the next moment, he had arrived in a universe with very little pressure. He opened his eyes and looked around. The starry sky here was bright and filled with the unique strange spiritual chi of the endless universe. Didn't you succeed? Little Sovereign said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, although the fated fate pearl listens to me, I haven't truly mastered this state. He was fascinated by the power of the soulless state. But if he didn't master it himself, he really wouldn't feel at ease. What if the fated fate pearl turned its back on him one day? Don't think so much. You can take it slowly in the future, Little Sovereign comforted. The fated fate pearl had already recognized Zhou Xuanji as its master. So, he could freely enter the soulless state by relying on the fated fate pearl. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then swept out with his divine will. He wanted to know if he had really returned to the endless universe. This is. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Thunder League. Myriad Domain Devil Lair. I actually came back here. There was a huge black area at the end of the universe. It was like a terrifying vortex. Even the stars looked so small in front of it. Hearing this, Little Sovereign immediately became nervous and said, hurry up and leave. A cardinal heaven might be nearby. Chapter 944. Cardinal Heaven. Hearing this name, Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. A Cardinal Heaven expert had resurrected here and was hunting down the Kunlun Origin Court Supremes. Wasn't this equivalent to a sheep entering a tiger's den? Without hesitation, he turned around and fled. Even though Zhou Xuanji did not learn the godly bodiless mode, he had already comprehended it. His speed was much faster than before, and he left the 10,000 domain devil lair's territory with a single step. Next, I need to find a quiet place to cultivate without being disturbed. Zhou Xuanji said as he moved forward. He could not wait to master the godless state. With such a state, where couldn't he go in the boundless universe? Just thinking about it made his heart burn. Little Sovereign was also excited. He sighed and said, this is the first time I've experienced this state. It's more like a realm. As long as Zhou Xuanji entered the spiritless mode, theoretically, no one could catch him. Wouldn't that be equivalent to an invincible life-saving talisman? I think the fated predestined pearl can give me more surprises. The cold energy I've absorbed is really strong. Although it can't stop a supreme incipient god realm expert, it's more than enough to deal with Gu Tianlin. Zhou Xuanji said with a confident smile. Although Gu Tianlin had not completely revealed his trump card in front of him, he did not take Gu Tianlin seriously at all. Little Sovereign nodded and said with a smile, if he knew that you have become so strong, he would definitely explode in anger. He suddenly looked forward to Zhou Xuanji running into Gu Tianlin. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji could not help but laugh. He also began to look forward to it. Perhaps if he wandered around for a while longer, Gu Tianlin would come. Zhou Xuanji moved forward at full speed. He used the Sovereign's divine power to protect Little Sovereign's soul. The two were talking and laughing happily. After surviving a calamity, one should laugh heartily. On a huge red tree, Xianxia was leaning against the trunk to cultivate. She suddenly opened her eyes and revealed an expression of pleasant surprise. This guy has appeared again. She immediately disappeared from the tree to search for Zhou Xuanji. But soon, Zhou Xuanji's aura disappeared. She stopped in the space-time turbulence and frowned. Could it be that he has really mastered the godless state? That's impossible. His fate energy has disappeared several times before. He's probably hiding in some dimension. Xianxia muttered to herself. She didn't believe that Zhou Xuanji could master the godly state. She and the supreme incipient god both thought that some treasure was helping Zhou Xuanji enter the spiritless state. After thinking about it, she could only go back. The other side. Zhou Xuanji had already returned to absolute time. He took the fated fate pearl and continued to comprehend the godless state. The fated fate pearl brought him into the godless state consecutively. Every time he exited, he would no longer be in the absolute time realm but in an unfamiliar spacetime. The distance covered by the godly soul estate was simply unimaginable. Under its guidance, Zhou Xuanji saw many races and worlds that he could not imagine before. The races in the boundless universe were truly innumerable, and each had their own strong points. Some had weak cultivations, yet they had special abilities that didn't require the consumption of magic power, and it was truly miraculous. Under such circumstances, Zhou Xuanji's understanding of the godly absence status was finally on the right path. 100 years later, he returned to the absolute time realm and summoned a clone while his main body entered the soul plane. After the superstar competition between the Kunlun Origin Court and the True Su Court, the two courts officially connected and began to interact with each other. Zhou Xuanji had set up a teleportation formation for them, allowing them to break through the court realm barrier. Inside the Supreme Hall, Zhou Xuanji summoned Jianghu, Xianxia, Mortal Sovereign, the 12 ancestors, and the 9 sovereign officials. He asked, "Is there any trouble in the development of the two realms recently?" Although he could see the situation of the two realms, he didn't have the energy to pay attention to every detail. "Sovereign, the peace rule has begun to work. Because we can't start a war, some divine ranges will use other means to suppress other divine ranges," an ancestor said. A technique ancestor stood out and said. His expression was nervous, afraid that he would say something wrong. The ban on war was issued by Zhou Xuanji himself. It had allowed the Kunlun Origin Court to maintain peace for thousands of years. From today onwards, the Kunlun Origin Court will return to how it was before. No large-scale war can break out, but there can be fights, Zhou Xuanji nodded. Zhou Xuanji said as he nodded. Cultivators fought against the heavens and against humans. How unbearable would it be to have cultivation but not be able to fight with magical techniques? A sovereign official stood up and said, "Can you give us some of the unique treasures of the Kunlun Origin Court? In return, we will contribute some to improve the environment of the two courts. This matter involves the interests of too many divine ranges. It's not convenient for us to decide directly." Whether it was in the Kunlun Origin Court or the True Su Court, the resources had been divided up by the divine ranges. If they wanted to trade on a large scale, it would affect the interests of each divine range. Zhou Xuanji said, "With my order, let them exchange with equal value. The divine ranges who are willing to exchange can enjoy one of my sermons." Hearing this, the 9 sovereign officials and the 12 ancestors were pleasantly surprised. They even wanted to hand over their resources. Back when Zhou Xuanji taught them the Tao, no matter how high their cultivation was, they would obtain a domain. Until now, countless creatures were fantasizing about the Sword Emperor teaching the Tao again. Next, the 12 ancestors and 9 sovereign officials continued to speak about the wishes of all living beings. Jianghu, Xianxia, and Mortal Sovereign stood at the side without saying a word. Xianxia and Mortal Sovereign had already become the 2 sovereigns of the True Su Court. They were highly respected. So, they had to maintain basic etiquette here. After the 12 ancestors and 9 sovereign officials left, Xianxia said, "These trivial matters are giving me a headache. Managing a court is far more difficult than controlling a sect." Her tone was bitter and her face was full of helplessness. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said in a bad mood, "You have the nerve to say that. Most of the affairs have fallen on Mortal Sovereign's shoulders. You have been cultivating all this time. Are you tired? Why don't you give the sovereign's position to your grandson?" Zhou Tanhua was undisciplined by nature and liked to cultivate. He wasn't suitable to be a ruler. But his son, Zhou Tianyuan, liked power. Xianxia curled her lip and said, "Is that kid qualified?" Jianghu smiled and said, if Xuanji says he is qualified, then he is. Xianxia also agreed. Zhou Xuanji ruled the two worlds. Whoever he appointed as the sovereign would represent him. No one dared to refute him. How is my sister recently? Have you heard any news about her? Mortal sovereign then asked, a look of expectation in her eyes. She knew that Zhou Xuanji had been wandering in the endless universe. She had wanted to ask about it for a long time. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, she is very good, but she might not be. He didn't clarify his words, but mortal sovereign could understand what he meant. I believe that Nianxing is still alive. One day, I will find her, mortal sovereign sighed faintly. This sisterly love moved Jianghu and Xianxia. They didn't know how to comfort her and could only look at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stared at mortal sovereign and said, I promise you, I will find out her identity and find Shen Nianxing. Chapter 945. After dealing with the matters of the two worlds, the three women left, while Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne and looked down at the various worlds. He looked at Zhou Tianyuan. Zhou Tianyuan was roaming the universe within the Zhensu court realm. He had established a sect called Heaven Sect. He had already reached the Dao ancestor realm, and his name had spread far and wide. Zhou Xuanji had high hopes for his grandson. Although Zhou Tianhua had great aptitude, his ambition was average. He only knew how to cultivate. Perhaps he could achieve unimaginable achievements in cultivation, but it would be very difficult for him to become the lord of the court realm. He could not, but his son could. Zhou Tianyuan inherited Zhou Xuanji's domineering nature. Zhou Xuanji sensed this the first time he met him. This was also the reason why he had bestowed Zhou Tianyuan with an invincible cultivation base. He wanted to see what Zhou Tianyuan would do once he became a sovereign. Unfortunately, this kid made him feel both disappointed and gratified at the same time. Zhou Tianyuan would not take advantage of his position to bully others, nor would he bully the weak. Of course, it was also very easy for him to stagnate. I have to let this kid experience what I went through in the past. Zhou Xuanji smirked and sent out an outer-of-soul clone to test his grandson. After giving the order, he returned to the absolute time realm and continued to comprehend the godless state. He only had one goal now. That was to learn the godless state. If he didn't learn this state, he wouldn't have the confidence to kill his way into the boundless universe. With the fated Fate Pearl, he felt that he would be able to learn the godly state soon. Time quickly passed in the Kunlun origin court. When Zhou Xuanji was just over 6,900 years old, he finally comprehended the godly state. A strange energy surged out of the fated encounter pearl and drilled into his body. At this moment, he felt an existence that transcended the plane. It was very much like the absolute time realm. Once one entered such an existence, one would be able to transcend everything. This kind of existence could move, unlike the absolute time realm that was fixed in one place. Zhou Xuanji called this existence the godly nothingness realm. He attached the godly state to the surface of his body, as if he was wearing an invisible layer of clothes. He entered the spiritless state and began to roam freely. He could control the godless state as he pleased. He could stop when he wanted and move forward when he wanted. This feeling was simply too awesome. He summoned Little Supreme Being to share his feelings. Awesome! You learned it so quickly. Little Sovereign exclaimed in surprise. He had thought that Zhou Xuanji would take a long time to practice. Zhou Xuanji smiled modestly and said, "It's all right, I still need to improve. It would be perfect if I could see the scene above the boundless universe in the godly blank state. Only with vision could he know where to stop. Don't worry, this is already a big improvement. I guess only a few great sovereigns can comprehend the God-free state," Little Sovereign said with a smile. He could see that Zhou Xuanji was showing off, but he didn't point it out. After that, Zhou Xuanji jumped out of the spiritless mode. In the next second, he arrived in a domain above the boundless universe. Coincidentally, as soon as he appeared, he sensed the aura of a court. The corners of his mouth curled up as he turned around. There was an expanse of multicolored light ahead. From afar, it looked like a sea of stars, magnificent and picturesque. Within the multicolored light was a court world that was smaller than the true Su court world. Zhou Xuanji sent his divine will into the courtyard realm. He immediately found the sovereign and called him out. It was a female sovereign with green skin. Although her appearance was exquisite, she had no hair. She had 4 horns on her head and was wearing a purple dress with phoenix feathers. She looked at Zhou Xuanji nervously and asked in a soft voice, "Your Excellency, what do you want?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I want to subdue your court world. You can choose to join me and serve me as your master. Or you can choose to die in battle." The female sovereign's expression slightly changed. She was at a loss. She could feel that she was no match for Zhou Xuanji. But how could she willingly follow Zhou Xuanji? She fell into a dilemma. Should she resist or not? I already control 2 courts. There will be more in the future. If you join me now, your court world will only benefit. You can regard me as your backer. I will make you stronger. To tell you the truth, the boundless universe is about to usher in a great change. Without me, you will be annexed by others or even destroyed, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He spoke very casually. He wasn't worried that the other party would refuse him at all. The female sovereign hesitated for a moment before asking, "How strong are you?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "My cultivation is only at the 4 court great sovereigns, but my strength is far more than that." After saying this, his aura suddenly erupted. Boom! The female sovereign's expression changed drastically. Fear was written all over her face. How could there be such a powerful being? She took a deep breath and knelt in the air, saying, "Greetings, Master." Actually, during this period of time, she often sensed a powerful aura passing above the court world, which made her tremble with fear. Zhou Xuanji was the most powerful being she had ever seen. Rather than being afraid, it was better to surrender. "Very good. I will make you and your being stronger together," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With a wave of his right hand, he sent the female sovereign into the court world. He sent a telepathic message to the female sovereign, telling her not to be nervous. He was going to integrate the court world into his soul. After the female sovereign heard about it, she was greatly shocked and nervous at the same time. She was afraid that Zhou Xuanji was deceiving her. However, Zhou Xuanji absorbed very quickly. He suppressed the rules of this Fang court world with his absolute cultivation. None of the beings inside felt any abnormality. Everything was so calm. Because of this, the female sovereign was even more in awe of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji also learned the name of this Fang court world. Zhanlanting Realm. Sovereign Yu. Zhou Xuanji did not let Zhanlanting Realm communicate with the other 2 realms. Instead, he focused on the Kunlun sword in his soul. Back then, he was attacked by a great sovereign in the boundless universe and absorbed his soul. Demon Venerable Qiyu. After so many years of torture, Demon Venerable Qiyu had already surrendered. Zhou Xuanji's voice came into Demon Venerable Qiyu's ears, "Do you want to go out?" Demon Venerable Qiyu, who was on his last breath, immediately raised his head and cried out, "Yes! Yes! Yes!" He was extremely excited as though he had found a life-saving straw. "After we go out, follow me and recover your body." After Zhou Xuanji spoke, he moved Demon Venerable Qiyu's soul out. At this moment, Demon Venerable Qiyu did not have the control he had back then. He was extremely weak, like a ball of flame. Zhou Xuanji injected his own divine power into his soul to help him maintain his soul power. He sat down and began observing Zhanlanting Realm. Demon Venerable Qiyu was in a daze. When he came back to his senses, he took a deep breath and sat down as well. He kept a distance of 15 meters from Zhou Xuanji. He did not dare to get closer or further away. About 5 years had passed. Demon Venerable Qiyu's body was reconstructed. His cultivation was far from a court sovereign's. Zhou Xuanji settled Zhanlanting Realm down. He asked Xian Xianghua, mortal sovereign, the 12 law ancestors, and the 9 supremes to meet Sovereign Yi Yu. At first, Sovereign Yi Yu was a little nervous. But after hearing the 9 supremes' description of Zhan Lanting realm, she began to look forward to it. Following the Sword Emperor might be an opportunity. Chapter 946. In the Soul Treasury's tripartite court realm, Zhou Xuanji continued forward with Demon Venerable Qiyu. Master, what do you want to do? Demon Venerable Qiyu asked cautiously. Zhou Xuanji was giving off an aura that made him shudder. He was like a completely different person compared to before he was defeated. He was very curious about what kind of serendipity Zhou Xuanji had obtained during this period of time. Conquer the court realm and aspire to the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji replied casually, looking straight ahead. Demon Venerable Qiyu's heart beat wildly when he heard him. Such a big tone. If someone else said this, he might have despised it. But somehow, when it came from Zhou Xuanji, he couldn't help but think of that scene. Just thinking about it made him excited. Serve me well, and you will receive benefits in the future. Benefits that you can't even imagine now. Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. He had already made a plan. Which was to conquer the court realm one after another. He wanted to imitate Gu Zun and create an era that belonged only to him. Demon Venerable Qiyu fell into infinite reverie. After flying for a few days, Zhou Xuanji brought Sovereign Yi Yu out and brought her along to experience the endless universe's magnificence. Sovereign Yi Yu had been staying in the Zhan Lanting realm. Even if she left, she would return quickly. So she was very curious about the endless universe. She felt better after seeing Demon Venerable Qiyu. Even someone with a higher cultivation than her was like this. What was there to be unsatisfied about? Demon Venerable Qiyu felt comfortable too. It turned out that he wasn't the only one who was conquered. Qiyu, tell me about the strange things you encountered in the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji instructed suddenly. Demon Venerable Qiyu was stunned but didn't refuse. He thought for a while and began to tell his story. As someone who loved to hunt great sovereigns in the endless universe, his story was naturally interesting. Other than being bored, Zhou Xuanji also wanted Sovereign Yi Yu to learn from him. Demon Venerable Qiyu became more and more enthusiastic as he talked. Sovereign Yi Yu listened very seriously, which made the atmosphere very lively. Zhou Xuanji would occasionally let little Sovereign out to compete with Demon Venerable Qiyu in eloquence. After a few months, they arrived at a cosmos with countless giant meteorites floating in the air. There were many corpses here, and there were creatures of all races. Blood energy wafted about, making one shiver in fear. There's a murderous aura. Demon Sovereign Qiyu reminded with a deep voice. He was not speaking to Zhou Xuanji but to Sovereign Yi Yu. Venerable Yi Yu took out her Dharma treasure and prepared to fight. Zhou Xuanji took out the Holy Ghost cursed sword and released his right hand. The Holy Ghost cursed sword immediately shot out. Xiao! It turned into a beam of black light and flew around in this meteorite universe. Ah! A miserable cry came as the Holy Ghost cursed sword pierced through a person and flew back to Zhou Xuanji. This person was as thin as a match and looked like a dwarf. His skin was shriveled, his face was old, and he only had a few strands of hair. He cried out in horror, "It's none of my business. I haven't been here for long. Don't kill me." Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said coldly, "What happened before?" The exterminating divine eyes emitted a strange purple light, and the old dwarf was strangely frozen. He replied woodenly, "I'm not sure. I've been on this path ever since I came." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and directly threw the person out. The old dwarf came back to his senses and immediately fled, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Scarlet Brilliance asked, "Should we leave as well?" This place was too dangerous, and it made him very nervous. "Let's go." Zhou Xuanji looked around and said softly. Other than the dwarf, there were no other living beings. The culprit must have left, and there was no need for him to waste time here. It's a pity that a court realm was destroyed just like that. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and sighed. These living beings did not have high cultivation, and they were evidently from a court realm. After the mysterious existence broke through the barrier, these living beings could not escape in time and were killed. Scarlet Brilliance did not feel anything, but Sovereign Yue frowned slightly. Fear could be seen in her eyes. If it was not Zhou Xuanji who found Zhan Lanting Realm but some other powerful cultivator, what would happen to Zhan Lanting Realm? Just thinking about it gave her lingering fear. Master, do you know what happened? There were many similar scenes along the way, Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked in confusion. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told them about what happened in the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. After that, he told them about the legend of the post-ancient Sovereign Three Heavens. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yue were both shocked. Such a catastrophe was coming to the boundless universe. The Sovereign Heaven that was sealed by all living beings in the boundless universe made a comeback. It was bound to take revenge on all living beings. Hunyuan Heaven and Sovereign Heaven joined hands. Is there anyone in the boundless universe who can resist them? Sovereign Yue asked with a frown. According to Zhou Xuanji, the post-ancient Sovereign Three Heavens were the most powerful existences. If they joined hands, they would be invincible. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, that was in the past. The current boundless universe is beyond their imagination. Little Sovereign once said that the ancient geniuses weren't weaker than the Three Heavens, but they couldn't have the same achievements as the Three Heavens. This was enough to explain a lot. Sovereign Yue and Demon Sovereign Qiyu became even more curious. What was the scenery at the top of the boundless universe? After the three left, the corpses turned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the meteorites turned into flying sand and disappeared. 2 years later, Zhou Xuanji stood on the Lesser Supreme Sword, looking ahead with a calm expression. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yue were besieging a great sovereign. This great sovereign had the cultivation of 2 courts, but he was at a disadvantage under the siege of the 2. Demon Sovereign Qiyu's strength had only barely recovered to the level of a court great sovereign. Fortunately, Sovereign Yue was a great sovereign of 2 courts. Damn, the great sovereign gnashed his teeth. He was already powerless against the 2 in front of him. Looking at Zhou Xuanji in the distance, he became even more terrified. If this continued, he would lose without a doubt. Are you afraid? Surrender to me, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. It felt so good that he didn't have to do anything himself. It seemed like he had to subdue more great sovereigns in the future. I swear not to surrender. The great sovereign cried hoarsely. Just as he finished speaking, a sword chi descended from the sky and killed him. Sovereign Yue and Demon Sovereign Qiyu were startled and immediately dodged. They instinctively looked back at Zhou Xuanji. Swoosh! The Soul Kunlun sword flew over and collected the great sovereign's soul. Demon Sovereign Qiyu said in a depressed tone, Master, didn't we agree not to attack? Sovereign Yue was also a little dissatisfied. By now, they no longer doubted Zhou Xuanji's strength. They also wanted to hone themselves through battles. Zhou Xuanji smiled softly and said, Next time, my opponent is here. Just as he finished speaking, a mighty pressure came from the depths of the universe, changing the color of time and space. It was Gu Tianlin. He was wearing black armor and holding a trident in his hand. The blade of the trident was shining brightly. Zhou Xuanji, I finally caught you. Just in time. Gu Tianlin said with a sinister smile as he charged toward Zhou Xuanji with the trident in his hand. His eyes were filled with hatred, looking even crazier than before. Chapter 947. Seeing that Gu Tianlin was coming at him aggressively, Zhou Xuanji was expressionless but excited. Good timing. He had been waiting for Gu Tianlin to come. After waiting for so long, he finally came. Let's just remove your seal. The current you is no match for me. Zhou Xuanji said with a domineering smile. With a wave of his right hand, the Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared in his hand, and the other legendary swords fused into his body. Sword fusion technique. His aura exploded. He came up to Gu Tianlin in a single step and slashed at him. Gu Tianlin swung his trident, and with a loud clang, the surrounding space rippled visibly. At this moment, an icy power shot out along the Holy Ghost cursed sword. Gu Tianlin's expression changed drastically. He quickly dodged, but it was too late. The icy power froze him, and the surrounding space was also frozen. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue's expressions changed. They could not escape in time, but just when the icy power was about to touch them, they stopped abruptly. The universe fell silent. Within the ice, Gu Tianlin opened his eyes wide. He could not believe that he was frozen. He was defeated the moment they clashed. How could it be? He was a genius. What was Zhou Xuanji? How long had it been since he was born? At this moment, Gu Tianlin was on the verge of breaking down. He wanted to remove his seal, but he could not do it. He hadn't even had the chance to display his most powerful self before he was sealed. This was simply a great humiliation. Not convinced? Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile. The icy power melted instantly. Gu Tianlin opened his eyes wide and broke the seal straight away. His aura soared. The first seal. The second seal. The third seal. He activated the 100th seal straight away, and the surrounding universe crumbled. The scene was extremely shocking. Both Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue were frightened. The horrifying pressure almost suffocated them, and they felt as though their souls would be destroyed at any moment. So powerful, Sovereign Yeyue opened her eyes wide and mumbled in fear. It was her first time encountering such a powerful aura. So was Demon Sovereign Qiyu. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with worry in their eyes. Could Zhou Xuanji deal with such a powerful enemy? He had already sealed the enemy in ice, but he was playing with fire. They could not help but complain in their hearts. After all, if Zhou Xuanji lost, they would die. You asked for it. Gu Tianlin laughed ferociously. He raised his trident high and swung it down. The violent divine power was like a shining giant axe that chopped down. Zhou Xuanji disappeared into thin air, and his slash missed. The next moment, Gu Tianlin felt a chill, and he subconsciously turned around and brandished his halberd. The power of ice rushed towards him and froze him again. His pupils constricted. How was this possible? He was sealed again. It shouldn't be like this. Why? He roared in his heart. He couldn't understand why this was happening. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him and said with a cold smile, I feel the same as you, shocked that you are so weak. Gu Tianlin was so furious that he almost fainted. Utter humiliation. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue felt like they were in a dream. The powerful and invincible Gu Tianlin was suppressed by Zhou Xuanji just like that? At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's image quickly grew in their hearts. Zhou Xuanji put his hand on the ice and began absorbing Gu Tianlin's divine energy. He could use Gu Tianlin to enhance his cultivation. He might even be able to break through to the supreme of the 5 courts. Gu Tianlin sensed that his divine energy was being sucked away and was enraged. But there was nothing he could do. The Ice Demon Emperor's power surpassed his cultivation level, and he could only endure it silently. Zhou Xuanji's aura began to grow, while his aura weakened. One side felt comfortable, while the other was in pain. This guy's cultivation is powerful indeed. No wonder he has 100 layers of seals. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. If not for the fact that his body had evolved, he might not have been able to withstand Gu Tianlin's power. Perhaps, he could really break through with this. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue could tell what Zhou Xuanji was doing. They did not dare to disturb him and could only wait patiently. If he had absorbed my divine energy back then, Sovereign Yeyue suddenly thought of this, and fear appeared on her face. In the blink of an eye. 6 hours had passed. Zhou Xuanji had yet to absorb all of Gu Tianlin's divine energy. His cultivation had reached a huge leap, and he was about to break through to the supreme of the 5 courts. Let him go. An ancient voice came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw the short and fat old man who had been following Gu Tianlin walking toward him. His eyes were cold, and the threat in them was evident. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "You think I'll let him go just like that?" He did not underestimate the short and fat old man. Just from this exchange of glances, he knew that he was no match for the old man. But he had already learned the godless mode, so he had no reason to fear him. Previously, he suppressed Gu Tianlin with the godless mode. Even a supreme incipient god could not catch up to him, let alone Gu Tianlin. "Young one, you are powerful indeed, but don't go to the extreme. You know who his father is. Once you anger his father, you will be finished." The short and fat old man threatened as he drew closer to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji pulled Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue toward him straight away. The short and fat old man did not stop him. With him around, Zhou Xuanji could not escape. He disdained to attack Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue. "You are right," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. After that, Zhou Xuanji disappeared with the three of them. He entered the godless mode straight away, transcending everything and jumping out of this universe. The short and fat old man was stunned. Oh no! He came back to his senses and immediately gave chase. But how could he catch up to Zhou Xuanji, who was in the godless mode? How could he be so fast? Could it be? The short and fat old man thought of a legendary state, and his face turned extremely unsightly. Zhou Xuanji's growth was just too fast. How could Gu Tianlin, who was far away, compare to him? Most importantly, Gu Tianlin was captured. Could he come back alive? Gu Tianlin had been hunting Zhou Xuanji for thousands of years. In the godless mode, Zhou Xuanji carried Gu Tianlin and moved forward. As for Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue, they had already returned to Zhang Lanting's realm. Within the ice, Gu Tianlin's eyes were filled with shock. What is this? He was dazzled by the high-speed circles of light around him. Evidently, it was his first time in the godless mode. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "No one can save you. You should have thought of this possibility when you were hunting me back then." After he absorbed all of Gu Tianlin's cultivation, he would kill this guy. Given Gu Tianlin's personality, he would surely bear a grudge against him. There was no need to let him live. Having heard that, Gu Tianlin was both furious and afraid. He did not want to die just like that. A while later, Zhou Xuanji jumped out of the godless mode and entered the absolute time mode. Gu Tianlin was shocked by the absolute time mode again. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's eyes were shrouded in mist. Who is he? His heart was filled with bewilderment. Even Hong Qin's Saint Lord did not have such means. Zhou Xuanji saw his confusion but did not explain. Go to hell with your puzzlement. Chapter 948. Absolute Time. Zhou Xuanji kept absorbing Gu Tianlin's supreme divine power. Gu Tianlin, who was sealed in ice, couldn't resist or even speak. He begged Zhou Xuanji with his eyes, but it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji ignored him. Zhou Xuanji took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign. Do you know who the old man beside Gu Tianlin is? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. This was the first time he had fought with the old man. Although they had not exchanged blows, he could truly feel the old man's aura. It was indeed very strong. It was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. If not for the soul estate, he would most likely be dead by now. He should be a trusted aide of Gujuagio. This person is very strong. His identity is not simple to be able to follow Gu Tianlin. Little Sovereign pondered. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "You really know how to talk nonsense." Little Sovereign rolled his eyes, feeling a little embarrassed. Now, there were fewer and fewer things he could help Zhou Xuanji with. His experience and knowledge were no longer enough to answer Zhou Xuanji's questions. Little Supreme Expert went back into the Lesser Supreme Sword in a depressed manner. Zhou Xuanji looked back at Gu Tianlin. At this time, Little Supreme suddenly appeared again and shouted, "I remember now, there is a person next to Gujuagio. His name is Long Sheng. It's definitely him. Long Sheng is amazing. He was already born before the fall of the cardinal heaven. He is even older than Gu Juejiao. Dragon Saint? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow, and a look of shock appeared in Gu Tianlin's eyes. How did this guy know? Little Sovereign proudly smiled and said, I heard my seniors say that Long Sheng is very strong. I don't know why he hibernated beside Gu Juejiao. It's a complete disgrace to his strength and talent. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, what's the Dragon Saint's power level? Although he was already a great paragon of the four courts, the boundless universe was still mysterious in his eyes. I'm not sure, but he should be a level stronger than Hong Qin Holy Monarch. Little Sovereign muttered. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He was curious about how many Dragon Saints were around Gu Juejiao. Until now, he still didn't know how big Gu Juejiao's influence was. According to Little Sovereign, ancient peerless geniuses probably dominated a quarter of the endless universe. However, the boundless universe was too big. How big was a quarter of it? No one knew. Just as he was thinking, Gu Tianlin's aura became weaker and weaker. Gu Tianlin's eyes had already dimmed. He knew that he was going to die. Zhou Xuanji did not give him any hope. After his divine energy was completely drained, Zhou Xuanji extracted his soul and sealed it in the Kunlun sword before destroying his body. The reason why he didn't kill Gu Tianlin immediately was to stall for time. With Gu Juejiao's ability, if his son's body and soul were destroyed, he would definitely notice it. Although Zhou Xuanji had the spirit bodiless state, he did not want to leave himself with no way out. He sat in meditation in the void, beginning to break through to the paragons of the five courts. Zhou Xuanji had to admit that Gu Tianlin's cultivation was indeed profound. Just by absorbing his cultivation, Zhou Xuanji had an opportunity to break through. Zhou Xuanji spoke the ancestral voice to help him. A long time passed. In the end, he became a supreme of the five courts without any hindrance. With the invading supremacy body, he perfectly absorbed Gu Tianlin's cultivation, and with the help of the ancestral voice, he could easily break through without using any techniques. After reaching the great sovereign of the five courts, Zhou Xuanji continued to adjust the sovereign divine energy in his body. After his cultivation stabilized, he left the absolute time realm. Returning to the boundless universe, Zhou Xuanji summoned demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue again. The two were stunned and looked around instinctively. After making sure that there were no enemies, they heaved a sigh of relief. That guy was all ready. Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked cautiously. He could not forget the scene of Gu Tianlin removing the 100 layers of seals. That aura was too horrifying. Just like you, Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. Demon Sovereign Qiyu heard him and shuddered. He did not want to recall the nightmare in the Kunlun sword. Let's continue, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He wanted to explore the boundless universe and conquer the court realms while looking at those mystical domains. Sovereign Yeyue and Demon Sovereign Qiyu caught up with him. This time, the two were filled with anticipation. They already believed in Zhou Xuanji's power and were looking forward to what they would encounter next. Master, how many court realms are you going to take? Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked with a smile. He suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji was quite approachable. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said calmly, I've never thought about it. The more the better. Amidst the layers of red clouds, a wooden hut stood on a sea of clouds. Outside the wooden hut, a middle-aged man sat at a stone table and drank tea. He was handsome and had white hair. He wore a blue robe and looked toward the horizon with a profound gaze. A red leaf floated past him, bringing with it a refreshing breeze. He grabbed the leaf and mumbled, It's been 10 billion years since a leaf has fallen. Could it be that another heretic has risen? Just as he spoke, a pillar of water suddenly rose from the ground beside him and quickly turned into a mirror. The mirror showed the scene of Zhou Xuanji, Demon Sovereign Qiyu, and Sovereign Yeyue advancing. His gaze locked onto Zhou Xuanji and narrowed his eyes. Spiritless state, surrounded by ancestral voice. What a great opportunity, the blue-robed man mumbled softly. The blue-robed man murmured softly as a strange light flashed in his eyes. He threw out the leaf in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the leaf turned into a human. It was a young man. Although he had a handsome face, he did not have a mouth. His body was slightly skinny, and his hair was combed under a jade crown. His eyes were calm like water as he silently looked at the blue-robed man. You shall be called Wu Yan. Go take a look at this person and stay beside him. The blue-robed man pointed at the water mirror beside him and smiled. Wu Yan looked over and memorized Zhou Xuanji's face before nodding lightly. Following this, the blue-robed man waved his right hand and sent him away. Post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens. It's a pity that your era has passed. There are already supreme existences in the boundless universe. I look forward to your clash. The blue-robed man smiled and said in a meaningful tone. Within the resplendent Milky Way, Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 stepped on the tiny stars as if they were walking up a flight of stairs. Demon Sovereign Qiyu looked around and said excitedly, there's a lot of court realm aura here. It's enough for you to collect as much as you want. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, no, this should be the court realm alliance, just like the Thunder Alliance. I can't do as I please. He could sense some powerful auras hidden in the dark. He felt that even the great sovereigns of the 5 courts were powerful. There were at least 7 or 8 great sovereigns. And there was more than one. Or else why would the court realms gather together so openly and reveal themselves? Sovereign Yeyue nodded and said, looking at Demon Sovereign Qiyu with disdain. Demon Sovereign Qiyu chuckled and looked into the distance. Following his gaze, there was a gigantic star surrounded by a river of stars. It was extremely majestic. This giant star was transparent, and there seemed to be a gigantic beast twisting within it. It looked like a dragon at one moment and a tiger at another.